Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wonder if we could get started. Good morning, everybody. I'm Arthur Brooks. I'm president of the American Enterprise Institute, and I'm delighted to welcome all of you to this two-day conference on housing affordability. I'm very proud of this. I'm very proud of the work that we've been able to host here at AEI, and I want to start by thanking my colleagues, Steve Olener and Ed Pinto. Steve's here. Where's Steve? There's Steve. Ed is on his way, and he's going to be with you for the full 2 days. AEI, their brainchild is AEI's International Center on Housing Risk, and it's one of our most innovative centers, and it's something that really expresses our values in an important and intrinsic way. More on that here in a second. I'm proud of the role that AEI can play in this discussion on housing affordability. I also want to thank our co-sponsoring organizations over the next 2 days, the Bank of Israel, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, Tel Aviv University, and UCLA. Great, great partners. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so very much for being with us in this struggle for affordable housing. I want to talk a little bit about not just the what of what you're going to do, because I don't need to tell you that. You're here to do the what of the work over the next 2 days. I want to tell you a little bit about the why. Some of you are a little bit new to the world of the American Enterprise Institute, or some of you probably think you know a lot about us, and you might not have a clear concept of the mission of the organization. So let me tell you about that and how the work that you're going to do over the next 2 days plays a role in that mission. We're on the cusp of celebrating our 80th anniversary. AEI was started in 1938. This was the 9th year of the Great Depression, and for those of you who are not economic historians, let me refresh your memories on the circumstances under which AEI found itself in its inception. In the year 1938, the economic growth rate was minus 4%. This is the 9th year after the Great Depression. Imagine this year, 2017, compared to the Great Recession year of 2008, 2009, if we were still in negative economic growth numbers. This would be science fiction to us today. Depending on how you counted it, the unemployment rate was about 25% in the year that AEI was founded. Our founders, who were largely members of the business community in New York, they went to the greatest universities at the time and asked a very simple question: what's the solution? How do we get out of this horrible crisis? And the answer was largely something along the lines of more scientific public administration. The idea that the free enterprise system had failed the American economy and that we needed to substitute it with a much more Newtonian scientific system for running the economy. Our founders rejected that, but they rejected that not because they were looking for ways to protect the hegemony of rich people in this country, to keep the rich rich. On the contrary, our founders were really what we would call warriors for, in the modern vernacular, social justice. Our founders, if you look at the founding documents of this institution, believed that the purpose of the free enterprise system morally and practically was to push opportunity to the periphery of society. You look at the way that they wrote, and it was very formal language, but essentially here's what they were saying: that this was a country that was founded by ambitious riffraff, and we're proud of it. The only country in the history of the world that can say something like this. Interesting, you know, a couple of months ago, I was giving a speech someplace, and I used that turn of phrase. I don't know why. And there's a Q&A afterward, and a guy puts his hand up, and I call on him, and he says, I just want you to know that I resent the way that you characterize my ancestors. And I'm like, all right, here we go. He says, they were not ambitious. But if we're true to our moral goals in this country about working for people at the margins of society, because those at the margins of society are those that made this country great, then we have to keep in mind what the circumstances are under which they find themselves. And today, in point of fact, if you are working for people at the periphery of society, you can't help but noticing that housing is at the center of the greatest economic difficulties that people face. This is particularly true in urban centers where the economies are providing the most jobs. I talk to people constantly who are spending more than 50% of their disposable income on housing. This is unsustainable, and it violates the fundamental idea, the compact that people have and should be able to have with a country that rewards people for their hard work and makes it possible for them to progress and for their children to progress. This is all by way of saying that our moral mission is to fight for people who need opportunity the most. Those are the people who have less power than every single person in this room. I am dedicated to this. The reason I'm the president of the American Enterprise Institute is because these are my personal goals. The people that work here share these goals. That is certainly true in the case of Steve Oliner and Ed Pinto, and I bet that those are your goals too. So let's remember the why of the work that we're doing and not just the what. Everything that we're doing here, it's going to be technical, it's going to be esoteric. There are certain cases in which somebody who wandered in here who was not interested in housing affordability would say, boy, that's really boring. But you know what? That characterizes everything that we do at AEI. But what gets us up in the morning and gets us here, this is a think tank, my friends, come on. What gets us up in the morning and brings us here is the belief that whether people understand the technical aspects of our work or not, when we go home at night, we've done something to help those who can't be here with us. The people who are not represented in ordinary discussions, the people who need us to do our work because we are, in point of fact, fighting for them, and in fighting for them, we're fighting for the American dream. Thank you so very much for your work. We're proud to have you here, and I can't wait to hear what comes of this two-day conference. Thank you so very much. And with that, I'll turn it to Steve Oliner.
I'm Steve Oliner. I'm the co-director of AEI's Housing Center and one of the organizers for this conference. Let me start out by just saying thank you to Arthur for opening the conference. We really appreciate your comments, and I'd just like to echo Arthur's warm welcome to everyone here. We're looking forward to a really stimulating couple of days. As Arthur mentioned, and as you can see from the logos at the top of all the slides, this is a conference that's sponsored by 5 organizations, and I'd like to just mention by name the other conference organizers who did a great deal of work in bringing this forward. I'd like to mention Stuart Gabriel at UCLA, Wayne Passmore and Diana Hancock at the Federal Reserve Board, Danny Ben-Shahar at Tel Aviv University, and Nathan Sussman at the Bank of Israel. This was really a team effort, and thank you all very much. This conference is the culminating event in a series of 3 conferences that date back to 2015. The first of these was held at UCLA in September of that year. The second was held at Tel Aviv University last summer. Both of those were academic conferences with the purpose of trying to identify and encourage some of the best academic research that's being done today in the broad area of housing affordability. This conference is really, as the culminating conference, going to draw on the greatest hits from those 2 conferences and supplement that with a series of panels that will feature 5 overview papers that we commissioned in broad, important areas of housing affordability. The authors of the papers are all here. They will be presenting an overview of their overview papers as part of each panel to provide really the research and empirical basis for our discussion, what we know, and equally importantly, what we don't know, which unfortunately is still very substantial. This is an unusual conference in another way. It really tries to break down the professional silos that most of us operate in for our day-to-day work and bring together people from the policy world, from academia, from think tanks, from nonprofits, to talk to one another in ways that isn't really that common. So this is really a networking opportunity, and there are many people here who I don't know yet, and I look forward to meeting over the course of the 2 days. So just a couple of housekeeping details, and then we'll go to our first panel. Although this is an invitation-only event, everything that's said here is on the record. There will be press in the room, so I just want everyone to be aware of that. The event is being live streamed to an audience that's beyond this room, and a complete video of the conference will be posted on the AEI website sometime next week. So if you miss a session or you want to go back and hear again what was said, it will all be on the website with all of the presentation materials. We have a very busy program for the 2 days, so I would just ask the session chairs to be strict. about enforcing the presentation time deadlines. We've set them up so that there will be ample time for discussion among the panelists and then for audience Q&A. Final couple things, there are refreshments at the back of the room. We'll have lunch in this room using a buffet that will be outside. Everybody will go to the buffet and bring their lunch back here for the keynote talk. There are some bathrooms. As you exit the room, go to the left. On this floor and also the floor below, if you need any directions about how to get anywhere, there are AEI staff positioned around the room and in the hallway, and they'd be happy to help you. So with that, let me stop and start our first panel.
Good morning. I'm Susan Wachter. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to be chairing this panel on housing affordability. Why does it matter? How should it be measured? And why is there an affordability problem? We have three wonderful speakers, and their bios are in your packets. But let me just briefly say, and though we all know these extraordinary people well, for the record, Gary Painter is a professor at the Saul Price School of Public Policy at the University of Southern California, and also director of social policy in the Saul Price Center for Social Innovation. And we also will be hearing, second, from Danny Ben-Shahar, who is director of the Institute for Real Estate Research at Tel Aviv University and senior lecturer at the Collier School of Management at Tel Aviv University. And finally, we will hear from Raphael Bostic, who is the Judith and John Pedrassian Chair in Governance and Public Enterprise at the University of Southern California's Price School of Public Policy. Just to let me make a quick mention that many of you may know that Raphael Bostic previously worked at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and that's when I met him, and he's now going on to be the president of the Atlanta Federal Reserve Bank. I can't imagine a better set of speakers on the topic of affordable housing. Please join me in welcoming this set of panelists.
Well, it's a pleasure to go ahead and to begin the conference. It's a little bit challenging in a way because I'm speaking to a room and who actually is well-versed in these topics. All of you could give this presentation in at least as well as I can, but I hope that I can just frame things in ways that help start the conversation, to make some connections that we've all made before, but we need to have on the forefront of our mind. I also want to thank Chris and your team at the Joint Center. You didn't know that I was going to use all your work in some of the presentation, but I said you've already done this work on showing these wonderful slides, and so you'll see some of your work reflected here. So let me go ahead and get started once we figure out how to advance this. So someone who's technical, I'm getting numbers but it's not actually advancing. All right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. It just takes the right touch. All right. So I've been asked, and I've worked with Stuart Gabriel on this, to just present an overview paper on this question, why affordability matters. And so I'm going to basically do two things. I'm going to cite some of the Joint Center work on what the affordability issue is, where we see it, what kind of populations are being affected, and what the research is right now on why affordability matters. So here's just one of the charts that I'd like to show. Just talking about rental cost burdens. This is not a surprising chart to anyone. This basically looks at the three lowest quintiles and looks at those who are facing either cost burden, defined as paying more than 30% of your net income as rent, or severe cost burden, defined as paying more than 50% of your income as rent. The red lines are those who are in the lowest quintile. The green in the bottom is the middle quintile, and you can see that cost burdens are pervasive and they're increasing. One of the reasons cost burdens are increasing is because rents are increasing faster than incomes in many metropolitan areas. And on the supply side, we see that rental vacancies have fallen sharply, and to the point where there's none of us who have studied housing markets that wouldn't say, well, of course rents are going up. Look at the vacancy rates. And while new supply is coming online, it's coming online slowly and not in time to meet these affordability issues. I think that what has gotten more people's attention is that it's not just people at the lowest the lowest end of the income distribution that are facing these severe cost burdens, but that it's getting into the moderate income renters. And because of that, we can view this not as a problem for a slice of America, but for the broad cross-section of America. And you can see in this chart, although I can't see it as well because I've gotten a little older and I get to see the screen down there, but you can see that if we look at incomes, oh yeah, these screens don't use the pointer as well because they just grab the laser. But you have the under 15,000, you have the kind of 30 to 44,000, that cost burdens are pervasive in our large metro areas. But I think what's also interesting and important and not as much in the conversation is that cost burdens are also pervasive in non-metro areas and rural areas. And this is a point I'll get back to at the end of my talk, and there might be different mechanisms happening for why rent burdens are so high in these different kinds of places. So why does affordability matter? Well, first we have to think about what rents reflect. Rents reflect housing services, and rents reflect access to amenities, right? So this is something that we all learn in our early housing economics classes. And those access to amenities that I want to highlight in particular are what comes survey after survey from families. What do you want? I want a good job, I want a safe neighborhood, and I want good schools for my kids. And those are the top three. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter your income level or anything else. That's what people want, right? They also reflect luxury amenities. You know, in LA, you know, I can't afford to live in Santa Monica, right? But that's okay. There's plenty of neighborhoods that I can afford to live in and make those choices. You know, the beaches and those other kinds of luxury amenities, being close to cultural amenities, you know, those are issues as well. But I really want to focus on those first three. And so why? What are these consequences? Well, we're going to focus on two areas. One is there's consequences of rent burdens for those individual households, right? And we're going to kind of talk about how that might lead to adverse outcomes for them. But there are also possible consequences at the metropolitan level or at the aggregate level in terms of the functioning of our economy and increased congestion and those kinds of things. So I'm going to kind of walk through those in turn. So basically, in reviewing the literature, and this is not meant to be a full set of citations because there's other people in the room who have done work in these spaces. There's basically, I would call it 4 categories when people look at individual impacts of less affordability. If you're faced with increasing rent burden from the fact that rents are going up faster than your income in ways that you aren't able to adjust, you can do at least one of these 4 things. You can double up, leading to overcrowding. You can reduce spending on other goods, so less spending on food, healthy food, less spending on healthcare, etc. You can commute longer to be further away where housing's a little more affordable. And you can live in homes that lower individual unit quality or live in neighborhoods that have lower quality as well. So those are choices that you might make. Well, what are the consequences of these choices? Well, the consequence of these choices are that literature has found that kids who are faced with these choices end up doing worse in school. And one paper in particular that I wanted to highlight is this Newman-Holpika paper. And what was interesting about their work is that they actually found this inverted U-shape curve in terms of the fraction of money spent on housing costs and on cognitive achievement in school that happened to be still around this 30% threshold that we use for cost burden. I know there's been a lot of discussion about, is that 30% the wrong threshold because food costs have gone down over time and we've held on to that 30%. Their research suggests that maybe it still is a reasonable threshold for thinking about these long-term impacts on children. And in fact, if we look at who is cost burden, again from the Joint Center, you'll see that the largest segment of society that's cost burden are families that are married with children, and that's the 40% there. Other themes from the literature are that people, in fact, do reduce spending on other things. They reduce spending on healthcare. They have declines in mental health, increases in stress in particular, and they have reduced adherence to prescription drugs, again, because of the cost there, which it leads to all sorts of negative health outcomes. And we also observe that lower housing quality and lower neighborhood quality, and much has been highlighted with respect to Chetty's work and others about these long-term impacts on individual wages and other outcomes. And I'll return to this in a moment at the end as well, to think about how we want to interpret that work. And, just a couple of slides again, we do find evidence that people spend less if you're severely cost burdened. So this is just, in the data, whether it's saving for retirement, healthcare, transportation, or in food spending. But the other piece of this is that our systems might not work as well as they might if people weren't facing these cost burdens, right? So it's not just the individual impacts, which probably are sufficient to demand careful attention to the functioning of the housing market, right? But it's also the metropolitan system that isn't functioning as well as it could. And so some of the things that the literature cites is that these increasing affordability concerns, increased rent burdens, are more likely to lead to longer commutes and to increased congestion. They lead to people living further away from the interiors of where job access points are. And they also may not be able to move to metropolitan areas where there is increased opportunity for themselves and their families, right? And this literature, I would say, is not as precise with causal identification strategies as the literature that I cited previously on individual effects. And I've cited some published papers here, and there's some other working papers out there that have tried to make this point. Moretti and Shea is one of those. But some of the old literature in planning, Bob Severo pointed out that this kind of disconnect between jobs and housing leads to longer commutes. Okay, there's a spatial mismatch hypothesis. A lot of tests look at how commutes change or are forced to change for certain populations who might face housing discrimination. The last point is an interesting one, which again, the Moretti-Shea paper is talking about a little bit as well, but there's a set of papers that have actually linked metropolitan level inequality and income inequality to reduced economic growth within that metro area, and also more severe responses to recession. So there's something about having more inclusive communities with respect to the housing and the incomes that people are earning that might actually buffet recessionary shocks. So these are things that are there in the literature, and again, I would call them prospective. It seems like there's some evidence, there's associations, but much more work needs to be done to really identify so that people say, what, the evidence is quite strong here. So in conclusion, just in this opening talk, I think the literature can be summarized to say, yes, we know that these increasing rent burdens do affect families in an economic and statistical significant way. It does lead to overcrowding, leads to longer commutes, it leads to inferior health outcomes and inferior educational outcomes. At the metro level, I think there's suggestive evidence that it actually also might harm the functioning of a metropolitan area if you don't have a diversity in terms of housing outcomes, workforce housing for your key constituents like fire, public safety, teachers, etc. But the evidence there is still not as strong as it might be. If we're thinking about suggestions for affordability policy, which probably at the end of the conference we'll kind of return to. So I don't want to go through all of these. All of these here have been probably thought about and talked about before, right? We can talk about we need more affordable units in places with opportunity. And the low-income housing tax credit program is one such example, right? We can talk about state authorities or school districts providing workforce housing. We can talk about lots of things, okay? And unfortunately, even if we talk about these things, there's not been enough resources or investments for the need that's there, right? If we're talking about investments in affordable housing, there's still huge populations that don't have access to these affordable housing units that actually need them. So I don't know if we have enough resources from the public sector. Certainly we have to figure out how to catalyze private sector resources if we're going to think about closing the gap in some way here. We do know, as I mentioned before, that low-income housing tax credit and people who with vouchers do live in lower poverty areas. Okay, so there's some evidence that this puts you in the right direction, but there's just not enough of it to be the solution. In terms of metropolitan adjustments, again, there's a set of policies that have been discussed, right? Whether it's inclusive zoning, whether it's transportation subsidies to make sure people have access to jobs and those kinds of things. But again, I think that the final point, I'm going to just kind of end here. There's no silver bullet based on what we've looked at in the past. You know, I think for many people may have hoped it's home ownership. Home ownership is that silver bullet, because if you just move someone from renter to owner, all of a sudden the neighborhood becomes stable, right? People's kids do better in school, all those kinds of things. I think we realized that even though we had higher home ownership 10 years ago than we do today, that we still were facing these problems. And while they're continuing to accelerate, home ownership itself couldn't be the silver bullet. When we think about the work of Chetty, which and others who have worked on MTO and those kinds of things, right? They're moving people from a 40% concentrated poverty area to a 10% or less concentrated poverty area, right? Now, as economists, we're really good at research designs that identify marginal effects. But one might actually argue that that's not about a marginal effect of poverty concentration, right? You're moving from a whole different ecosystem, right? And if we're thinking about what it means for large-scale policy and what can catalyze private investments to bring affordable units across the income distribution, the evidence from MTO, while it tells us neighborhoods are important and 40% versus 10%, that's substantive, right? There needs to be better understanding of what is the right kind of mix. How should people invest these scarce public resources so that we can catalyze that mix in neighborhoods that are effective? I always appreciated George Galster's work in the neighborhood effects literature, because he said there has to be some sort of kind of inflection point in neighborhood poverty, right? I mean, it can't be that 1% change in neighborhood poverty is going to lead to this better outcome all across the distribution of concentrated poverty, right? I mean, moving from 8% to 9% can't have the same impact as moving from 40 to 41%, right? And so he really was trying to, but our research designs, it's a real challenging thing as we think about identification strategies and so forth, right? So that's hard. So in thinking about where we want to go in our metropolitan systems, we actually have to think about a set of policies in ways, because the literature tells us some things, it provides us guidance that says, yes, it matters, right? We need these kinds of communities where our systems function better. And what people want, again, is they want places where they can get, you know, not a 2-hour commute to a job, but access to a job, good schools, and they want safe communities. And what we know is that if we don't have systems in place where, if you do, for instance, concentrate poverty in schools, it might cost twice as much to educate a child as it would if you weren't in such a place because of the community resources that exist. And so in that context, we might want to think of different ways of having systems in place where there are affordable units across the distribution. Now, again, I started by saying there's probably nothing that I could have said in opening this talk that you haven't already thought about and are struggling with in your own research and probably have much more to comment on. But I hope at least I've opened the conversation so that we can kind of think about, again, what are the sets of issues, and to also demonstrate that literature has suggested that affordability matters for people, and it likely matters for metropolitan systems and the functioning of the economy. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
understand it's a major faux pas to talk from my seat here, but at my age, I need the monitor in front of me. Otherwise, I won't see anything. So forgive me for this. And with this apology, I would like to start and to talk about some new evidence on housing affordability across the U.S. This is a joint work in progress with Stuart Gabriel and Ronnie Golan from UCLA. And let me start by very briefly providing some background on how affordability is being measured. There are several housing affordability measures, and in this particular presentation today, I'm going to develop some of the outcomes on what is referred to the general affordability, which is basically the ratio of housing price to a household income. And specifically, I would like to focus on some shortcomings of the way it's being measured nowadays and propose some ideas about how it might or should be measured, and then show some outcomes that follow. So in terms of what I think are the inherent biases that are in the way it is being measured, consider a household living in Anaheim, California, for example, that consists of 2 adults and 3 kids, altogether 5 persons. And suppose that this household occupies today a 600 square feet housing unit whose value, according to the data, is about $177K. And this particular household also earns an annual net after-tax income of $40K. Well, according to the traditional way of estimating housing affordability, we would say that their price to income is 177 over 40K, which is about 4.4 years of net income required in order to purchase the housing unit. Nevertheless, note that this household, with its current consumption at 177K value of the housing unit, is only about half of the median consumption of the same demographic unit, that is 2 adults and 3 kids, in Anaheim, California. And if we match this household with the median housing consumption of household with the same demographic characteristics in the same location, that is Anaheim, California, which is, according to the data, about 900 square feet unit, whose average value is much higher at 345K, we see that housing affordability is actually much deteriorated, and in fact, what we refer to as this standardized price-to-income ratio would be 345 over 40K, which is 8.6, almost double years of net income. Let me very quickly give you another example. Consider a household in central city of San Francisco nowadays that consists of 2 adults, and this particular household occupies a 2,500 square feet apartment whose value, according to the data, is approximately $4 million, and earns a net income of $250,000. The price to net income, according to the data, or the way it's being now measured nowadays, would be $4 million over $250,000, which is about 16 years of net income. However, this particular household, its consumption at $4 million is much, much higher than the median consumption of the same demographic unit, in this case 2 persons, 2 adults, in central city, San Francisco. And if we match this household with the median housing consumption of households in the same area, with the same demographic characteristics, that is 2 persons, 2 adults, with 1,170 square feet unit, whose average value in central city of San Francisco is $1.4 million, we see that housing affordability for this particular household is actually much improved, and the standardized affordability would be 1.4 over $250,000, which is much less than 16 years, and in fact, it's more like 4.6 years of net income. So the inherent problem in the way, or the bias in the way housing affordability is estimated, arises from 2 main reasons. One, households with more income often choose larger housing consumption bundles so as to make their probability appear worse, whereas the opposite obviously is true for lower income households. And households may choose to consume more or less housing services versus the consumption of other alternative goods based solely on distinct individual preferences. And what we try to do in this work, and I'm going to show you some results very shortly, is to solve this bias by using information on household demographic and locational characteristics. We match each household in our data set to the median housing consumption bundle of all households who, one, live in the same geographic location, either central or peripheral zones of the MSA, and moreover possess the same demographic characteristics, in particular the same number of adults and the same number of kids in the household. And this, what we refer to as the standardized housing consumption bundle, would be robust to variation in housing consumption due to the income preferences or income differences or disparate individual preferences, as I noted previously. We then compute housing affordability for each household based on its location and demographically consumption bundle. That is the standardized bundle. And let me just say that our sample is based on the American Housing Survey over the period 2011 to 2013. For those of you who are less familiar with this data set, let me just say that it's the most comprehensive national housing survey in the US. It's sponsored by HUD, providing information on selected housing and demographic characteristics. We use the information, as I said before, to compute actual housing affordability. That we will refer to this as the traditional measure, and the standardized housing affordability, where we, as I said, we match each household to the median housing consumption bundle based on its location and demographic characteristics. Each MSA appears in the most recent year for which the survey provided sufficient number of observations for statistical analysis. And I'm going to show you, there's many, many results, but I'm going to show you some of them, particularly for 10 major MSAs and 10 tertiary MSAs around the US. So let's start with the starting point, where these are average numbers. So here you see the traditional versus the standardized measure, the way we computed it or proposed to compute it. On the y-axis, you see the price to income ratio. So this is the either actual price or the standardized price according to the standardized bundle, and a set of major MSAs on the x-axis. And what you can see here is that on average, there's not much difference between the two measures. They're more or less equal to one another in terms of averages. Here are the outcomes for tertiary MSAs, and once again, numbers are very similar between the two measures. Nevertheless, the question is whether we can say something new, or do we have any insights on housing affordability inequality. And try to follow me and go with me with the following example. What we first do is we stratify the sample of all households in each MSA by those consuming below and above median of the demographically defined reference group. What do I mean here? Well, in green, you will see households with actual consumption above the median consumption of their reference group. That is reference group in terms of the same location and same demography. And in red, you would see households with actual consumption below the median consumption of their reference group. And here are the outcomes. For example, let's pick Los Angeles. And you see, what you see here in green is the traditional way housing affordability is being measured, the price to income ratio, the actual price. And in red, in green, you see the above group, those who consume above the median level of their reference group. And those in red are those who consume below average of their median group, below the average of their reference group, or below the median. And these two numbers here come from the traditional way it's being measured. Now, according to the standardized housing affordability measure that we developed, you see that in fact, those who consume above the median level, their situation is much, much improved. In fact, the green bar coming down quite dramatically. Nevertheless, those who consume below the median of their reference group, their situation is much, much worse. And in fact, not only that the numbers change, but the inequality reverses in terms of direction. So you see that as expected, those who consume less, their situation is much worse than those who consume more. Same pattern repeats itself everywhere across all major MSAs and basically all major tertiary MSAs, all tertiary MSAs. So this is one outcome. How about whites versus black-headed households around the US? What you see here, once again, is the traditional way housing affordability is being measured. Apparently, numbers are equal to one another, or almost equal to one another, according to the traditional way it's being estimated. Nevertheless, for example, in Miami here, we see that numbers are much less equal, or the inequality is more dramatic and reverses directions when we standardize the estimation in the way we propose. And in fact, this pattern once again would repeat itself across all major MSAs and all tertiary MSAs. So the inequality is much more dramatic than what it seems from the traditional measure. How about owners versus renters? Same story. The green bar coming down decreases, the red bar increases, the owners are in green, renters are in red, and this same story again and again in all major MSAs of the US and all tertiary MSAs of the US. And finally, college and non-college headed households, basically the same story. The green bar that's coming down, I mean, shifting from traditional measure to the standardized measure, you see the green bar decreases. These are the college-headed households. The red bar increases. These are the non-college-headed households. And inequality, in fact, is much more dramatic. Same pattern almost across all major MSAs and all tertiary MSAs. Coming from Tel Aviv yesterday, let me just show you in one slide that the story in the US is basically the same story in Israel. If we take the less privileged groups compared to the more privileged groups, you see rather than blacks and whites, we talk about Jews and Arabs among the Israeli community, owners versus renters, and college versus non-college households. The more privileged are in green, the less privileged are in red. These are the traditional measures. If we look at the standardized measures, we see that inequality is much more severe than what numbers show otherwise, at least under our proposed standardized measure. And I would suspect that if we check other cities across Western economies, we would find similar outcomes. Let me just say a final word about the GINI index that measures inequality. We also adapted the GINI index approach to compute affordability inequality based on traditional and standardized price to net income measures. Let me just remind you that the GINI index ranges from 0 to 1. A greater GINI value associates with greater inequality. In gray, you see income inequality in select major MSAs in the US. In red, you see housing affordability inequality. According to the traditional measure, it seems that housing affordability inequality is not as bad as we see if we compare it to income inequality. However, if we look at the standardized measure and do the same exercise, we see that, in fact, housing affordability inequality is much more equal or looks more like the housing affordability inequality looks more like the income inequality. And this would hold for tertiary MSAs as well. Let me just finalize, say a final word and summarize my major point. What we do here, we compute a new measure of housing affordability that controls for the bias in the existing measure that pertain to the positive association between household income and housing consumption and the distinct individual preferences for housing consumption. And the new standardized measure matches each household to the median housing consumption bundle of all households who won live in the same geographic location, and 2, possess the same demographic characteristics. Among a large cross-section of major and tertiary MSAs, the new standardized measure reveals substantially lower levels of housing affordability than those computed by simple methods, and markedly higher inequality in housing affordability. The results for US MSAs also show substantial inequality in housing affordability among variations in the populations, such as blacks and whites, owners and renters, and college and non-college headed households. And finally, the analysis of the data from Israel similarly reveals more pronounced challenges for affordability according to the standardized measure. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everyone. It's good to be here. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak. Before I start with the things I've prepared, I want to say a couple things. First, this is different from the other papers, and that Stuart is not a co-author. The second is I'm really pleased to see the AHS get used. We spent a lot of time in PD&R trying to make sure that that data set is available, so thank you guys for doing that. That's great. And then the third thing I wanted to say from the outset is that, like Gary's remarks, a lot of what I'm going to say is going to be very familiar to you, so it's not going to be new. But I do feel there is an importance to lay out the basic foundation for the rest of the conference's discussions, and so that's what we're going to try to do here. Gary started with why should we be talking about this at all? Why does it matter? Danny then talked about how the way we've been measuring it masks the extent of the problem and who it hits. And what I want to talk about is, like, why is this happening at all? And what is different about housing markets that is causing prices not to clear? So I'm an economist. I think most of you are economists too. You know that Econ 101 says supply and demand should respond to the price, and ultimately we should get a price clearing a level, a market clearing level, and that should then mean that everyone is paying a price that they can handle. And we don't see that, right? And that's kind of why we're here. And so I want to talk about some of the frictions that exist in markets that cause us not to see that. And in particular, there are some frictions that exist, and the first one is just, it takes a lot of time to build housing, that suggests that we shouldn't expect to be in equilibrium all the time. But short-run disequilibrium is not what we are experiencing now, and I think Gary showed pretty clearly that the situation is getting more acute. Affordability is becoming a bigger problem, which suggests that there are additional frictions that are preventing these markets from functioning. All right, so I'm going to say just very briefly a little bit about the nature of the problem, and then there are 4 areas that I want to talk about frictions. I'm actually going to add a 5th, and when I get there, I'll just add it. And then I want to just say a word about supply. There's been a lot of debate in housing circles about if you're going to respond, what should this response look like? I want to speak to that. As I go through these items, I do want to ask that you think about, given the nature of the friction, sort of what is the solution that would speak to that, and where does that solution actually play out? Because a lot of the discussion, I think, has been, complaining about the problem. Oftentimes complaining about the problem to people who actually can't do anything about the problem. And I think as we go forward, we need to make sure that we're bringing in the people who actually can do things about the problem, and really assess whether they will do what we want them to do. And I would put forward that I think in many instances, they're not going to be willing to do it. And I'll say a little bit about that. All right, so affordability is a national problem. Gary put up a lot of stuff. This is work that I did with Richard Green and a number of others. I think Heather Schwartz as well. where we did a basic thought experiment and said, if you take all the rents in a market, you rank them from lowest to highest, take all the incomes, you rank from lowest to highest, and you just match them up, right? What would that suggest about affordability? It gets to something similar to how Danny was thinking about it. And what you see here is, this is in 2011, at the 40th percentile, just about everyone's spending more than 30% of their income on housing, right? If you go to the 60th percentile, it's a little better. The burden is significant for maybe a third. But if you looked at this in 1990 and you compare it to today, the affordability has gotten much more difficult, right? And we see this in the 20, the 40 to the 60. The upper income is not as significant in terms of concerns. And so this speaks to Gary's point that this is a broadening problem. This is a problem that is touching far more people and suggests that the market is not functioning. One issue that is important is that supply is not responding, and it has not responded for some time. This is a report that Freddie Mac did, which shows that compared to sort of a long-run steady state of supply, we have not been doing a very good job at getting to that level over the last 20, 25 years. And when you have shortfalls, these are cumulative, right? So if you fall behind 1 year, you actually have to do extra to catch up. So when we're just getting to that point, that is not progress in a real sense. All right. All right, this is a picture similar for California. California is a high-cost place. And what you see is this was done by the State Housing Department as part of their 10-year plan. And they show that given population change, you would expect that we would need 180,000 units a year. We are not doing that. We're not close. So these cumulative issues, when you have supply shortages, we know the price is going to go up. And that's exactly what we have seen. All right, so why does this persist? I mentioned this already. We know that a supply response in housing won't be instantaneous because it just takes time to build. You have to buy materials, you have to get your approvals, you have to buy the land, you have to put sticks in the ground. These things take time. And so we might expect there to be disequilibrium, but if the market was really working the way, in a smooth way, we would expect there to be some cyclicality, such that when the supply response came, it would come sort of in a tidal wave, it would maybe overshoot, and then you go up and down in that regard. That used to happen with more regularity. It does not seem to be happening today. All right, so the second friction, and a reason why we start to see persistence, is that the way that supply responds is controlled and constrained by people who are not actually the supply responders. So as all of you know, anytime a building is built, it's a parcel level decision by local folks, right? They get to decide how big the building is, what type of configuration it has, all those sorts of things. In California, we call it the approvals process. You'll hear people call it entitlements. These are all the constraints that define how much building actually gets done in a particular place. And what we would see, and what we have seen, and this is true in California and in other places, is that what the constraints would allow is often less than what the builder wants to build. All right, so the builder may see a deficit and try to build to a certain level. They are often not able to do that. Sometimes that constraint is established in the zoning code or by building codes. In other instances, there are constraints that are put above and beyond the zoning and building code. So in California, in Los Angeles, if you want to build, you propose something that goes to the zoning standard. The neighbors then challenge And the process happens such that what actually gets built is often a fraction of what is allowable on the books. So we have constraints, and then we have the constraints on the constraints. Particularly I can speak to California, the neighbors have gotten far more sophisticated and far more effective in slowing down development and reducing its scale and scope. Now, I don't want to be totally negative. I want to be kind of upbeat. And so I would just note that in California, in the last 2 elections, there have been proposals to stop development altogether. The 2 referenda that I referred to here, both of those were voted down. So there does seem to be some developing appetite that we do need some supply, and that needs to happen. Now, it still remains to be seen when an actual building is proposed, what happens. So we have the macro and then the micro, and the challenge will be to get the macro to match the micro, and that'll be something that we all have to deal with. So that's a second constraint. A third issue is that we actually have a collective action problem when it comes to housing production, and particularly affordable housing production. And this became clear to me, more clear to me through some training that we do at USC to local officials. So we call it the Local Leaders Program. We bring local officials in to ask them, to train them, because if you're in the city council or in other positions, usually you come in for 1 or 2 issues, and then you get asked to judge on a whole bunch of other ones. And so I started doing a 3-hour housing course. In the discussions that we have, it became clear that none of them wanted to build affordable housing. They all said, well, why can't somebody else do it? It's a classic prisoner's dilemma problem. So we all know the prisoner's dilemma issue, where you have the 2 prisoners, you put them in separate rooms, and if they have to decide whether they're going to remain silent or implicate the other. The dominant strategy is implicate. So we wind up with a worse outcome than we would if they had cooperated. Right? So I think about affordable housing development as the same thing. We just change implicate or cooperate to build and block. Right? And what we wind up seeing is everyone blocks and nothing gets built. And so when we think about the decision and how we're going to affect the supply, we really do need to think about how we're going to overcome this collective action problem, because this is a jurisdiction by jurisdiction issue, and it's a challenge that I think we have not really tried to speak to in terms of how our policies are structured. All right, then I want to talk about 2 demand-side frictions as well. The first is that renter incomes have stagnated. When we talk about affordability, I always try to tell people it's a function of 2 numbers, the rent and the income. And so if rents are moving and incomes are moving, you may not have a problem. But if rents are moving and incomes are not moving, you will definitely have a problem. And we know that renter incomes are not moving nearly as much. And in this, I focus on renter incomes, in part because of what Danny presented, which really suggests that to look at families and households that have discretion in terms of how much housing they consume kind of can be misleading. And so think more about folks who have less discretion in their choices. Those will typically be renters, not exclusively. But the way I think about this, housing is not discretionary. It's something that everyone needs to have. And so at some point, you need to think about, if you don't have choice, if you don't have a market clearing, but you have to have housing, that's where the burdens are. So we know that renter incomes have stagnated. We also know that rents have gone up dramatically. So we have a big challenge. All right, so before I talk about supply, I did want to say one other thing, which is there is a friction in terms of households consistently having free access to neighborhoods and free choice about the types of homes that they want to live in. And I do think it's important, as we have these conversations, to always be mindful that there are disparities in information, there's discrimination in the marketplace, there's less often less access to credit because of how markets function. And that's got to be part of the issue as well, because if people do not have an opportunity to live in the places where they want to, then we may still not get to the solutions and have markets function the way Gary talked about, and getting people to fully realize their outcomes. And the last thing I wanted to say was just, if we're going to add supply, which I think we need to do, like what should that look like? The debate has really been, like, particularly where I live, all the new supply is high-end. It's luxury, this, that, apartments, condos, all that stuff. And the affordable housing advocates are unhappy, as you might expect. But from a basic economics perspective, the type of unit shouldn't matter. Right? We just need numbers of units, and then the prices will respond. And we've actually seen that in San Francisco. There's been a lot of high-rise stuff that's been built in the downtown area, and prices are starting to come down. The challenge is that because we have a shortfall, we actually have a short-run burden that's being borne that we need to think about. Because to add in units is going to take a lot of time, and the question is, should we be okay with seeing the burdens reduced first at the highest end of the spectrum until we filter down? I think this is a conversation that we should be having. Personally, I think this is kind of a both-and situation. And so as we think about what solutions should look like, I do think it's a good idea to be mindful of who's bearing the most costs, and to what extent the solution can alleviate some of that as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you to our speakers. Before we turn to you for your questions, I have a few questions which were raised by some of the similarities across the three presentations. And the first is that I am struck in the data that we've just seen, particularly from Gary, of the change over time. And as Raphael said, affordability is rent, or house price over income. Change over time could be due to the increasing burden, can be due to changes in the numerator, denominator, or both. And it's probably both. But I would love for all of you to weigh in on which is it more, or what is the operation that's affecting both and just happening to come up with this severe outcome? Or is it not that different than outcomes in other consumption, if I may, like healthcare, where income distribution is getting less equal, and therefore basic necessities, cost of those relative to income, burdens are increasing. Now, we know that housing is different, and there's supply issues, and I'll come back to that. But how much of it may be increasing in income inequality? Gary, you want to start?
Sure. Thanks, Susan. I actually didn't get to I wanted to return to this point about rent versus income and where. In rural areas, it's much more a story of incomes falling, and rents are really not going up nearly as radically, if at all. And so that actually opens up a set of different kinds of questions. And there you might say, well, what we need to do is human capital investments, it's bringing jobs, it's these kinds of things that are actually going to change the trajectories in these communities. So that's, I think, really important. I think in metro areas, the evidence is pretty suggestive and strong, probably beyond suggestive, that it is the fact that rents are going up faster than incomes for many of the reasons that Raphael outlined. And in those situations, household adjustments are different, right? So in terms of adjustments in consumption, adjustments in location, and all those kinds of things. So those mechanisms and what the right policy mix would be in a rural area might be a little simpler in the sense of focusing on income support or human capital investments, job, economic development, et cetera. Whereas in a metropolitan area, what we have is a system of neighborhoods. In that system of neighborhoods, if you don't have enough resources, you end up being almost forced by default to have an amenity bundle that does lead to inferior life outcomes. And it's not, as I mentioned, there's not a silver bullet. You can't just spend more on education. That's going to solve the problem. You can't just spend more on transportation. That's going to solve the problem. You don't just make everyone homeowners. That's going to solve the problem. It is the recognition that we have a system of neighborhood systems of amenities and choices. And if we really believe that America is a land of opportunity, and we're sitting at AEI, and I agree wholeheartedly with the comments that Arthur Brooks mentioned at the beginning, then we have to think about what that system might look like so that we can make sure that all have opportunity in those spaces.
Raphael? Danny, you want to add? Raphael?
He said everything I was going to say. I mean, I do think that, I'll say this. I think that as we think about solutions in the marketplace and the various markets across the country, it's important for us to focus on which of those it is, so that we don't spend resources in a way that is at cross purposes with what the actual underlying issue is. I think even in major metros through the parts of the Midwest, those are income issue places much more than supply. So I think that thinking about that kind of diagnosis is really important.
Danny, supply, income?
Let me just say, going back to your question about income inequality and housing affordability inequality, or what turns the inequality, is it only income? I think if I turn back to the last slide from my presentation where we compare income inequality, GINI, by the GINI index, and housing affordability inequality, we see that the numbers are not very different. That is to say that housing does not solve the income inequality. And in fact, it maintains more or less the same level. So that's my answer.
So it doesn't solve. We've also seen that it's gotten worse over time. Why has it gotten worse over time? Who would like to address that?
I'd say a couple of things. So one, I think that in high-cost places, it's gotten harder to build. Ron Terwilliger is here. He was saying yesterday that the cost to build per unit has increased, 3, 4, 5-fold over the last 25 years in many metropolitan areas. In part, that's some regulatory stuff that's been put in, code changes, neighborhood conflicts and challenges. It's just gotten harder. A second thing, I think, is technology has changed. And so many types of jobs that used to pay more pay less now, right? So all the manufacturing jobs that didn't require a lot of human capital but gave you a good salary, they are disappearing. And so the number of people who are facing real questions about can they afford what the prevailing market level rent is, I think is growing. And then I think that I think building technology actually has not moved enough. And so thinking about how to build more creatively and using technology to reduce those costs, I think we should have been doing better on that.
Danny?
Just one word about this. Unfortunately, we don't, from the American Housing Survey data, we don't have, I cannot, provide a thorough answer for your question. Nevertheless, we did a lot of work on the Israeli economy, and various policy measures that are being taken by the government obviously can deal somewhat with this situation, with the affordability problem. However, what we see very clearly that in the long run, what associates very much with affordability is, in fact, not surprisingly, education. We see in the numbers in Israel over the years, over an extended period, that education, better education, higher education, is very much positively correlated with housing affordability.
I just want to comment that rather than reflect back on why we got here, which I think Raphael did a good job of explaining, I think it's helpful just to be reminded again that the system of amenities, the things that are about a place are essential thinking about going forward, right? Where do we want to be in 20 years? You know, just focusing on education and human capital investment alone while ignoring housing and where people live in neighborhoods is not going to get us where we want to go, because it's a lot more expensive to educate in places where there is, you know, concentrations of poverty and a lack of other amenities. I mean, and so when we think about what an optimal, you know, set of neighborhoods looks like for all the families that exist, then we need to think about that issue rather than just say, okay, well, let's just build some more. You know, the housing people over here thinking about building some more, and the education people over here say, no child left behind, every child succeeds, you know, or whatever the case might be, that we actually have to understand that people are looking for jobs and education and safe places wherever they might be, because they want to, you know, live the American dream.
But this is why, I think the collective action problem is a big problem, right? Because there are communities that have those things, and they just don't have to accept anybody else. And so we need to find ways. I'm going to actually talk about something I didn't think I was going to talk about here, but HUD has two charges with the Fair Housing Act. One is to eliminate discrimination, and then the other is to affirmatively further fair housing. And the whole idea, if you haven't heard this, you know, you should go find out, you know, affirmatively furthering. But the whole idea is that we've got to find ways to make every neighborhood, have everyone have access to opportunity. And we have to make sure that all of our public resources are being used to do that. And part of it is, how do we transform places that don't have these amenities to then have them, to make them places that are at least as attractive as some of the others. Because overcoming the collective action, getting affluent places to accept large numbers of units, that's going to be hard, right? And so we have to figure out which of our strategies is going to be an easier lift, and I think that that's going to be one to consider.
I think one of the reasons why we need to be looking for responses, such as we just heard from Raphael, is that there appears to be a shift in the underlying mechanisms, geographic mechanisms. Rebecca Diamond is here, I believe, and she's pointed to this in her work. And I saw it dramatically, I think, in your data, your very interesting data, Danny, where actually the affordability, either standard or in your excellent new measures in the tertiary markets, was actually quite reasonable. And it's still quite reasonable, at least price to income ratios. So historically in the US, mobility is high and people move to where the opportunity is, where the jobs are, and jobs move to where land and housing is less expensive. Is there something that's shifted? Is something that's changed? So there isn't this movement to some of these markets and growth in some of these perhaps tertiary markets where housing is still affordable? What do you think?
So this opens up a whole nother panel, to be quite honest, about why we are seeing this reduction in mobility. And while I've done a little bit of work in focusing on how our immigrant populations are much less mobile than they used to be, and others have worked on kind of labor market shifts and those kinds of things, I think what it comes down to is where our highest opportunity places are, where the agglomeration economies are most at work at rewarding entrepreneurship and so forth. Those are places that for most folks you just can't get to. So your question of why isn't entrepreneurship activity shifting to these cheaper places, why aren't people moving en masse to these places, is one that the literature simply doesn't have a strong answer for yet.
But you have suggested there is at least a answer, which is agglomeration economies. And we also hear regulation increasing costs. So are regulation increasing in areas where there are agglomeration economies, or is it agglomeration economies in and of itself that's driving the jobs increasingly to larger areas as opposed to areas where housing might be more affordable? Other views?
Your chart brought this up, right? So,
It's your fault, Danny. Go for it.
I just asked the question.
so I actually, I would say a couple things. I think the agglomeration economies, once they're stuck somewhere, they're super powerful and they're very attractive in those places. And so we see human capital flock there. You do start to see it spread out though, right? So there's now a beachhead in Southern California on tech. And it's small relative to the broader industry, but it's there. There's a beachhead in Atlanta on tech. There's one in Austin. So we're starting to see some of that migration.
It's Houston, Dallas tech of all things.
Right, but those migrations aren't going tertiary yet, right? They're going to other big places that already have some kind of broader amenity base. And there needs to be a lot of research on sort of what that menu of amenities is. But I do think that that's important. And then I do think that there is, a baseline land use challenge in terms of how we build. So through the 50s and 60s, we were single-family homes on their own lot, not attached to any other buildings. And if you go down the peninsula in the Bay Area, much of the housing is like that. And so they just filled it in. And now we can't do that anymore, right? So when you run out of land, now you're in the tear down and redevelop and all that. And that then gets you tied up into the entitlements, the approvals process, which is litigation and lawsuits and payoffs and all that kind of stuff. And it just kind of, it cycles itself around. And so if we're not having a conversation about can we, and are we willing to accommodate different kind of land use patterns, different kind of building structures in residential neighborhoods, you're gonna get stuck at some point as these agglomeration economies continue. Because one thing, when I talk to my local leaders, the first thing we say is that people are coming to your places because your places are succeeding, right? It's the economic success that is drawing people in, and we don't want to stop that, right? So we have to find ways to accommodate it, and that means we've got to make changes.
So one of the data points that we've heard here today, and is quite important, is there is new supply coming on, and the new supply is on the high end. In fact, so much new supply on the high end that in some markets, rents and housing prices on the high end have flattened and declined, and I understand even Washington and New York. So why isn't the filtering model going to work? Why isn't it more production on the high end eventually going to increase the supply? Is that not possible today, whereas it used to be possible? What's changed?
Well,
because we used to have filtering. I mean, we all talked about it, but the conversation around filtering, we're not hearing that. Is that because there's been a fundamental change? We're not going to have filtering going forward.
I just think just to emphasize Raphael's data, the deficit in supply in these markets is enormous, and we're not even close to fulfilling it. And therefore, if the new supply is at the high end and you start to close the deficit there, there's still nothing left to filter because we've only closed the deficit there. So it's not that the process isn't going to happen over time. It's just that we haven't even come close to filling the deficits that tended to be filled when you had the cyclicality that Raphael mentioned before. And so I don't think we don't want to stop now just because the high end has. Just
too long. It's just can't rely on it now.
No, it's different. It's that, so filtering works perfectly if the number of new units coming in matches the number of new households that are being introduced in the marketplace.
Not enough even on the
right. To the extent that you have 100 new households but only 50 units produced, the filtering happens and you only have 50 at the bottom, right? So then there are 50 households who are now going to go into super auction to try to get into one of these units, and so the prices are going to be pushed, and that's what we're I think that's what we're observing in many of the places where you have supply constraint. So I think Gary's right. The filtering is happening, but because of the supply dynamic, it's not being felt in as fully a powerful way at the bottom end of the distribution.
So we will turn to your questions, so please think of which ones you want to ask to this panel. I couldn't end my questions, of course, you knowing me, without asking a question about home ownership. So to what degree do you think that the rent burdens are now spilling over to make home ownership actually more difficult because it is, in fact, with rents increasing and rent burden increasing, more difficult to save for home ownership?
Well, I actually, what stuns me, going back to your previous question, is there are some Israelis in the audience here coming, that arrived here for the conference, that the same problems we're talking about here in the U.S., exact same issues are in the center of the discussion in the housing market in Israel. And in terms of the supply that we've spoken about a second ago, the deficit in supply is it's a key factor in the market. Very same issue is in the central of the discussion on the topic in Israel. If I can bring in the Israeli scope to the discussion here.
Thank you. Now we turn to you. Questions? Yes, Steve. Oh, okay. Ed, well, see first, and then perhaps Ed. Go ahead.
Steve Oliner, this is a question that goes to Raphael's point about the collective action problem. I mean, I think that's absolutely true. How do you get from the blocking coalition to the Let's Build coalition? So one quick comment and then a question. The comment is that AEI is actually engaged in a project to see on the ground to demonstrate how this can be done in Southwest Florida that my colleague Ed Pinto will talk about in detail tomorrow in the case study session. But one of the things that we discovered is that it's actually very important, if you try to go from the blocking coalition to the build coalition, to engage the local business community, and in particular large employers who have a vested self-interest in making sure that they have a stable workforce. So this kind of goes to one of Gary's points about the macro problems of housing affordability. And we're finding that that is very important in getting to yes. My question is, are there examples elsewhere in the country from projects or other localities that have been done where the private sector, particularly significant employers, have been engaged in the process of getting to yes?
Yes, and there's a long history. So in Southern California, the inclusionary zoning proposals, the first ones, were advocated by the business community, and ones in Orange County, where the business community was increasingly concerned that they couldn't attract a workforce. And so, all the subsequent debate that we've had on inclusionary is business for the private sector's fault. But yeah, so there is. More recently, it's been more muted. So we just did a survey of employers to ask them, what they thought about the affordability challenge and how it's affecting them. And everyone said it was a big problem, but all of them felt that it was too big for them alone to do. And so there needs to be an effort, I concur, about trying to convince businesses that it's not just you alone, but that it's the broader regional employment base that needs to come together. And that message has not really come out very much.
Stuart, do you want to comment on this? And please introduce yourself if I don't know your name and you wish to comment. I think you wanted to comment on this. Yes, I'm sure. Please tell us who you are. Just go ahead, Stuart, and then.
I sort of want to, so I'm Stuart Gabriel, and I wanted to ask the panel as well, and I know that Gary and I considered this a little bit, and that Raphael mentioned it in terms of the referenda in Los Angeles. But I wanted to ask about the the adverse externalities that are community-based that are associated with increased supply of affordable housing and how some of those externalities might be mitigated. So, Raphael, I'm referring to the rhetoric that was associated with the no-build referendum in Los Angeles. And so the question is, when you advocate for affordable housing, do you also need to advocate for externality mitigation that pertains to densification or to other such things as a way of preserving land rents, as there is a deep fear of deterioration in land rents and a deep fear of deterioration in quality of life that is associated with higher levels of densification?
So, yes, you do. I'm glad you called it rhetoric, though, because I think there are many people in this room that have done research which shows that many of those fears don't actually play out in the marketplace. I think there's conversation that needs to be had about that fact, but I also think that, and yeah, this is one thing I talk to affordable housing developers all the time. When projects get challenged, everyone says, it's going to destroy the neighborhood, it's going to create all these difficulties, and then the building gets built, and if it's well managed, those difficulties don't happen, right? So problem properties are problems because the management doesn't enforce the rules and do all those sorts of things. And the most successful affordable housing developers I know, they evict people all the time, because if the rules are not followed, then the building's day-to-day flow is going to deteriorate. And so the thing with affordable housing developers, I always say, do you go back to the neighborhood and get those neighbors that complained and bring them back and ask them, well, how is it now? And they never do that. But I think that kind of thing would actually be helpful in changing the narrative, because all the fears, they come out of things that really happened, right? So they're not irrational, but the way we produce the housing now is different, and it produces different outcomes.
Just wanted to say one thing is that, again, about the system. So the ed finance system is part of this discussion because it varies greatly across the country. And so when one thinks about bringing folks who need affordable housing into communities, they actually might demand some more resources in the classrooms as well. So people view that as taking away from my child because someone else is there, and then given the current property tax structure and so forth, then I'm losing something. So it's not just I'm worried about my property values going down, which I think, as Raphael said, the vast literature suggests that especially new affordable housing doesn't really lower property values at all. But it is important to think about what those systems mean. And so that means that sometimes there has to be mitigation from higher levels of government. So for instance, the school finance system, there should be appropriate kinds of mitigation where resources follow kids and kids with certain needs, as opposed to a very small jurisdiction having to change its base.
So just to add one more word to this, and then certainly I'm going to pass the mic, but in Los Angeles, we not only have egregious lack of affordable housing, we also have very severe traffic congestion. And certainly we're building affordable housing along major transportation arteries. So the fear in Hollywood that Raphael was referring to was in part a fear that densification was going to lead to more congestion. And so clearly there could potentially be a link here with respect to transportation infrastructure, mitigation of congestion issues that relate to affordable housing.
Yes. Go ahead, please introduce yourself.
I'm Bruce Marks. I am the CEO of NACA. One of the things that, very interesting panel. What I'd like to hear you talk about on the panel about the role of government and in terms of the actual development and the supply of housing. And what are the studies that have shown over the past when you had much more government support of the building of housing and how that has an impact now and going forward? And what's it being done in Israel would be interesting in terms of hearing about that.
Well, I'll just say a couple of things. The role of government, I think it's the role of governments, right? There's a federal role, In the federal role, we spend most of our money on the mortgage interest deduction. There's the state role, and then there's the local, right? And because of those multiplicity of roles, this collective action problem that Raphael mentioned becomes apparent in various ways, right? There are some local governments that are taking a very active role in providing affordable housing, whether it's New York City. LA actually, in addition to stopping these measures that would stop growth, actually has voted twice, again with a 2/3 majority, to produce affordable housing to end homelessness and also services for those who are housing insecure. So there are cities that are doing things at the local level, despite the fact that you might attract people who need those resources from other places, which is always a fear, and where the rhetoric's there. But there have been successes, but there's also been probably more examples of where governments, especially local governments, have blocked.
I'm sure we're going to talk for the next day and a half a lot about the role of the government in this issue. I can talk about the Israeli experience in 2 words. I think I talk for myself. I'm not a representative of the Israeli government, and we have the head of the research department of Bank of Israel here, and I'm sure he can provide their view of the situation. But overall, housing affordability is a major, major, major topic nowadays back in Israel. And I can say, there are ad hoc measures that are being taken by the government in the past 2-3 years. I guess the major problem, as I see it, is the fact that there is no long-term, formal, very clear policy with respect to this issue. It seems that most of the measures that are being taken are ad hoc. If they don't work, if they don't pass, then they come in with a different policy, but there's no long-term clear policy. And obviously, this is not something that is being resolved within a year or 2. I mean, it's a long-term policy that needs to be thought about.
Yes, go ahead. Please introduce yourself. A mic is coming your way.
Thank you. Dan Gorin from the Federal Reserve Board. This gets to where Raphael was when he was talking about sort of the prisoner dilemma game theory piece. Before we even go deeper, can't we just simply look at the fiscal impacts? If I'm a local government official, and I know at the low end, the property taxes and the local taxes I'm going to get from a low-end housing unit is $500 to $1,000, but the cost of me providing education to a kid is $3,000 or $4,000. Unless I have excess capacity in my school system, I would never want to build low-end housing without being forced to by, say, the business community that needs workers or the like. So one of my concerns always seems to be we worry about, okay, let's fix housing at the low end, but unless I have mixed-use development, so I have other revenue streams, or I have high-end housing as well as low-end housing so that I can build that $1 million unit that brings me $10,000 of revenue, and even if there's 2 kids in there, I'm going to be revenue enhancing for my budget. And so some of this issue, why it's gotten worse, is because education costs have actually risen above the cost of the rate of inflation as well. So this is making it tougher for local government officials all along. So can you speak to that and
yeah,
the idea of getting beyond just looking at low-end housing only?
Yeah, so there are two things. So I'm glad this last slide is on there because it does speak to the idea that what the mix of housing is actually important. But the one piece that you missed in the discussion, which I think was on point, is that those same decision makers are constraining the amount of cash flow associated with every property, right? So if they built a building that had 40 units rather than 10, then the math proposition changes. But they're unwilling to do those things for other reasons, right? So there does need to be a local fiscal consideration. I agree with that. But the question is, what should the baseline of development be? And if we constrain the amount of value that a parcel can produce, now you're creating the fiscal challenge, right? And so this is where the supply response being constrained plays into this, because those constraints then introduce other challenges that then make the argument on why you shouldn't do it at all far more straightforward.
But if I build 40 units instead of 10, but there's a school-age kid in every one of them, that doesn't help.
But the building's value is a lot more, right? So because you're not, it'd be 40 units on one parcel, right? So when I talk about this, I try to think about this at the parcel level. So it's, you put 40 units and 40 units worth of cash flow on a parcel. If someone's going to buy that, that's going to be worth a whole lot more than if there are 10 units of cash flow on that parcel, right? And so that's how the math changes. I try to think of this as how much cash flow per parcel do you get, and then that creates the generation of how much revenue a city is going to have to deliver all those services. Well, yes, and I think that many communities do know those things.
Could I
Ed,
make
go
a comment? Yeah, so I have a number of problems with the usual discussion of housing affordability. One of them relates to the use of the phrase rent burden. The use of this phrase suggests that spending a high fraction of your income on housing is a bad event that happens to you. I think that is demonstrably counterfactual. I think that people spend a high fraction of their income on housing for exactly the reasons Gary mentioned, that they value a better unit, they value a more desirable neighborhood, they value a better location. So I think people are willing to give up the other things in order to do this. So I think it's important to realize that this is really a matter of choice, and I don't think we should be focusing on the fraction of income people spend on housing. I think we should be focusing on one of the things Raphael said, and that really relates to how much higher housing prices are for a unit with given characteristics in a given location, how much higher those prices are as a result of these local regulations, and whether that increase in price, whether those local regulations produce benefits that justify that.
So I'll just respond. There's a reason why, despite its, perhaps what you embedded in the term rent burden, why I think it still can be an appropriate thing. People do have choices, but the choice set that I have is different than the choice set that someone who doesn't have much income has. And I think that's important because whether we're thinking about a TBO model where people sort into communities where we know the implications from the TBO model that says you're gonna get into communities where the amenities are what you want and the fiscal kind of expenditures, all those kinds of things. But there are communities where, at the end of the day, if you don't have some redistribution, then you have high need, low tax base, right? The same thing is true in terms of the rents that people are facing. There's going to be a set of folks who actually don't have choice. They don't have the same options, so they can't even make the choice between the housing, the food, the health care, and if they're all at basic necessities, then unless we want to switch to a different kind of system of income supports and those kinds of things, then it may be appropriate to use the term rent burden to identify a piece of the system that might deserve attention. And so that's why I'm comfortable still using that term, because it's part of a system where people who are facing various challenges, where I guess there could be public action or collective action, not necessarily government, but collective action of one type or another.
So I actually have some data that is relevant to this. It's data from the American Community Survey. It's focusing on the poorest 20% of households on various definitions of poorness per capita total. It looks at households that spend more than 30% of their income on housing, so poor households are spending more than 30%, and ask how many vacant units are there in the same general location defined as a PUMA, an area of about 100,000. How many vacant units are there renting for various amounts less than the current rent that have at least as many bedrooms, so they're at least appropriate for that family? The answer is there are about 140 vacant units. on average across all of these people, 140 vacant units renting for at least 30% less than what they're spending. So to me, that is evidence which suggests even for the very poorest, but I am talking about the poorest 20%. So if we get down to the poorest 1% or 5%, then I'm with you. But I don't think that what you're describing is a general description of the poorest people.
I think it's the only thing I would add on Ed, because I think this is an area where we don't have a lot of information, is I am increasingly convinced that our data is not capturing housing quality in an acceptable way, particularly at the lower end of the quality spectrum. And so that change in price may actually not, that difference in price may not be for an equivalent unit. And so I just want to unpack that a lot more. And so if spend
less and get worse housing, people don't want to do that. That's what I'm saying. They don't want to do it.
So there's a lot of interest in this particular issue, so I'm going to go a little bit longer, if that's okay, to take some comments or questions. Steve Malpezzi, please.
Just to put something on the table, a lot of the discussion this morning, and I suspect throughout the next 2 days, not all of it, but a lot of it's framed on 30% or some other fraction as a threshold or a benchmark. And I think this is kind of extending Ed's remark. We have literature going back to the 40s that is not what housing demand is. Housing is a necessity. The income elasticity of demand is over and over shown to be less than 1, assuming a fixed income ratio of rent-to-income ratio of 30% or some years ago, 25%, flies in the face of observed preferences. Now, we sometimes stick with a simple threshold. Poverty threshold would be another example because of simplicity, but we get confused when we start to focus too much on a single threshold of rent-to-income when we know household demand, consumer preferences fly very much in the face of that threshold.
So I think that's a comment, and I'll take another question or comment here, and then let me attempt to put some perspective and wrap up, because we are coming to the end. Great. Go ahead.
So my name is Mike Erickson from the University of Cincinnati. What role of the tax code do you feel? So particularly we talk a lot about affordable housing and these rent burdens, but increasingly we've had more of the food stamps and also kind of earned income tax credits. So when we start to think about these subsidies, is 30% still, should it be closer to 40% once we take into account kind of the increase of these tax codes? Has anything been done kind of more on the net of taxes?
And perhaps we should take the last question and then we can respond to all. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Marion Steele. One of the issues that has not been addressed is the issue of landlord screening. That's, of course, not relevant to the price-to-income issue, but it's very relevant to the rent-to-income issue. In Toronto, for instance, it's very much a problem for immigrants not to have a credit record because, and they often end up paying very high rents because they are screened out of lower rent units because they don't have a credit record, and almost all landlords require some kind of credit record. And there also is quite a lot of literature on landlord discrimination, and it's not simply discrimination on the basis of ethnicity and race, but also occupation, many other characteristics. This is particularly important among small landlords. So to the extent that there's an increasing proportion of small properties, you can expect this kind of problem to be exacerbated.
Thank you. So any quick responses? We don't have a whole lot of time on discrimination. I know that there's
so
so much that can be said, and on tax.
Yeah, I mentioned discrimination. I actually do think it's significant for particular segments of the population and the marketplace. So totally agree with you on that. In terms of the tax code is complicated. We spend what, $200 billion in housing subsidy. Much of it doesn't really address fundamental basic needs, so that's one issue. And then using the tax code from a credit perspective to provide incentives to try to increase income is something that that I think is important. I actually have a paper with Peter Dreyer where we propose adding a housing supplement to the EITC that adjusts for the different standards of living across markets to make it equally efficacious, I guess. So I think that those are all interesting things to explore as we move forward.
We have an extraordinary day, 2 days ahead of us, with answers to some of the questions that have been raised by this panel. But this has also been an extraordinary panel for me, and I again thank the organizers for asking me to moderate what this panel has in its introducing all of these key questions. Now, please join me in thanking our wonderful opening panel.
Time to be seated. Time to go. Okay. That's not on. Okay, everybody get seated. So our next session is on alternative mortgage contracts and affordability. And I think this is an excellent example where American ingenuity might actually help solve part of the problem. And we're going to be kicking off with Mark Jarmez from UCLA, who will present an overview talk on this important topic.
Thanks so much to Diana, and thank you to the conference organizers. I'm delighted to be here. As Diana said, I'm going to be talking about alternative mortgage contracts and affordability, and specifically my theme is, can alternative mortgage products help to solve the affordability issue? Let me start just by defining terms. By housing affordability, I'm going to be discussing home ownership. So this is a talk about mortgages. I'm really focused on home ownership, not on rentals. A little bit of a distinction relative to the previous panel. And when I describe alternative mortgages, what do I have in mind? I have in mind innovative mortgages with backloaded payments. So mortgages that enable borrowers to defer payments until some future period. Some prominent examples you could have in mind are interest-only IO mortgages, option ARMs. These aren't the only examples of alternative mortgages. And in fact, my fellow panelists will be talking about different types of alternative mortgages. But I think it is fair to say that these backloaded payment mortgages are the most common form of alternative mortgages. Okay, can they be used to help with the housing affordability for home ownership? I'm going to start by discussing the theory, and I think the basic theoretical intuition is pretty clear. Namely, when we introduce a new set of contracts that expands the set of the set of agreements that borrowers and lenders can come to, that's always a good thing. And that more than that, these kinds of alternative mortgage contracts that push back the payments are pretty clearly going to help relieve borrower constraints, allow borrowers with not a lot of cash on hand to buy properties. I think that's a robust and very compelling intuition. I'd say some of the recent theoretical papers go a little bit further than that and actually show that in some respects, alternative mortgages are precisely designed to address affordability issues. Here I have in mind, for example, Piskorsky and Chistye, who in looking in a setting with homeowners who want to buy large houses but face income variability, they derive the optimal mortgage contract. They show that it looks very much like an option ARM with an associated credit line. In other words, that's the best that you could do, something quite similar to the alternative mortgages that we saw, especially pre-crisis. In some follow-on work, those same two authors show that in settings in which there is expected price appreciation on houses, or in which borrowers have expected income growth, again, backloaded payments that are deferred till some very future date, can be the optimal form of contract for borrowers. And that is a broad theme of the theoretical literature. If borrowers are expecting income growth or house price appreciation, backloaded payments make a lot of sense and emerge as optimal. And I'm going to go further and say that there's almost a theoretical consensus that alternative mortgages can help address affordability on the homeownership question. I'm going to turn now to the empirical perspective on this question. And I'm going to start with a bunch of, with three different empirical concerns. So issues of concern that are raised and in some cases addressed in the theoretical issue. And then I'll finish by talking about some of the benefits and the empirical assessment of these benefits. The first concern is, are alternative mortgage contracts responsible for boom and bust cycles in housing prices? And some people are very heated on this subject. They'll go so far as to blame the housing crisis for the presence of alternative mortgages. And it is absolutely the case that if you look at the markets that had the greatest peak to trough differences in house prices over the recent period, those are clearly the same markets where alternative mortgage use was heaviest, no question. The correlation is strong and present. But of course, that raises the issue of causality. Does the use of alternative mortgages actually cause a boom or bust cycle? And here, that's a tricky question as usual. I would say the main approach in the literature to addressing this question has been to look at timing. So do we see alternative mortgage use surge, and then that leads, at least in time, that is followed by house price appreciation? That would be suggestive that alternative mortgages are actually causing the boom-bust cycle. Or do we see the opposite? First, house prices rise, then homeowners kind of desperate to pay these prices make use of alternative mortgages. That would suggest that the alternative mortgages are not causing the boom and bust cycle. What's the evidence here? I would say there is no agreement in the literature. There are some papers that find that alternative mortgages came first, then house price appreciation. There are some papers that find the opposite. So I would say there is no empirical agreement on this question. But Corbet and Quinton make a very important point. So they have a look at alternative mortgages, and they say that these did generate many of the foreclosures that were observed during the crisis. But this was not due to the backloaded payments. It was due to the fact that many of these mortgages had lower down payments. So I think there's a broader point here, which is that any mortgage innovation that allows borrowers to buy properties with smaller upfront payments, with smaller down payments, can lead to higher price variability. It's not a feature of the deferred payments. It's really kind of a necessary feature of lower down payments in general. And then that suggests that there's a difficult trade-off between housing accessibility, allowing people to buy properties with lower down payments, and higher price volatility. That's a difficult trade-off to assess. I think different parties might feel differently about that trade-off, and I don't think there's a clear conclusion about, from a policy perspective, about what's ideal. The second issue is, do alternative mortgages encourage speculation? And this, I think, is much more of a black and white issue. If that's all that they're doing is encouraging speculation, it seems like this is something that policymakers might wish to avoid. Here, there is clear evidence of high default rates associated with alternative mortgages, and we know default leads to foreclosure, and that can have some negative externalities. So here, actually, there might be good policy reasons to limit the use of alternative mortgages if they're destroying neighborhoods due to speculation. I think that, there's some very interesting paper by Barlevy and Fisher that argues that interest-only mortgages are really most popular only during housing bubbles, and that when we see a lot of IO mortgages, it's because there is a housing bubble. In my own work, I found that offering these kinds of flexible mortgages does attract the riskiest and most speculative type of borrowers into the market. But there are some caveats here. So Barlevy and Fisher don't argue that IO mortgages are causing housing bubbles, just that they're correlated with them. And actually, they argue that they might help to mitigate some of the negative effects of housing bubbles. I think there's an idea here that maybe, yes, banks and regulators should apply greater scrutiny to these instruments. Maybe we can learn something from the experience of the crisis. Perhaps there were some excesses during the crisis, but maybe alternative mortgages can be offered differently in a more responsible way. And in support of that, Coco looks at the UK market. So pre-2000, there was very little regulation, and he argues a lot of mis-selling of alternative mortgages to kind of the wrong types of borrowers. But then there was a change in the regulatory regime. More information disclosure was required. Some legal liabilities were imposed on lenders who engaged in mis-selling. And after that, he argues it's a much better ordered market. In other words, it looks like this can be done right with some level of regulatory involvement. Third consideration is, are alternative mortgages just too complicated? There's lots of evidence that financial illiteracy is severe and pervasive, and it might be a particularly serious problem for loan contracts like mortgages. It seems like borrowers just don't really understand them. And if you think about the structure of these alternative mortgages, low initial payments that look very attractive to borrowers, very convoluted payment structure, pushing all the liabilities far into the future. This could be exactly the kind of thing that financially unsophisticated borrowers would not understand. So maybe these products should be banned because they're just too complicated. I think that concern is overstated in the US. The main users of these were high income, high credit score borrowers who lived in neighborhoods with mainly high educated people. In Denmark, Backman and Lutz show that the introduction of IO mortgages, if anything, slightly improved the quality of the borrower pool. There is some countervailing evidence. Mayer, Pence, and Sherlin show that teaser rates were a little bit more popular amongst kind of the lower end of the market. And I would say that the survey evidence is also mixed. So in the Netherlands, there's some evidence that alternative mortgages were used by the most sophisticated borrowers. In the UK, there's some evidence that they were used by less sophisticated borrowers. Why is there this difference? Perhaps it has to do with the fact that in the Netherlands there are special tax benefits associated with these mortgages that were exploited by the most sophisticated. I would say overall, again, Coco's point here is quite relevant, namely in the kind of Wild West pre-regulation period, you did see a lot of lower educated borrowers using these, but after information disclosures were required, there was a switch, and now higher educated borrowers are using them. I think there is a way to offer alternative mortgages to the market so that they don't result in the manipulation of less sophisticated borrowers. The final point I'm going to consider is, do they help? Okay? Can alternative mortgages actually help? On the affordability issue, I'm going to consider two ways in which they might help. The first is consumption smoothing, getting younger families into bigger houses at an earlier stage in their life. And then the second is actual construction, some kind of supply response. On the first issue of consumption smoothing, is there evidence here? I think there is some. If it's the case that these mortgages are being used for consumption smoothing, then we should expect to see the people who take out alternative mortgages today expect to have higher income in the future and actually realize higher income in the future. And there is evidence for that. Coco finds that the right people are buying these. People who expect to have higher income and actually do realize higher income, they are the ones who take out alternative mortgages, and so that would suggest that alternative mortgages are helping with consumption smoothing. Bit of a caveat here comes from Girardi, Rosen, and Willen, who do find that innovations in the mortgage market have helped with consumption smoothing, but they mainly attribute that to securitization as opposed to these kind of backloaded innovative structures. What about on the question of supply response? Here I would say there isn't much evidence, and I'd be very interested to see evidence showing that the introduction of alternative mortgages spurred any number of supply responses. Could be conversions from rentals to condos, could be actual construction. I haven't seen any evidence on these lines, and I have to admit it, I'm a little bit skeptical about whether this is even plausible. So in the supply-constrained coastal markets, is it really likely that alternative mortgages are going to spur some kind of supply response on the low end? I'm not sure. I am a bit skeptical, and those are the areas where affordability probably matters the most. A couple of conclusions. So given this overview of the theory and the empirics, what's the takeaway? Who's most likely to achieve a superior housing outcome in the presence of alternative mortgages? So the theory says the benefits should be greatest for those who expect higher future income, and these are probably going to be highly educated young people. Those are also the borrowers who probably can understand the products best, and there is empirical evidence that in well-ordered markets, they're the ones likeliest to use them. So my conclusion is that alternative mortgages can help with the affordability issues of highly educated young people. What about for less affluent Americans? Here I would say I'm not particularly concerned about damage being done. I do think the risks associated with speculation and boom-bust cycles can be mitigated, but I have to say I don't see compelling evidence that these mortgages can help lower income, less fortunate Americans. I'm certainly open to being convinced, but if those are the people who we're most concerned about from an affordability perspective, I think there is no reason to be that optimistic at present that these mortgages can help solve that problem.
Thank you, Mark. So now we're going to turn to a innovative mortgage. Steve Oliner is going to talk about the wealth building home loan.
Thank you, Diana. Mark's talk set the stage really well for both my presentation and Wayne's, which will also talk about a different type of mortgage product. What we're trying to do with this wealth building home loan, I think, sits underneath the umbrella that Mark mentioned about alternative mortgage products, but our product is aimed specifically at the group where Mark was a little bit skeptical about whether it could work, the lower income and the moderate income homeowners. I think it can work. This is, as I'll mention, a product that is in the marketplace now, and the whole goal here is to provide greater affordability for sustainable home ownership. That's really what we're after. This is joint work with Tobias Peter and Ed Pinto, my colleagues here at AEI. Usual disclaimer applies. These are our views and not those of AEI, which has no official views and not views of UCLA either. So the background for this mortgage product is that for several decades, it's been official policy in the United States to encourage home ownership as a way to build wealth. And we believe it can be an effective way to build wealth, but the way it's been done has not worked. And it hasn't really worked for a couple of reasons. The first is that heavy debt burdens usually get placed on the households that receive mortgages that are intended to increase home ownership. You can see that in the current FHA book of business. So the originations last year for purchase loans at the FHA, we have loan level data, fully half of those loans had debt payment to income ratios, DTIs, greater than the 43% limit that the qualified mortgage regulation imposes, currently only though on unguaranteed mortgages. So half the borrowers are above what was deemed the safe limit. In addition, almost all the loans are 30-year loans. They pay out very slowly. You build very little equity. So to build wealth, we just went back to really common sense. You have to buy a house where you're not stretching in terms of your income. You have to be able to comfortably afford the house to minimize risk of default. And you should choose a loan that amortizes quickly so you actually pay it off. So we developed the wealth building home loan to meet these goals. It's really a throwback loan. If you think about the mortgages, depending on your age, that either your parents or your grandparents had, this is a lot more like that than the mortgages that we tend to think of as normal today. As I mentioned, this is a mortgage that's in the marketplace, and I'll talk about where it's being offered, and we've gotten some good press from it, so it's encouraging. So a bit more background. The whole focus of policy has been to increase home ownership. Clearly, we failed. This chart, which I'm sure everybody in the room already knows, shows that the home ownership rate today is basically where it was 50 years ago. We had a boom, and then we came down the other side of the mountain. 10 million households or so ended up being foreclosed on, tremendous amount of hardship, and we've accomplished essentially nothing in terms of promoting home ownership. On the wealth building point, these are data from the Fed Survey of Consumer Finances, specifically for what I'll call lower and moderate income households, those that are in the second income quintile, the 20th to the 40th percentile. This is real net worth in 2013 dollars. You can see it was basically flat from 1989 to 2007, and since then it's gone down. Now, of course, this is not primarily because of bad housing policy. This is because of the whole economic environment that we talked about a lot in the last panel. But nonetheless, we now have an even greater need to try to build wealth among this household group. The final piece of background is that you really can't count on your house appreciating as the way to build wealth. You really have to pay down the debt. And so to study this point, we undertook what I think is the most comprehensive analysis to date about what happens to house prices at the zip code level by house price tier. And house price tiers are important because the typical first-time buyer is buying in the lower price tier for their metropolitan area. This is where they're getting into the market. So knowing what's happening to house prices in that lower tier is important. So we took the top 100 CBSAs in the United States, all of the zip codes in those CBSAs. We used data from Zillow on median house prices to divide those up into lower tier, middle tier, and high tier by house price for that metro area. And then we used the newly available FHFA 5-digit level house price indices to move the house prices in each one of these zips. And we looked at what happened by tier. So what you can see in the unshaded columns from 1995 to 2000, and then from 2000 to 2005, almost no zips had house price declines. These are nominal terms, by the way. It was a very broad and sustained house price boom. You basically made money everywhere. But there were other periods in which that was absolutely not true. In all of the periods shaded with the orange, 1990 to 1995, particularly 2005 to 2010, then 2010 to 2015, a large share of the zips had house price declines in nominal terms. And that was especially true in the bottom tier. In 2005 to 2010, 84% of the zips had a nominal house price decline. And even after we thought things were starting to improve, 2010 to 2015, 42% of those zips had nominal house price decline. So you just really can't count on the appreciation to do the work. What you need, and this was the impetus for the mortgage, is a loan that pays down faster, but it doesn't impair affordability. And that's really structurally what we're trying to do with this mortgage. So key features. It's a 15 or 20-year fully amortizing loan. There are two versions of the loan that are in the marketplace. One is fully fixed rate. The other has an initial rate that is fixed, usually for 7 years. So it's a form of an ARM, with the requirement, and this is really important, that the payment shock that could occur when the rate adjusts has to be minimal. It has to be small relative to the payment that the borrower had already been making. And this can be accomplished with a 15 and 20-year loan actually pretty easily. The underwriting needs to be prudent. It needs to right-size the mortgage to the borrower's income. We advocate, but it's not universally used in the program, the VA's residual income underwriting. This is the actual underwriting that's being used by the VA program today, where they look beyond the usual debt-to-income ratios and ask whether the borrower has sufficient dollars in absolute terms after they make their housing payments to make other normal monthly payments for, say, car insurance, food, etc., with variation by household size and by locality in which you live. The loan requires no down payment. So this goes to Mark's point. It's not necessarily the case that a low or no down payment loan is a risky loan. And in the case of the wealth building home loan, the funds that would typically go to a down payment are instead used to buy down the interest rate. Not universally, but that's the norm. That can reduce the monthly payments. It can also reduce prepayment risk, which makes the loans attractive to investors who would like not to bear that risk. And it can also, this is more speculative, but we think it can promote neighborhood stability, because if you pay money up front to get a lower rate for subsequent periods, you only get the benefit of that upfront payment if you actually stay in the house. So our thought is that this will encourage people to buy homes that they plan to stay in for a while. There are wealth building home loans in the market today. More than $100 million of these loans have been originated starting in late 2014. The first organization to do so was the Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, NACA. Bruce, their CEO, is right here. We have a partnership with Bruce. They offer a 15-year fixed rate loan with subsidized funding from Bank of America and Citibank. That's an exceptionally attractive loan for those who qualify. The first version of the loan that was an unsubsidized market rate loan was done by a community bank in Maine, Androscoggin Bank. Actually, the loan officer who devised that loan is here as well, Joe Ferris in the green shirt at the back. They made a number of innovations to the loan, structural innovations that I think actually have helped a lot. And in particular, their loans have a two-step rate structure where the rate is fixed for 7 years, and then adjusts to a fixed rate for the remainder of the loan. So you know exactly what the payment increase is going to be the day you take out the loan. There's no uncertainty at all. There are about 25 other lenders who are offering the loan through a program that was initiated by MGIC, the mortgage insurer, to offer mortgage insurance that is tailored to this loan. They're essentially community banks and credit unions that are in the program. So one of the features of the loan, of course, with the faster amortization is you build up equity a lot faster. And this chart just illustrates how much faster that is. So the blue bars are a 30-year loan on a $200,000 house. The red bar is a 20-year loan, and the green bar is 15-year loan. And you can see by the time you get to the end of year 5, the green bar relative to the blue, you've got about $40,000 more equity. The red bar relative to the blue, a little less than $20,000 extra. So we're not talking about small dollars. One of the real issues is, okay, well, 15 and 20-year loans, they sound great, but aren't the monthly payments so high that nobody who's middle income really wants to take one? That's the big knock on these loans, because anybody today could walk into any bank in the country and say, I'd like to get a 15-year loan. Very few people do that. So the issue for us in structuring the mortgage was to make sure that that became a smaller issue. And so this chart goes through a comparison of the monthly payments on a 15 or 20-year wealth building home loan compared to a 30-year FHA loan. And we're choosing an FHA loan because we view that as largely the alternative that people are choosing these days for the loan that we're offering. And what we show here is that the 20-year loan actually has monthly payments that are no higher than the 30-year FHA loan, and it achieves that. I'll go through the numbers in a second, but it achieves that really in 2 ways. These loans are well underwritten, so the credit enhancement cost is way, way lower than with an FHA loan. So you're saving a lot on the mortgage insurance. And the second is that these have this 2-step rate structure where, in effect, you have an arm at the beginning, so you get the benefit of the front end of the yield curve for 7 years rather than choosing the 30-year loan that has, you're paying for interest rate insurance for a long period of time. So it's really those 2 things, the 2-step rate structure and the much lower cost of credit enhancement. So you can see that the wealth building home loans have no down payment. The FHA loan has a 3.5% down payment. There are other upfront payments with the wealth building home loan, either for a one-time mortgage insurance premium or for the interest rate buy down. I'm running a little short on time, so I'm not going to go through the numbers, but you can do that on your own. The bottom line, as I said, is that the 20-year loan, it's kind of a no-brainer compared to the FHA loan because you build up equity much faster and your monthly payments are identical. The 15-year loan is a different trade-off. You do have higher monthly payments, but you build up equity really fast. So one of the issues is, well, how much protection against negative equity might you get from one of these loans? And we did a simulation study. There's a lot more analysis that will be in the paper. We took data for 2 jurisdictions in the DC area, Prince George's County, which is a majority African-American county, which really got hit very hard by the house price bust and is actually still recovering, and Fairfax County, which is a more affluent area that had less damage. And what we did, we had information at the property level for about 100,000 homes in each one of these jurisdictions, and we had house-level house price indexes from Weiss Residential Research. This is Alan Weiss's firm of Case Shiller Weiss. And so we tracked what the equity position would be on these homes if mortgages had been taken out in 2004, tracked it for 7 years. Alternative 2005, 7 years, 2006, 7 years, 2007, 7 years. And that really gave a sense of a blended measure of negative equity risk during the run-up to the peak. And we did that for 3 types of loans, the 30-year fixed rate loan from the FHA, the 20-year wealth builder, and the 15-year wealth builder. And what you can see from the orange line in the chart is that in Prince George's County, in particular, taking out a 30-year loan during the period before the peak, that was almost guaranteed to generate some degree of negative equity because on average, prices fell by 45 to 50%.
Now, negative equity just on its own usually is not a trigger for default. You need to have severe negative equity. So we also checked what percentage had at least 20% negative equity, and about 2/3 of the FHA loans did. If you go down those columns, you'll see that those percentages are much reduced when you use either the 15 or the 20-year loan because they're paying off faster. In Fairfax County, negative equity was much less of an issue, particularly severe negative equity. And so what this really says to us is that the 30-year loan is a very questionable proposition in places that historically have had highly volatile house prices. Another question is, how well have the 15 and 20-year loans actually performed in terms of defaults relative to 30-year loans? So we looked at this using about 1.3 million loans from the Freddie Mac single-family loan level database that's available. You can't do it for Fannie because Fannie, for whatever reason, doesn't have 15 or 20-year loans in their database, so you can't do the comparison. But Freddie does. And so we looked at defaults after controlling for the usual risk factors, debt-to-income ratios, FICO scores, CLTVs, house price decline for the ZIP in which the subject property is located. And what we found is that the historical defaults during the financial crisis from 15 and 20-year loans were way, way lower than 30-year loans that had the same observable risk factors. So as an example, just the upper left corner of the panel, for 15-year loans, originated with a CLTV of 80% or less, they only defaulted 37% as often as a 30-year loan, holding risk factors constant. For the 20-year loan, it was about 50% as often. Now, of course, a lot of this is selection effect. I mean, the people who take 15 and 20-year loans are selecting into them. They have characteristics and preferences towards saving and planning that would make them interested in these loans. We think that that would be true as well for a wealth-building home loan because there's going to be a selection of the people who want to have a 15 or a 20-year loan of that type as well. So we think the selection effect will be operative. But there's more going on than just selection because as you can see from the second line of the table, when you stratify by CLTV at origination and look at the loans that had high CLTVs, above 80%, the default performance was even better than it was for the 80% or less CLTV loans. So what that means is that the relative default rates were especially low for loans with high CLTVs, which are the loans most at risk for a decline in house prices that could be most helped by having an equity buildup by paying down the debt. So let me just conclude final thoughts. We really think that this kind of mortgage, and this is not a specific mortgage, this is an approach, is really how mortgage lending should be done for lower and moderate income households to become homeowners, especially for first-time buyers. And mortgage lending used to be safe. Before the 1960s, the FHA program had almost no defaults for the first 25 years of its existence because the underwriting was prudent. That, of course, has now changed, but lending was safe, and it can be safe again, and it can promote homeownership. Thank you.
So now we're going to turn to a different kind of innovative mortgage. Wayne Passmore from the Federal Reserve Board will be talking about the fixed cost of funds index mortgage.
All right, thank you. So this panel has set me up well. Mark has discussed the whiz-bang mortgage for the financially sophisticated. Steve has discussed the throwback loan. And I'm going to turn to repairing and fixing up the most widely available mortgage, the 30-year fixed rate mortgage. So I'm really happy to be here to talk about improving the 30-year fixed rate mortgage. Please note the disclaimer at the bottom. For me and my co-author, these are our views only and not the views of anybody associated with the Federal Reserve System. Let me mention my co-author is here, Alex von Haften, and either one of us can answer questions if you have any after the presentation. So what's right with the 30-year fixed rate mortgage? When first developed over 70 years ago, the 30-year fixed rate fully amortizing mortgage, or the traditional fixed rate mortgage, was a substantial innovation in mortgage finance. The traditional fixed rate mortgage is simple. The homeowner pays a fixed amount each month over the life of the mortgage. However, traditional fixed rate mortgages are not simple behind the scenes. So what's not so simple about it? Well, first, and Steve has highlighted this point already, in the first 10 years, homeowner equity accumulates slowly. To offset credit risk, lenders require large down payments or mortgage insurance. Barriers such as high rents or student debt can prevent many homeowners from affording high down payments. These borrowers would be creditworthy on a cash flows basis but can't make the down payment. Alternatively, lenders require mortgage insurance, which increases mortgage payments. Private sector insurance is costly, and as a result, the market relies substantially on government backing. Second, capital markets investors demand substantial compensation for bearing prepayment risks. Complicated risk management and hedging strategies are used behind the scenes of this simple contract. In essence, monthly mortgage payments include a lottery ticket. Winners get to lock in low interest rates for the remainder of the mortgage, but the house, and here by the house we mean in a gambling sense, usually wins because the large prepayment premium embedded in the mortgage rate. So does the homeowner have a better use for this money? And then third, refinancing to take advantage of lower rates is often costly, and there's often a lot of deadweight costs associated with it. So can we design a better mortgage contract? So we propose a new fixed rate payment mortgage, which we call the fixed payment coffee mortgage, or fixed coffee mortgage for short. The fixed coffee has a constant monthly payment that is equal to the constant monthly payment of the traditional fixed rate mortgage. The fixed coffee mortgage resolves the three flaws in the traditional fixed rate mortgage. No large down payment or government backing because fixed coffee mortgages encourage quick down home equity accumulation. No compensation to capital markets investors for bearing prepayment risk. Instead, payments are directed toward purchasing the home. No failure to take advantage of falling rates, and no deadweight costs associated with mortgage refinancing. So how does the fixed coffee mortgage work? The fixed coffee mortgage embeds an adjustable rate mortgage indexed by the average cost of funds, that is coffee, for the nationwide banking system. Coffee equals the total interest expense of domestic commercial banks divided by their total interest-bearing liabilities. In work by Diana Hancock and myself, we found there were substantial benefits for market participants had they used coffee adjustable rate mortgages over the period 2000 to 2014. But the coffee adjustable rate mortgage lacks a desirable feature of the constant monthly payment. The fixed coffee mortgage has a fixed monthly payment. So let's look at coffee mortgage rates compared to traditional fixed rate mortgage rates. The orange line indicates the traditional fixed rate mortgage rate. The blue band indicates estimated coffee mortgage rates. Estimated coffee mortgage rates are generally below fixed rate mortgage rates. In Hancock and Passmore, we estimate gross margins between 1.7% and 2.5 percentage points for coffee mortgages. These are gross margins that include a profit margin, often substantial, servicing costs, and a credit risk guarantee fee. The fixed coffee mortgage contract has the following mechanics. So let the blue box indicate the household, the red box indicate the bank, and the purple circle indicate the home equity account. Each month, the household pays a fixed monthly payment based on the fixed rate mortgage rate at origination. The payment is equal to the payment of the traditional fixed rate mortgage with a similar down payment. The bank is paid coffee plus a gross margin on the outstanding mortgage balance. In almost all periods, the fixed payment is larger than the interest due to the bank. This creates a wedge. The wedge is placed into a home equity account. This account accumulates equity. Access to the home equity account is limited. Now, in some periods, the payment is smaller than the interest due to the bank. No wedge is available. But the home equity account has funds, and a withdrawal from the home equity account covers the payment shortfall. So as you can see from the arrows, the fixed payment is made by the household, the bank receives coffee plus the gross margin, and there's a withdrawal for the difference between what the homeowner owes to make up the difference for the coffee plus gross margin that's not available from the homeowner payment. In a very few periods, the household payment is smaller than the interest due the bank, and the home equity account is empty. Payment insurance covers the shortfall. A premium for this payment insurance is built into the gross margin at origination. It almost never happens. Instead, almost all mortgages pay off in far less than 30 years. So what creates this wedge? So the traditional fixed rate mortgage embeds many premiums for interest rate risk, prepayment risk, model risk, uncertainties, and the premiums are often large. The fixed coffee mortgage redirects these premiums toward purchasing the home. So let's just do an example. Consider a traditional fixed rate mortgage with no down payment that was originated in April 1985. The black dotted line is the fixed payment. The red dashed line indicates the interest portion of the mortgage payments. And the blue solid line indicates the principal portion of an amortizing mortgage. The traditional fixed rate mortgage is designed to pay off in 30 years. Let's contrast it to the fixed coffee mortgage. By design, the fixed coffee mortgage has the same monthly payment as the traditional fixed rate mortgage. That's the black dashed line. The red band indicates the interest portion of the fixed payment. The blue band indicates the principal portion that would pay off the mortgage in 30 years. That's that little blue band at the very bottom. The new aspect is the green band, which indicates the additional paydowns due to the wedges. This fixed coffee mortgage pays off in 13 years. The traditional fixed rate mortgage and the fixed coffee mortgage have the same mortgage payment. The traditional fixed rate mortgage pays off in 30 years. The fixed coffee mortgage pays off in 13 years. Moreover, the homeowner saves 250% of the house price by choosing the fixed coffee mortgage. This example highlights potential homeowner equity gains from fixed coffee mortgages. Just how representative, though, is the example? We simulate fixed coffee mortgages over stochastic interest rate paths using data from 1985 to 2016. And we run over 25 million simulations to analyze homeowner welfare, that is, the maturity of the mortgage and the interest savings. We assume that house prices are constant and credit borrowers are creditworthy. Not necessary assumptions in the design, in the simulations, but simplifications. And the base case does not allow refinancing or equity extraction, but we discuss these options in our paper. So what are the simulation results? In about 80% of the simulations, fixed coffee mortgages pay off in less than 30 years. And what influences the maturity of the fixed coffee mortgage? The fixed rate mortgage at origination, the spread between the fixed rate mortgage rate and the one-year treasury yield at origination, and the gross margin charged by the bank. So consider a fixed rate mortgage at around 8%, the vertical dashed line. Fixed coffee mortgages with low spreads pay off in about 25 years. That's the red band. Fixed coffee mortgages with high spreads pay off about in 18 years, the blue band. For low mortgage rates and small spreads, fixed coffee mortgages last as long as traditional fixed rate mortgages, which is the left side of the red band. But for high mortgage rates and large spreads, fixed coffee mortgages can be as short as 15 years. That's the right side of the blue band. Overall, the average maturity for the fixed coffee mortgage can be far less than 30 years. Now let's examine the interest savings. We calculate interest rate savings relative to traditional fixed rate mortgages with 0% down that originated under the same conditions. The same factors influence interest savings as influence maturity. The fixed rate mortgage rate at origination, the spread between the fixed rate mortgage rate and the one-year treasury rate at origination, and the gross margin. Higher mortgage rates, larger spreads, and lower margins result in more savings. Again, consider an 8% mortgage. That is the vertical dashed line. Homeowners with low spread, fixed coffee mortgages save about 40% of the house price in interest payments, the red band. Homeowners with high spread fixed coffee mortgages save about 100% of the house price, the blue band. For low mortgage rates and small spreads, interest savings are smaller on average. That's the left side of the red band. But for higher mortgage rates and large spreads, interest savings can be over 200% of the house price, the right side of the blue band. So in conclusion, the fixed coffee mortgage likely pays off more quickly than the traditional fixed rate mortgage. It has a constant monthly payment that is equal to the payment of the prevailing fixed rate mortgage at origination, requires low or no down payments, allows homeowners to reap gains when interest rates drop, and provides banks with reasonable returns on equity. The secret, don't compensate capital markets investors for bearing prepayment risk. And how does it relate to affordable housing? Well, as we've discussed quite a lot this morning, barriers prevent many borrowers from affording the high down payments to become homeowners. In particular, renters in some metropolitan areas face historically high rent payments. These renters would be creditworthy homeowners on a cash flow basis, particularly based on their history of high rent payments, but they lack savings. The fixed coffee mortgage requires low or no down payments. As a result, the fixed coffee mortgage might spur higher levels of homeownership. And importantly, and this is where we have a common cause with Steve's wealth building mortgage, many of these homeowners would actually own the substantial portion of their home. So I'm happy to take questions about the fixed coffee mortgage. Thank you.
So I have a few questions for our panelists. And the first one I'd like to direct at Mark. And I'm wondering, does the wealth building and or fixed coffee mortgage address any of the concerns that you raised? And if so, how?
Thanks, Diana. I think these gentlemen had great innovative ideas. I'm just going to raise some concerns, but I'm sure they'll have very compelling responses for me. I guess for the wealth building mortgage, I do see clear benefits. To me, the main cost, the mortgage reminds me a little bit of just paying points up front in order to buy down interest rates. I guess I'm concerned about mobility. Steve, you cast that as a feature, not a bug. As you pointed out, you get most of the benefits over the long run, so you're paying a lot of cash up front to get these lower interest rates. Well, what if you need to move for a job? I don't necessarily see home ownership as the ultimate objective. I think employment is probably more important. I wouldn't want to revert to a European-style system where people kind of insist on staying in their homes forever, won't move for jobs. Sir, can I just address Wayne's too, and then you folks will have your, okay. Wayne, and I guess this was joint work with Diana, I guess maybe you can help me out. I do understand that short rates tend to be lower than rates in the long end of the term structure. Your mortgage has a bit of a feeling of letting borrowers borrow long at the short rate. There are differences between those rates for all the reasons that you gave, interest rate risk, et cetera. I'm just wondering why banks would be willing to go along with the deal that you've set up. So I know that you've built in a gross margin for them, but I think that the differences between those rates reflect risks that bear properly priced risk premia in the market, and I'm a little bit confused as to what frictions we're solving. You pointed out one, which is reducing refinancing costs. That made sense to me. But the fact that, yes, in general, short rates are lower than long rates, that's true, but it reflects something about risk, and wasn't clear to me why the bank would be willing to go on the other side of that agreement.
Would you guys like to respond?
I think, Mark, you raised a good point about potentially reducing mobility by having a benefit that's tied to staying in the house. So I think that's legitimate. I would say, though, that the wealth building home loan is really a set of principles, not a single product. And even though the initial rollout of the wealth building home loan through NACA does feature the use, in most cases, of paying buy down points, there's nothing about the loan that requires that. And in fact, the ones that are being done through the MGIC program have no buy-down points required at all. So what we're really trying to do is to increase the menu of options for people, and in particular to introduce what we think is a safe option for sustainable longer-term home ownership. Many people will not find this to be the option that they want to choose, and that's fine, but we're trying to increase the size, the amount that's on the menu on the safe part of the range.
Wayne?
Okay, so let me address Mark's two questions. So first, it is not borrowing short. So it's based on deposit rates. I don't know if you perceive deposits to be long or short, but we know several things about them. We know that they barely move, that people keep their deposits in forever even though they're very low, and that they have very different characteristics than short-term rates. And we actually model them extensively in the paper. And so they're taking advantage of the fact that if the bank engages in average cost pricing rather than on the margin, that it can make a very substantial profit based on its investment in deposits, just a markup over that. Now, what's the risk that's missing in some sense? Well, so it's very difficult in the United States to buy a fixed rate mortgage that precludes free prepayment option. You can't do that. And yet you're paying anywhere from 90 to 120 basis points in your mortgage rate for that right to prepay. And in the paper, we analyze that, and we show that the bulk of that payment is not to simply adjust your mortgage rate down, but to lock it in forever at that low rate. So in essence, you can see the fixed coffee mortgage is making a deal with the borrower, basically saying, look, the reason people don't like prepayment penalties, or they want mortgages they can freely prepay, is because they want to be able to take advantage of the low rates. But suppose they were the beneficiary of the low rate, in the sense that as the interest rates move down, their savings go up and they purchase the home faster. If they're willing to make that deal, then you can in essence remove the payment for the prepayment option from the mortgage rate, and that creates the wedge. There are other elements of the wedge too, which we discuss in the paper, but that's the essence of it. So I don't think it's a mispricing per se, though there is this element to coffee mortgages, which I should point out were immensely popular in California for many, many years, that there's this average cost markup feature. But they are simply making a different contract in the sense they are combining what one might view as a savings plan with the purchase of the home and the financing the house through a mortgage.
So Mark, I have another question for you. Do you think the new innovative mortgages could actually trigger a supply response in areas with high house price growth or a lack of affordable housing?
I'm a bit skeptical. So I mentioned during the talk that I would love to see empirical evidence on that. I think that would be the most compelling argument for innovative mortgages helping to address affordability issues, and I haven't, at least to my knowledge, there hasn't been empirical work on this. So my prior is that we're unlikely to see something, but that just means if some great empiricist out there runs a compelling test, then we'll learn a lot. So. But I don't know of any evidence on that.
Steve or Wayne, any thoughts on that?
I really don't have anything to add over what Mark said. I think this is an empirical question about which we don't know very much.
So turning to Steve, what kind of borrowers might find a wealth-building home loan to be attractive?
As I mentioned in the presentation, I think this is a natural product for first-time home buyers, particularly ones that live in areas with highly volatile house prices and ones who are concerned about the risk that they could end up in a negative equity position. I think millennials are actually an ideal population to market this loan to, and in fact, MGIC is trying to do that through the banks that offer the loan with their insurance. Millennials were old enough during the financial crisis to see the devastation that was caused to many households, maybe even their own, from the foreclosures. And so, yes, I think they would like eventually to own homes, just like everybody seems to want to do most people seem to want to do at some point in their life cycle. But I think there's a certain amount of risk aversion. This loan, I think, addresses some of the risk aversion, which is completely valid, and does so by making it less likely that you'll be in a position where you've lost mobility because you have negative equity, or you're in a position where you've got a double trigger through some kind of an income loss and negative equity and end up defaulting. But I think the appeal of the loan is broader than just that population. You know, it's, I think, a loan that would appeal to repeat buyers who eventually would like to be debt-free as they enter retirement. So somebody who's, say, 40 years old and buying their second home. This, I think, would be a suitable product. And as well for people who are refinancing. I mean, a lot of times during refi booms, you see people choosing 15-year loans. So this is not abnormal. So this, I think, would be a product for the 15-year loan and 20-year loan buyer, refinancer. We have a little bit of data, actually, from Androscoggin about the loans that are in their wealth building program. About a quarter of them are actually refis. So it's not just first-time buyers, and it's not just buyers. It's people who are refinancing into a loan where they think they can build equity more reliably. And the credit score distribution is pretty wide, too. So their program has a floor of 660 on the FICO score. The MGIC program has a floor of 680. So you know, those are below the median for U.S. households by a fair amount, but they're not the bottom of the mortgage market. So the Androscoggin range is from 660 to above 800. So it clearly has appeal in that market to people who are at various points in the credit quality spectrum.
Thanks, Steve. Well, as you know, just at the beginning of the financial crisis, there was considerable worry about payment shock for folks that had ARMs. So I'm wondering if you're worried about payment shock after the first 7 years with the wealth building mortgage.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, this was one of the design features that was really important to us because, in effect, most of the wealth building home loans that are being done today have an ARM structure of some kind, whether it's a two-step loan that's fixed for 7 years and then adjusts to another fixed rate, higher fixed rate as in the Androscoggin program, or more traditional 5-1, 7-1, or 10-1 ARMs, which are being offered by the various banks. So yes, this is important. And with a 30-year loan, payment shock can be a real issue, especially if you know, interest rates were in a rising interest rate environment. So we did some simulations to try to see how much the 15 and the 20-year loan reduce that payment shock, and it's actually quite a big deal. And the reason is really simple. By the time, if you have a 7-1 ARM, by the time you get to the end of year 7, with a 15-year loan, you've paid down, even with no down payment, 45% of the principal. So yes, the interest rate adjusts up, maybe even by a lot, but you're applying that interest rate to a principal balance that's only 55% of what it was when you started. The 20-year loan is intermediate to that, but the payment increase can be controlled to be relatively small because the loan balance is going down so rapidly. So from our point of view, ARMs, I think, make sense in terms of affordability products, but they do expose, when they're done with a 30-year loan, the borrowers to a significant payment shock. The 15 or 20-year loan, I think, is just a much better suited product for an ARM structure.
Thank you, Steve. So, Wayne, would the interest savings for the fixed coffee mortgage be lower in a rising interest rate environment?
So, similar to Mark's question about short rates, one key aspect of this is the dynamics of deposit rates. I think most people realize how little they're getting paid on their deposits. And I don't know what your expectation is about how long before that rises if rates rise. But historically, let me tell you, it will be a long time. And so, you know, this is the key. One key element is that the cost of funds index loan is based on the cost of funds for the nationwide banking system. The bulk of that is deposits. So it doesn't have the sharp rises and falls of short rates. And so, but as the coffee index rises, the interest savings does decline. And the structure of the mortgage, however, makes it so that the amortization into the home equity account and the withdrawals from it make it so that the homeowner, much of this would happen behind the scenes, and the homeowner would actually never make a payment other than the monthly payment they make.
Thanks, Wayne. So one of the questions I had was, wouldn't there still be some prepayment risk as homeowners take jobs elsewhere or get a divorce?
Yeah, so I mean, comparable to a traditional fixed rate mortgage, there is, you know, what you might refer to as exogenous default. You would have to have similar mechanisms as you would in a fixed rate mortgage to deal with those sorts of things. I should note, though, that you know, there wasn't enough time to put up how. One thing we do in the paper is solve for how quickly a homeowner reaches 20% equity in the home. So to just sort of peel back the curtain a bit more on why these mortgages seem magical but aren't, is that the risk is all in the first couple years of an interest rate shock in the first couple of years. It's very similar to the wealth building mortgage in that regard. But if you can get past the first 24, 36 months, the homeowner, in almost all historical circumstances, begins accumulating equity very rapidly. And it doesn't take long to hit the 20% figure, which is sort of the golden rule in fixed rate mortgage underwriting, I guess. So even if the homeowner needs to leave the house, generally they will leave in a more advantageous situation than if they had not had the fixed coffee mortgage versus the traditional fixed rate mortgage.
So I noticed that you had limited access on the account, the home equity account. And do you envision some homeowners tapping their home equity account for home repairs or other purposes?
So again, this is unspecified in the paper because we're really dealing with the interest rate and credit risks there. But the ability to tap the home equity account would be something that would have to be decided. I mean, you can view it as similar to, you know, traditionally, you know, under what circumstances can you take out a home equity loan to draw down your home equity for certain things. Here we're trying to have the homeowners save just like the wealth building mortgage, save at a rapid rate. So you'd have probably a very restricted covenant on the home equity account in terms of what emergencies or repairs could be actually funded through it. So I mean, but in some sense, I guess, Steve, I don't know if you've thought about a home equity, you know, under what circumstances can you get a home equity loan against the home equity account if the homeowner sees a large buildup of equity? So.
I mean, that is an issue because you can't prevent somebody from paying down a lot of their first lien and then deciding, oh, I want a home equity line of credit to, you know, finance vacations or things that are not going to actually provide wealth in the future. So, I mean, that is an issue. And I think for any of these loans, there needs to be a certain amount of financial education that goes with them. You know, in particular, NACA does a lot of financial education and budgeting with their applicants before they get the loan. So I don't think you can just expect to add one of these loans to the menu, put it out on the bank's website, and assume that it's going to be a big seller or that people will understand what it's really about. You need loan officers who are conversant with the product and understand how to do effective financial education.
So you guys don't envision this as kind of your starter mortgage so that you can move on up to bigger and bigger housing?
I mean, I think this is a good starter mortgage. And the fact that buyers will generally have built up a substantial amount of equity at a point where they might be interested in buying a move-up house means that they are generally capable of doing that. So actually, it was funny. We, at the beginning of the Androscoggin program, we went up and attended a session that Joe Ferris had for local realtors to try to get them to understand the loan. And I was a little nervous, actually, that they wouldn't get it, and that they would focus on the fact that at that point only 15-year loans were being offered, and the monthly payments were a little bit higher than with the 30-year loan. I thought, oh, they're just going to say monthly payments are higher, we're out of here, it's not interesting. Actually, they were very enthusiastic for two reasons. One, no down payment. So a lot of their first-time buyers who didn't have savings but had good income could get into the house. And second, this goes to your point, they were super enthusiastic about the likelihood of repeat business. You sell the first house, the buyer builds up equity, you have a relationship with them, 5 years later, they come back to you to buy the move-up house because they've got the equity to do it.
Yeah, I actually think the fixed coffee mortgage is a good starter mortgage. I do think that it's similar to the wealth building mortgage, it builds up equity. It's basically asking the question of, if you had a fixed rate mortgage with the inability to prepay it, but the in-person you're unable to pay it, that you're unable to pay off is actually yourself. And so in many ways, it's a behavioral economics thing. You're playing a game against yourself. You would like to go get a mortgage and say, please don't allow me to prepay it because I don't want to be charged 120 basis points every year for that right. But then we know that there's a lack of credibility sometimes in that contract. And so now you're going to play this game, but you're going to play it with yourself in the sense that you're going to accumulate the savings and you're going to accept restrictions on when you get to withdraw them. And you're going to use them to make sure that if there's a shortfall in payments, that the bank gets paid first. But the bank provides you insurance if you can't actually make the payment. So it's complicated, but it does succeed in leading to very rapid home equity accumulation.
So Wayne, are you concerned at all about labor mobility since interest rates are so low now for their fixed coffee product?
Yeah, no, it's quite,
we have low fixed rates right now?
Well, but we have low fixed rates, but again, just compare it to your deposit rate. There's plenty of spread there. Actually, the fixed coffee mortgage would generate a lot of savings for you, even in the current environment.
So let's open it up to the audience. Karen?
I'm sitting here wrestling with the question of whether financing innovations on a broad scale, whether the benefits really go to the people you're trying to help or if they go to existing homeowners. So in theory, couldn't you imagine a world in which house prices just rose by the amount of the decrease in financing costs, and so the benefit goes to the people that already have homes, and it doesn't really help the people on the margin? So isn't really just supply restrictions going to be the ultimate answer, not financing changes?
Karen, I couldn't agree more. I think that is a big problem, particularly in the current market where supply is really, really limited. And actually, if you're here tomorrow, I have a paper on the FHA's mortgage insurance premium cut that makes essentially the point that you just did, which is in a very tight market, if you provide demand stimulus, a lot of the benefit ends up in the pocket of the home sellers who sell the homes to the people who got the stimulus. So ultimately, this really piggybacks on the main point of the first session, at least as I took it, which is we need to find ways to build a lot more housing.
I also agree that the supply issue is the main issue, but there could be benefits from consumption smoothing. So just getting people into houses at an earlier stage could actually, there could be gains from trade there, that you have older homeowners who want to sell and younger potential borrowers who want to buy and they just can't. So I do see some potential gains from trade there.
Wayne's proposal, very intriguing, but I'd like to hear more about the insurance account for the home equity piece. And do your results change if, for some old fogies like me who were affected by an experience early in our careers, if you extended your data back to the mid-70s, would that change it? Who would provide this insurance? If something like the late 70s, early 80s happened, would they all go bust at the same time? Have you explored that a little?
Yes, we've explored it. I mean, our data, unfortunately, only goes far back as, I believe, 84. Is that right, Alex? 84. So we sort of miss the run-up there, but we do the simulations in a way that we simulate that as much as we can, given the empirical basis of our historic relationships. And we do a wide range. The reason the insurance is relatively cheap, okay, so recall that what the bank, or suppose you are capital markets investors and you're going to calculate the prices of insurance. This is the exercise we go through in the paper, okay? So what you know is that, that if the homeowner makes it through the first couple of years without an interest rate shock, that savings is going to accumulate rapidly. So the savings accumulate, and you know that future interest rate shocks after that point, that the homeowner in essence stands between you and making up the insurance the payment shortfall, because they've accumulated the savings. And you would need at that point, you need a very ahistorical run of high interest rates. So I guess if you were to argue that for some reason there was a very, very long run, it might be possible. But you know, if you look at the historical relationships, it's very difficult to get that long of run. Right, and you'll see in the paper that if you're worried about the experience you're talking about, there's a very simple lending rule to exclude it. And it just has to do with the relationship of rates. If you observe this combination of rates, that you ought to charge a small down payment and you'll eliminate the risk. So we do that simulation. So the real fear is in those first couple of years where you have no savings to draw on. And if you got a long interest rate shock that actually moved the underlying deposit rates. And that's where the other historical fact comes in. It takes a persistent high interest market rate to move the deposit rates up a lot. And that doesn't happen in history very much either. So long as you're willing to take monthly data for the last 35, 40 years to be representative of the historical relationships between rates, then, and all its permutations, because we do a lot of stochastic aspects of this, it's very difficult to generate a scenario where you really need to charge a high premium for this type of insurance.
I have a question, one for Mark and then one for Steve and Wayne, if I could. Mark, on your piece, when you come out and you say that no down payment is a problem, are you looking at full doc underwriting? Because if you look back and what built the white suburbs after World War II, it was the VA no down payment mortgage. If you look at the performance of the VA mortgages, and if you look at the performance of NACA, where we do all of our loans are no down payment, people have an average credit score of around 610, and the fact of it is one of the best performing portfolios with over $5 billion. So I just want to make sure that you know that what you're looking at is apples to apples, no down payment, full doc underwriting. Is that what you're looking at? Well, yeah, and the counseling, but I'd say not even the counseling. It's full doc underwriting because the VA mortgage does not include the counseling on that.
So it's the Corbett-Quinton paper that looks at this. What do they do? Well, you know, it's hard to disentangle everything, right? So the people who were taking out alternative mortgages, they had a certain credit score profile, they had deferred payments, and they had low down payments. But in their analysis, they do point the finger mainly at the low down payments. So I would guess that probably many of those borrowers were low doc too. I can't remember now if they try to take that piece out as well. Yeah, they do point the finger mainly at low down payments.
So I think it's really important for you to say, and to say everybody here, that you know what But what caused the mortgage crisis was not full doc underwriting, no down payment mortgages in terms of that. And it's really important distinction because no down payment, which built the white suburbs, is going to build the inner city communities where we need it, full doc underwriting. But Steve and to Wayne, to your piece, you know, we've done the 15-year mortgage over the past year. Not one person is late. Not one person is late on those mortgages. The problem you have in doing the 15-year mortgage and the wealth builder, which we're a big convert, what you know, Ed and Steve have re-educated us, and we put that in place, is the education piece. That you have to provide people with really with the amortization and the information when they have that property to say, boy, you would qualify for a 15-year at the repurchase price and the mortgage payment that you can afford. If you tell people up front, they look at the payment, it doesn't work. So what we've done is that we've looked at that and saying, when you have the purchase contract and you can qualify for the 15 years and you educate borrowers about that, it's a slam dunk. People love it, but it's an education process on that.
Yeah, Bruce, I would agree that a certain amount of education is important, and particularly making sure that people understand how much equity you can build with these shorter maturity mortgages. I think the other issue is educating people about how much they're actually paying in private mortgage insurance or in FHA mortgage insurance if they take those loans. And the FHA program has problems because it doesn't do any risk pricing. So, you know, the better borrowers in that pool are heavily cross-subsidizing the weaker borrowers in that pool, and they're paying a lot of mortgage insurance. So I think going through the numbers is helpful because I think most people don't really have a full understanding of the choices that are out there and the consequences of making those choices.
So I would agree that education is key. I'd say a couple of things. First, similar to Steve's comment, if you were to educate people about how much they actually put out to buy the option to refinance, I think many would be stunned how much that's holding up their mortgage rate. Second, I would say that coffee mortgages actually, I was heavily involved with coffee mortgages at an earlier time in my life. Were incredibly easy to sell because people very much understand the concept that the bank just gets a markup. And they view it as a fair split. And then the third thing you have to educate them about is the idea they're going to have a savings program simultaneously. And there'll be rules about what goes in and out of that savings program. Once they're willing to make that commitment, you know, many of the problems of mortgage financing disappear. And the mortgage becomes, I think, a much more straightforward thing to offer without all the bells and whistles that we have behind the scenes behind the traditional fixed rate mortgage.
I think it's fascinating. I have never heard about the coffee mortgage, but we want to look into it. I think it's a great idea.
So we have one last question. Michael?
Mike Stegman from the Bipartisan Policy Center. I'm curious about the role of securitization and liquidity and the role of the secondary market with both of these products. I know, Steve, you've had some efforts with FHFA and conventional, you know, getting them into the securitization. Wayne, how does the fixed COFI mortgage, is it a portfolio product? Are liquidity issues, if we really thought about kind of scaling the role of the secondary market in securitization?
So I think that you're right in the sense that as I have presented today, you would probably see it mainly as a portfolio product. However, let me say, I don't think it's actually that hard to securitize if you can make the fair comparison between it and the fixed rate mortgage. I think people vastly overstate the gains from the securitization process for fixed rate mortgages. And if you take into account the need for immense government involvement, if you take into account the volatility created by large refinancing waves and also and those sorts of things, I think you can make an argument that actually you might end up with a more stable secondary market with a fixed COFI basis as opposed to a fixed rate. But that would depend on how you're going to structure government backing. And Yeah, and so, I mean, basically the fixed coffee mortgage, if you wanted to, in my mind, design one that could be transferred and securitized, what you'd want to do is have the GSE type entity involved for like the first 3 years, and then you'd get them out. And because that would cover that main credit risk. You know, and I would argue that in many ways that would be a more stable system. And we can talk about that down. But I mean, I think that what's not addressed in the paper is the legal, I mean, you can clearly, putting such a mortgage in place would require tremendous work given our institutions and legal structure. So, but I do think there are large benefits, and if you make a fair comparison of how much we've done to make the traditional fixed rate mortgage securitizable and liquid.
Diana, can I take a minute?
I was going to have a thank you for everybody. Oh, you want to answer that?
Yeah, we still have 10 minutes. I'm not going to take 10 minutes, but Mike Stegman mentioned, and I thought for the benefit of the audience, I would just elaborate a little on the efforts that we've made so far unsuccessful to interest either the GSEs and the Wealth Building Home Loan. We thought that this would be an ideal product for them, particularly for meeting their affordable housing goals, where they're now offering loans that have only 3% down, but they're almost all 30-year loans. So those are loans that have very little equity going in, and you build up very little equity for a long time, which leaves their insurance fund at some risk if we have another recession. So we pitched the 20-year version of the loan because we know the 20-year version has monthly payments that are not very different than a 30-year loan, but you get the equity buildup. We did this specifically with Freddie. We had a lot of discussions with people at Freddie. Went back and forth a lot. They liked the product, but in the end they said, the things that you're asking us to do are not really, they're kind of at the periphery of the box of products that we offer now, and we're just going to stick with what we've got. So there was really one pricing problem, and then I think just a bigger problem with the institutions being in conservatorship. The pricing problem is that they don't have the right loan level adjustment pricing for 20-year loans. They don't price for the low default risk that these loans really have. So they're not attractive. They could be attractive, but it would require changing the pricing matrix, and they weren't willing to do that. The second problem, which is I think a more generic problem and goes with conservatorship, is that it's not our sense from the discussions that we've had with Freddie, Fannie's been not interested, that there's a lot of product innovation going on when these institutions are in conservatorship. I mean, there is just not a very innovative structure. And so for us, we think it's more likely that we'll get interest from the private sector at some point where Fannie and Freddie's status has been resolved. They have a smaller footprint, there's more private market activity. How far down the road that is, I really don't know.
Any more questions? I think, oh, we have one over here.
Hi, Will Gerardo, Treasury. Bringing in a third option, I'd like your thoughts or opinions on the shared equity model. I seem to be hearing more and more about that, where you're getting the homeowner's getting a lower interest rate, lower costs, but a portion of the equity, if sold, goes back.
So we've actually been exploring combining a shared equity model with the wealth building home loan, because one of the objections of the GSEs is that, well, this loan has no down payment. We don't have any capacity to take a loan that has no down payment. Well, in the shared equity model, you can, as the home buyer, if you contract with a firm to share the future equity, that contract can provide you with an upfront payment. You know, maybe it's 7%, maybe it's 10% of the home value in exchange for giving up a significant portion of future appreciation and also getting downside protection in case the house price falls. So from our thinking, this is actually a combination that could increase the attractiveness of the mortgage, because the borrower could take that 7 or 10% payment that they get for sharing the equity and use that as a down payment. It's much more inside the Fannie Freddie box. And so if that were to come to pass, then I think we'd make another run at the GSEs to see if this is something they'd be interested in.
So I would say the same considerations would apply to the fixed coffee mortgage. There's no reason you couldn't blend that. In the paper, we don't allow house appreciation or depreciation. We don't have a stochastic process for house prices. It would not be a big lift to add it if you wanted to price some form of insurance for it. But on the other hand, given the complexity and the newness, there's not a reason to do that yet. But let me just point out, if you're expecting home prices to appreciate, then all the mechanics of the fixed coffee generate that savings account all the quicker. So you could have a contractual thing if you needed an upfront down payment, just as Steve describes.
Just to build on Wayne's point, I mean, many first-time home buyers are actually short housing, right? They're actually hoping to buy bigger houses in the future. So if you're expecting price appreciation, maybe you don't want to share the upside. You're not going to be able to move up. And then the second issue is renovations, maintenance. I'm not saying can't be managed, but there are going to be incentive problems when you're splitting the upside.
So now we really are out of time. So let's give our panelists a hand. So I believe we go right out these doors, and there is a lovely buffet lunch to bring back here, right?
Bring back into the room.
Thank you much.
If I could get your attention for a moment. Is this on? So if we can get everybody to take a seat. All right, in a moment I'm going to start calling out names. I see people I can't get seated. Including some of the organizers. All right, so we had a couple of really nice panels to start the conference off with, but now we're going to shift into high gear. We're very fortunate to have Ed DeMarco as our speaker at lunch. He's a senior fellow in residence at the Milken Institute Center for Financial Markets. He's also well known for being the acting director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency from 2009 to 2014. And prior to that, he spent more than 20 years in federal service working on policy issues. That's where I got to know him, and I can say that Ed was well known for his analytical rigor, his integrity, and his honesty, and it was a real pleasure to work with him over those years. And so I'm really pleased to have him here to talk to us at lunch.
Thank you, Wayne. I really appreciate that kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm really honored to be part of such a distinguished lineup of speakers over these 2 days. This conference is having a serious discussion of a topic that challenges all of us, not just as economists and policy analysts, but as people and concerned citizens. Housing is a critical human need. We know the hardship created when housing costs exceed any reasonable allocation of a household's income. We hear complaints about tight credit for mortgages, but oftentimes it's my perception that the public policy discussion of some of these issues is getting stale and is in need of fresh ideas. So already this morning we benefited from some fresh perspectives. I want to build on the discussion, particularly the one that just concluded, and offer my own thoughts on one particular aspect of the housing affordability challenge. That is, I'd like to delve into the challenges of homeownership, particularly for lower and moderate income families. You might think about this in some ways as a bridge from the rental affordability discussion to ownership. And in doing so, I want to reflect on why we promote homeownership in the first place and whether our public policies are actually aligned with the public policy objectives. Also, part of the staleness of the debate is we end up arguing about how to bend underwriting standards to encourage homeownership. We ought to be thinking instead about the process of moving from renting to owning and how we can help families prepare to be successful homeowners. So to stimulate some debate among you and hopefully offer a little bit of fresh thinking, I'll address the following 4 questions. Why does public policy promote homeownership? What paths exist to assist families migrating from renting to owning? How can improved risk assessments reduce mortgage defaults? And why should we shift policy attention from debt to equity? So let's consider each of these questions. The most frequent argument for why public policy should promote homeownership is the opportunity it creates for wealth building by low and moderate income families. And the idea is simple, and you all know it. As homeowners, years of paying the mortgage slowly pays down a loan balance, thereby building equity in the property. The house may also appreciate in value over time. Thus, homeownership is a form of forced savings that allows lower and moderate income families to gradually build wealth. It's a reasonable argument in theory. In practice, it's a little more complicated. First, few people buy a house, get a mortgage, and then hold both the house and the mortgage, for 30 years. Second, house is a very expensive asset to maintain. Third, its value fluctuates or can fluctuate substantially. Fourth, it carries substantial fixed costs of entry and exit. That is, buying and selling a house has a lot of transaction costs. It also gives the household less freedom of movement in response to changing family or job circumstances, and we had a little bit of discussion about that earlier today. Fifth, it's a non-diversified asset. And beyond all that, there's a general misconception about house price appreciation. Robert Shiller's measured real growth in house prices over a century-plus time period and concluded that real house prices have been largely flat. Their real rate of growth is really quite small. One might conclude from this that if we want to encourage wealth building, we should expand the use of 401k accounts rather than home ownership. Now, I say this not to be anti-home ownership. I am not. What I want to say is if public policy goal is wealth building, we ought to look harder at whether that outcome is being achieved and whether our public policies promoting home ownership are even aligned with the goal. At the federal level, the cornerstones of policy promoting home ownership are the tax subsidy implicit in the mortgage interest deduction, the mortgage guarantee programs operated by FHA and VA, and the subsidization of the secondary mortgage market through Ginnie Mae, Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac. The common denominator of these policies is that they all subsidize debt to finance a home rather than subsidize building equity in a home. So if the public policy objective is wealth building, it seems a bit strange that housing subsidies are designed to encourage leverage, not equity. Moving on to the second question, how do we transition from rental to ownership? You know, an oddity of public policy towards home ownership is the peculiar lack of attention to the transition process from being a renter to being a homeowner. We know the challenges of saving for a down payment and the challenges faced by borrowers with low credit scores. But rather than viewing these as insurmountable obstacles for which we demand lenders make adjustments, maybe we should ask how our housing finance system in general, and federal programs and policies in particular, might help families themselves in meeting some of these challenges. It seems to me that meeting the needs of many of today's renters who aspire to become homeowners involves 3 steps: savings, borrower education, and credit repair. Now, these steps require some time, but lack any process in today's system. In too many situations, these issues don't even arise until a potential homeowner has their eye on a particular house or perhaps even a contract and then asks, now what? So let's start with down payment. I admit, 20% down can be a considerable challenge. It is not the norm, especially for first-time homebuyers. On the other hand, maybe 3% down might be expecting too little. After all, when you get up from the settlement table, if you haven't put 8 to 10% down, you're starting off underwater. So why do we want to encourage lower-income families, who often have volatile income, to spend the first several years of home ownership underwater? Now, while little publicized, there are programs out there to help families build savings for a down payment. State housing finance agencies, community banks, large banks, federal home loan banks, websites such as downpaymentresource.com, nonprofits, and more are sources of meaningful down payment assistance, especially for first-time home buyers and first-time home buyers that are low and moderate income. I think any rational housing policy should be more interested in assisting with building a down payment than in encouraging families to take on a degree of leverage on the household balance sheet that we long ago outlawed for banks. You know, data clearly show the significant increase in default and foreclosure probability as loan-to-value ratios increase. These effects are even more pronounced as borrower credit scores decline. So borrower education is also in need of attention. There are countless programs out there. Often private lenders encourage borrowers to take the training, but it is not required typically as a matter in federal lending programs targeting these borrowers. You know, there's a widespread concern across the country with the lack of financial literacy. The time when a family starts to consider homeownership presents a unique opportunity to focus the attention of a household on its family balance sheet, its cash flow, and its approach to financial risk management. Now, please note I said at the start of the family's consideration. Waiting until a contract is signed and closing is scheduled is not the time to suddenly impose a home buying course. If policymakers are interested in helping families become homeowners, especially to provide them a path to financial security, maybe we should think harder about how to develop a transition process before home buying commences. This process would be a valuable opportunity for financial education. Now, related to all this is credit repair. A low credit score is not a birthmark. It reflects past circumstances and financial practices. Credit scores can be repaired, and progress oftentimes can be made fairly quickly. By educating households on what led to a weak score and how it can be remedied, and then helping remedy it, counselors or lenders can give families valuable insights on prudent financial practices, and this can have long-lasting positive benefits. So in short, worrying about delivering a flow of subsidized mortgages to households with little savings and weak credit may not be the right concern. Instead, maybe we should ask whether and how our housing finance system, through government programs and agencies, but also through nonprofits and private lenders, can do the harder work of helping families prepare to become sustainable homeowners. You know, this may involve delaying the time at which someone buys a house by several months, and even in some cases, a year or more. It might also lead to buying slightly lower cost houses. But if we can materially improve the odds of a family avoiding default and its long-term damage, while it becomes better informed about managing its finances, we can improve the odds of achieving long-term financial stability for that family and, yes, wealth building. You know, beyond a preparation period that involves savings, borrower education, and credit repair, getting to home ownership does not always need to follow the path of buy a house, get a mortgage. You know, if we want to be serious in thinking about real-life affordability and access problems and the struggles that some families face, we ought to at least be open to considering other possible paths to ownership as well. Rent-to-own programs have been around for many years, but with very mixed success. Now, since the financial crisis, renewed attention has been paid to this transitional approach from renting to home ownership. Renting a house with an option to purchase at a later date allows a potential homeowner the opportunity to begin living in a house in a desired community, even if not ready to buy. The rental period allows households the chance to continue saving for a down payment and to do credit repair or otherwise improve their financial situation before locking into the responsibilities of ownership. But there's no standard contract or approach with rent-to-own programs, and consumer protection issues arise. Now, some private lenders more recently have attempted to respond to these concerns by establishing clear disclosures and qualification standards. And time will tell whether and how these new approaches to an old problem work out or don't work out. But the larger point I want to make is that private market participants are developing these new approaches to reach households with difficult access to home ownership. And they appear, at least they appear, to be showing a greater concern for consumer protections than in the past. So I think such approaches should be encouraged, studied, and evaluated as opportunities to create access to home ownership. I also think that firms that are promoting this path would be well advised to develop and publish clear consumer protection standards to which they will hold themselves. Such an approach would add credibility and transparency that would give consumers and housing advocates alike greater confidence in the integrity of this approach. Firms and industry trade associations willing to voluntarily develop and adhere to reasonable consumer protection standards would create a safer and more dynamic market. The financial crisis has also led to increased interest in shared appreciation mortgages. We had a question about that just a little while ago. In general, such a contract adds to a borrower's down payment with a private capital investment in exchange for the investor sharing in the upside or downside. The challenges these examples provide all of us is this: how can we foster alternative paths to home ownership that use the innovation and resources of private capital, but combined with clear information to consumers and protection from disreputable practices? The third question I posed at the outset was, how can improved risk assessments reduce mortgage defaults? Consider these two questions. First, do underwriting standards, both those applied by government and private lending programs and those applied by consumer protection rules, actually produce a prudent framework for analyzing a borrower's creditworthiness? And second, while the borrower's ability to repay is and should be the primary lending consideration, the collateral itself also matters to the overall risk assessment in the lending process. Are these assessments sufficient to protect both the home buyer and the lender? As my time's limited, I'm simply going to list several underwriting features worth some greater attention. The CFPB's ability to repay rule needs to develop a consistent, objective standard for all lenders without reference to the GSEs. The current rule makes obtaining a mortgage harder for retirees, the self-employed, those in new jobs, and borrowers that rely on assets or other sources of repayment beyond wage income. Next, the Veterans Administration, again, this has been talked about, lending program employs an underwriting approach known as residual income underwriting. Rather than just measuring debt-to-income ratios, the VA also requires lenders to prepare a monthly budget with the borrower to see what's the residual income left after making not just the proposed mortgage payment, but meeting other debts and expenses. An Urban Institute study found, and this is their quote, strong evidence that the residual income test may be a critical differentiating factor, end quote, in explaining why VA loans perform better than FHA loans, because FHA doesn't have this. Next, the government needs to reconsider its current approach that punishes private lenders participating in government lending programs. Penalties for default have gone well beyond actual losses to triple damages. And the consequence of this, and it's been going on for a number of years now, is an understandable fear on the part of lenders that they're going to be judged on loan outcomes, not the reasonableness of the underwriting process. There's something in this imbalance that's got to be corrected. Finally, two factors affecting borrower outcomes that are especially important in the market for low and moderate income households do not get enough attention in policy circles. First, the stability of a borrower's source of income, not just the amount, is a risk factor. And emerging literature is showing that there's a growing incidence of income volatility, and particularly among lower and middle income households. Income volatility is a risk factor that loan underwriters and policymakers alike should be taking into account in their work. And second, whatever the stability of an income source, borrowers are vulnerable to life events. You know, stuff happens, and it usually costs money. Whether it's a leaky roof, a failed heating system, a health issue, or a car repair, borrowers face the risk of large unexpected expenses. The availability of rainy day funds to assist with such events can make a difference in the borrower remaining current on their mortgage or not. As with saving for a down payment or considering residual income when determining how big a mortgage to get, lending programs should encourage the establishment of liquid savings. Here, too, the academic literature points to the vulnerability of families to sudden expenses and the need to have shock absorbers to keep these disruptions from leading to severe downward spirals. So in summary, with our enthusiasm to help families become homeowners, we sometimes forget just how close to the financial edge many people live. A greater sensitivity combined with more thought to ensuring families have sufficient shock absorbers would surely help lead to more successful mortgage lending outcomes. Beyond underwriting risk, we cannot lose focus on collateral risk. Again, for brevity, I just want to highlight two issues. House price volatility is not constant across houses. In fact, Steve's presentation this morning had some charts on this. And lower value houses tend to have greater house price volatility. And disturbingly, house price volatility is also greater in minority communities than non-minority communities. The implication for policymakers is that encouraging home ownership, especially highly leveraged home ownership in those communities, places those borrowers at greater risk than borrowers that have middle-valued homes. Of course, lower-income families also tend to have greater income volatility than do other families, layering another risk factor onto the home ownership proposition for those families. This risk characteristic, to me, reinforces the importance of a down payment or faster equity building in reducing leverage and the importance of considering things such as residual income and the availability of assets. My point is not to discourage home ownership opportunities. It's to be more realistic about the risks involved in order that we all can be looking for and finding appropriate risk mitigants. You know, another aspect of underwriting the property is to consider the likelihood of costly repairs. Most lower-cost single-family homes are older construction. So another risk factor is that the house may require significant repairs or upgrades after the family moves in. So the home buying process needs to consider not just the affordability of the monthly mortgage payment, but also the probability of needing to finance major repairs or upgrades, whether a new roof, electrical upgrades, foundation reinforcement, or whatever. So this suggests greater consideration should be given to a professional home inspection, not just an appraisal. Sometimes these inspections get waived because it's just another thing that adds to closing costs. But home buyers should have a strong understanding of what the remaining economic life of key systems are, as well as their possible need to have to finance these repairs. So why am I going through all this? I think that if we can acknowledge these risk factors, be upfront about them rather than ignoring them, our housing policy might steer towards ways of actually reducing these risks. So to me, such an approach would not only advance having access to credit and home ownership by reducing risk, but also increase the likelihood that extending credit is going to result in a sustainable mortgage, financial security, and long-term wealth building. So let's turn to my final question. Why should we shift policy attention from debt to equity? If policymakers really want to promote sustainable home ownership, if they want to encourage private lenders to make credit widely available to low and moderate income families, reduce the systemic risk in our financial system, and reduce risk to taxpayers, I think our housing policy should pay much greater attention to equity building than promoting excessive leverage. There's many ways that this can be done. Higher down payment requirements or greater funding for down payment assistance are obviously straightforward options. Shorter loan amortization periods or splitting a loan into two payments so equity is built faster is another approach. Providing more lending options might also help reach this goal. And that's why I think that the presentations we had before lunch are important, not just for their particular features, but also because it points out there are fresh ideas out there. I think the more that policy officials, academics, researchers, lenders, and others focus on the kinds of challenges I've just gone through, the quicker we can get to better ideas and better approaches. These better ideas can lead to breakthroughs where we need to create a private market to ensure mortgage credit is widely available, but to ensure that this whole endeavor results in home ownership that is accessible and affordable, but also sustainable and wealth building. Thanks very much. I think you got to. So I guess we have time for, I can take a few questions. Yeah.
So Ed, I've known you a number of years, before the mortgage crisis, during the mortgage crisis, and afterwards. And when we talked about credit scores and how that was not a good indicator of whether someone would be able to make their mortgage payment, and we certainly saw that during the mortgage crisis, why are you still talking about credit scores now and re-improving credit scores when we could use other alternative ways to look at whether someone is ready for home ownership?
Yeah. So, Bruce, I think credit scores matter to a household in a number of dimensions, and it's not just in terms of, its relative importance in the underwriting approach and deciding whether to qualify someone for a mortgage. It is reflective. It has some correlation, some measure of reflecting the family's financial practices and their capacity, or at least their actual experience in managing credit. It becomes an important factor in jobs and in getting insurance. And so I think that if you take my larger point about mortgage lending, it's not just about how can we get somebody to qualify for a mortgage, but use this as a critical opportunity, a juncture point for a mortgage. And this is what your company does, right? To help the family really come to grips with their financial situation, to understand it, to understand financial management. I think credit scores are reflective of a larger set of things. And so I think it's still a useful thing for us in a financial counseling kind of way to use that as a observation point to help a family in thinking through its way it's managing its finances.
Also, I'd say that I think your comments are really good. I think you're on point on most of the things that you're saying out there. You're absolutely correct.
Well,
that no one should be, if you're going to be a homeowner, it shouldn't be done in a month or two. You should spend time in advance to get ready for that, and I think it's absolutely on point. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
I'm Howard Husick from the Manhattan Institute. I wonder how you think, in the context of accessible, affordable, and sustainable ownership, and I'm putting, I think, your emphasis on sustainable, how do you think about the GSE's affordable housing goals?
Yeah, well, so there's a perfect example where that's not what we're measuring, right? We measure, did a loan get made that meets a certain set of characteristic, and we never go back and ask, was the loan successful, right? How'd that work? And in a broader sense, success doesn't necessarily mean just was the loan repaid on time, but, if the point was to result in wealth building, if this family repeatedly every 2 years gets a new mortgage, and each one of these gets credit for affordable housing goals, and each year they're, every 2 years they're extending their loan term, out. Is that successful? Is that leading to wealth building? So I think that the housing goals don't try to capture this. I think it's simply a matter of how many loans were made, that made this particular box. And certainly in the pre-conservatorship world, where lenders were selling off these loans, and once the loan was sold, they were largely free of any implication of it. I don't think that it led to the kind of sustainable approach, that we ought to be striving for now.
And just really quick follow-up, should then the reporting by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac about the affordable housing goals somehow take into account these other kind of measures that you're talking about?
So look, I'm no fan of the housing goal regime as we have known it, but certainly if you're going to have that kind of regime, I think that we ought to at least be far more demanding about the actual outcomes here. And I think this is not just a Fannie Freddie issue, right? We got an opportunity, and this is something I didn't get into here, right? But we got an opportunity with a program like FHA, not to toss it, but to ask, if you take seriously some of the things that I went through, what's FHA doing in terms of demonstrating leadership in trying to do these sorts of things, and what tools does it need in order to demonstrate that kind of leadership? But also with FHA, what do we do to sort of look at the actual results of the FHA lending program, the incidence of delinquency and default, think about the costs that those, produce, and ask ourselves, well, should we be paying more attention to that, and what should be our tolerance for default in the FHA program? Chris?
Thanks, Ed. So Chris Herbert, Harvard Joint Center. Obviously a big part of the federal regime that encourages debt is the mortgage interest deduction. I know this is a big question, but so do you think that with tax reform on the table, should home ownership be given any kind of a preference in the tax code? And if so, would you suggest ways to make it not emphasize debt and achieve the goals you're talking about?
Yeah, look, I mean, I would take that beyond just the mortgage interest deduction. We got a tax code that incentivizes debt over equity in any number of dimensions, and I think that that's troublesome. It certainly affects our banking industry, and it affects sort of our financial system, the way leverage gets incentivized through taxes. So I think it clearly ought to be a value. I think that we got to have a little more of a equal treatment between debt funding and equity funding. You know, there are proposals out there to turn things like the mortgage interest deduction into, you know, a tax. There's one proposal to turn it into a tax credit based upon equity building, just for this very reason of trying to reduce leverage. Yeah, from my old days as PhDs, I was in public finance. I mean, I never was a real fan of using the tax code to manipulate all kinds of things in private life. So, I mean, you take that for what it's worth. But one other thing about the mortgage interest deduction, though, I think most people in this audience probably understand this, but this is a $70 billion or a year or more tax expenditure. And the way our tax code is working today is that this is largely going to high-income and upper-middle-income families. There are many homeowners today, or many people that go to buy a house, and the realtor will tell them about all the advantages of the tax deduction you're going to get. You get this mortgage, it's going to be great for you, and so forth. But then, you know, where the standard deduction is today, they're not even eligible. They don't even take the mortgage interest deduction. So, you know, I mean, I think maybe we ought to think about that's a pretty big tax expenditure. I get it. It's all capitalized into the value of houses today. You're not going to shut it off overnight. But that's a lot of money. And, you know, in other places, and, you know, think about the first conversation this morning with affordable rental, or think about what I said about down payment assistance, even if a little bit of that was available for something else, is in a very fiscally constrained time, is at least something I think that our lawmakers ought to be deliberating. You let me off the hook that easy? All right, very good. Thanks very much.
Okay, if everybody would please take a seat, we'll get our program started. If you take a seat, we can get started with this great panel. If you'd please take a seat, that would be great. I'm really trying to get started. Good afternoon once again. I'm Howard Husick. I'm Vice President for Policy Research at the Manhattan Institute. I've had kind of a career as a housing policy curmudgeon, but they let me in here anyway, so I appreciate AEI's hospitality. Our next panel will discuss what can be seen, I think, as the most important and far-reaching federal housing assistance program to those of low income, the Housing Choice Voucher, formerly the Section 8 program. This individual assistance program for private rental housing serves 6.5 million residents at a cost of $21.5 billion annually. For some perspective, that's far more than the 2 million residents in traditional public housing and more than the $16.5 billion devoted to cash welfare, for instance. Of major anti-poverty programs, the cost of housing choice vouchers is exceeded only by food stamps, the Earned Income Tax Credit, and Medicaid, all of which are available to any income-eligible household, in contrast to the relatively limited reach of the Housing Choice Voucher. In recent years, a good deal of good scholarship has been devoted to the question of whether vouchers can do more than just help pay the rent. By virtues of the neighborhood where voucher renters live, might their own prospects or those of their children improve? By extension, should the program itself, through its rent guidelines or through other means, seek directly to achieve such goals rather than to content itself with ensuring that income-eligible tenants do not devote too great a percentage of their income to housing costs. We're fortunate to have with us three scholars who are among those best versed in the big picture and the subtleties of the housing voucher program. We'll begin with an overview talk by Ingrid Gould-Ellen, the Paulette Goddard Professor of Urban Policy and Planning, Director of the Furman Center for Real Estate and Urban Policy at New York University. She'll be followed by a discussion of neighborhood choices and neighborhood effects by Morris Davis, the professor, holder of the Paul V. Profeta Chair in Real Estate Finance and Economics at the Rutgers University Business School. And finally, Karen Mertzen-Horn, Assistant Professor of Economics at University of Massachusetts, Boston, will present the paper she did with Ingrid, Why Don't Housing Voucher Residents Live Near Better Schools? Insight from Experimental and Big Administrative Data. We begin with Ingrid Gould-Ellen.
Okay, thank you, Howard, and thank you to the organizers of this conference. I'm really delighted to be here today. And we're going to stand. We're going to break from the morning tradition. We're all going to stand up. My job is to sort of give a big picture, okay? I'm a little intimidated in this audience, given that there are many people in this audience who could have written this paper about what we know about housing choice vouchers, and I hope that maybe I can say one thing that maybe you hadn't thought of before, but probably not. My job is to give an overview of how the program works, what research tells us about its effectiveness, and then offer some areas for improvement for the program. So briefly, sort of the voucher program, in 1974, Congress created the Section 8 Existing Housing Certificate Program. And it represented a significant departure from previous HUD programs, which had previous federal housing programs, which had focused on subsidizing the development, the construction or the rehabilitation of place-based housing developments. And the basic structure, the sort of different variants of the program have emerged over the years, but the basic structure of the program has remained the same. Basically, tenants apply to a local housing authority. Tenants are eligible if their income is below 80% of the area median income. That said, almost all voucher holders have incomes substantially lower than that, because 75% of voucher holders have to have incomes below 30% of area median income. Recipients then use vouchers to help pay for units that they rent on the private market. Although they can't rent any unit on the private market, first of all, the units have to pass housing quality inspection. And secondly, there's some cap on the rent. Tenants basically pay 30% of their income on rent, and the federal government pays the difference between that tenant payment and the rent up to a local payment standard. And tenants are voucher recipients are able to rent units that rent at higher rent levels, but they have to pay the difference, and they can't initially, when they move in, face a rent burden of more than 40%. So there's some limit on where they can go. Is that too small? Can you all read that? Oh, no, that's okay. So this is now already a couple years out of date, but it goes through, I think, 2012. But it shows you, as Howard said, that this is a large program. There are 2.2 million households that are served through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. That compares to actually about 1.2 million now in public housing. The tax credit line now has actually extended beyond that. I think Mike Erickson will talk about that, but I think it's probably about 2.5, 2.6 million households live in tax credit units now. The government spends about $18 billion a year on vouchers. And so this is a large program, though of course, I will say that it is small relative to the mortgage interest deduction, just to remind you of that fact. So what do we know about housing choice vouchers? There have been a number of really excellent studies written about the voucher program over the years. I'm really not going to do justice to all the research out there. I'm going to highlight some key findings, mostly drawing on mostly drawing on experimental studies, and in particular the Welfare to Work voucher demonstration program, which randomly assigned low-income households to extremely low-income households to receive housing choice vouchers at around 2,000. That had close to 9,000 households participated in 6 different cities. In addition to the more recent Family Option Study, which was also a randomized controlled trial, which randomly assigned homeless families, actually about 2,300 homeless families, to a few different treatments, including housing choice vouchers. I will say that I have committed the cardinal academic sin of not putting any citations on my slides. So I think, maybe some of you may appreciate that. It makes the slides a little more readable. I promise you there are citations in the paper if you want to know where these assertions that I'm making are coming from. The first assertion that I will make, and maybe the most important, is that vouchers enhance. The research shows that vouchers enhance housing stability and affordability. There is strong evidence from these experimental studies that vouchers reduce rent burdens. The Welfare to Work study found that households receiving vouchers paid about $200 less per month in rent, and they were able to spend more on food. Vouchers also significantly reduce the risk of homelessness and doubling up. The studies have shown they reduce the probability of homelessness by about 75%, so very, very significant. Vouchers also improve housing conditions. Most notably, they reduce crowding by about 50%. And there's, the vouchers have had less success, and this is something that both Karen and Morris's papers are going to talk about. Vouchers have generally had less success in getting families to less disadvantaged neighborhoods, even though one of the original goals of the Housing Choice Voucher Program was to broaden the set of neighborhoods that low-income households had access to. But there's very consistent evidence that voucher holders continue to live in very disadvantaged neighborhoods. They're less disadvantaged than the neighborhoods lived in by public housing residents, but the neighborhoods that vouchers live in tend to be very similar, have similar levels of poverty and disadvantage to those of unassisted poor households and those of tax credit households as well. So, and why that is complicated. I mean, that could be and again, Karen and Morris's paper will talk more about this, but it could be discrimination, information gaps, social ties, search costs, and just the distribution of affordable units. So. What about outcomes beyond housing? And here I'm going to draw some more quasi-experimental studies that several of which sort of exploited the plausibly random timing of when it is that households actually get vouchers and given very long and unpredictable waiting lists. And here there are a series of studies that have looked at outcomes, impacts of receiving a voucher on children's educational, sort of short-term educational outcomes. The research here is somewhat mixed. Some studies find little effect. Karen and I are working with colleagues and looking at New York City, and we're actually finding positive impacts on test scores in the short run. There is much stronger evidence that vouchers produce strong positive impacts in the long run. Significant, the MTO study, if you just look at the group that just received unconstrained vouchers, they saw a 15% increase in earnings. The recent paper that Henry Polakowski et al. Wrote found that it increased long-term earnings and also reduced incarceration of young adults. On the adult outcome side, here the findings are there's sort of mixed evidence on employment and earnings. Some evidence that vouchers reduce employment, effort, and earnings, and some other studies find no effect. Another concern, another issue is that community residents often express concern about the impact that an increase in voucher holders are likely to have in their community. And the research, I'd say here, my reading of it, is that vouchers, the research generally does not support those concerns, that the research suggests that vouchers do not increase crime, that they generally do not decrease property values, although there is one study that suggests that concentrations of voucher holders can reduce property values in low rent and lower valued and depreciating areas. Another concern is that housing choice voucher holders may increase rents for the 3/4 of low-income households, right, that don't actually receive housing assistance through boosting demand. And here, the studies generally find that voucher holders increase rents, at least for units. And here, Mike Erickson has written a very good study recently, at least for units that rent just below the FMR, especially in tight markets, right, which points to the fact that we really ought to be thinking about tailoring our housing assistance programs to market conditions. Cost effectiveness, here I defer to Ed Olson. There has written more papers on this issue, and generally the studies show that vouchers are more cost effective than production programs. A lot of that research, I will say, is dated, and I think that it is not. There hasn't been we spent this morning in the first panel talking about sort of how much more difficult it is to build and how affordability problems are growing. So I think we need to revisit that research. There is a recent GAO study that suggests that the cost differences are not as large as earlier research suggested and are larger for smaller smaller for larger units. So recent developments, I just want to quickly say that in 1996, Congress authorized HUD to select a certain number of housing authorities to participate, moving to work with housing agencies, which allowed them to basically get some leeway with some federal regulations, and a number of these, there are 35 MTW, housing authorities now, and many of them have used their flexibility to reform their voucher programs through simplifying housing quality inspections, through reducing the frequency of income certifications, through changing rent formulas with an eye towards both encouraging self-sufficiency and also reducing administrative burden. I think we need more research on what the impact of those reforms have been. In small area fair market rents, the goal here is to move away from defining FMRs at a metropolitan area level, but to define them at a zip code level, so that the array of the distribution of units that are affordable to voucher holders are in a broader set of neighborhoods. And HUD launched a demonstration in 5 housing authorities in 2011. There is currently an evaluation of that. And more recently, HUD issued a final rule to require the use of small area FMRs in another 24 large metropolitan areas. So we'll learn more about this. So outstanding challenges. I think that the first thing I'll say is that I think that housing authorities need to, and HUD need to work to increase voucher success rates. So the latest study of the success rate of voucher holders in 2000 and found that 3 in 10 voucher holders returned their vouchers because they were unable to, they did not use those. They didn't lease up successfully. In tighter markets, that was 4 in 10. And there was importantly, there was a lot of variation across housing authorities, even within tight markets, suggesting that there may be administrative reforms that can actually help recipients use their vouchers more successfully. Secondly, I think we need to come up with new ways to encourage voucher holders or enable voucher holders to move to higher opportunity neighborhoods, new approaches to landlord recruitment, maybe new incentives, information. I think we need to, and I think this is something that is not talked about as much, is think hard about our systems of allocating vouchers. Right now, in the typical city, households have to wait 2 years because of the long wait lists. In many cities, it's many, many more years to get a voucher, and it's just not clear that the households that linger the longest on a wait list are necessarily the neediest. And it also means that families with young children, precisely the families that we think can benefit the most from housing choice vouchers, aren't getting it. It makes it very difficult for them to access vouchers. There's an efficiency issue, too. By the time families reach the top of a list, housing authorities, it's very difficult for housing authorities to find them. They spend a lot of time tracking households down. And so, I think we really need to think hard and bring our sort of market design and new intelligence and techniques to figure out how to do this. Lastly, and maybe most importantly, we have to figure out ways to expand the voucher program's reach. So I think that the most troubling concern with the voucher program is that only 1 in 4 families eligible families currently receive housing assistance. And I think that, personally, I would like to see expanded support for the more resources going to the voucher program, but I also think we need to think hard about how to use the existing resources more effectively and explore ways to, thinking about sort of smaller, more time-limited subsidies and learn more about their effectiveness. So finally, just in conclusion, I'd say that I think that vouchers are highly effective, we know, in addressing the issue that challenges low-income households most in U.S. cities right now, which is affordability. Obviously the theme of this conference. But vouchers may need to be supplemented by place-based assistance in tight markets. And finally, I think that housing agencies should continue to experiment with ways to improve the administration of the program, both to serve existing families better, but also to stretch resources farther and to reach some of those 75% of eligible households that aren't currently receiving any assistance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Morris Davis.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And before I delve into dry, technical, and boring material, I thought I would start out with just a little anecdote over lunch. As I was listening to the panels this morning, I was joking with Raven, I was thinking, how on earth did I become the most conservative person at an AEI conference? And I'll tell you where this comes from. But first, there is a disclaimer. One of the co-authors, there's 3 co-authors in this paper, Jesse Gregory, Dan Hartley, and Keegan Tan. Dan Hartley is at the Chicago Fed, and nothing in this paper reflects the views of anyone at any Federal Reserve. So, so I guess I want to give you a broad overview before I bore you with details. And the broad overview is, I was trained to think the following. You shouldn't talk about government policy before you can identify a market failure, because government policy should correct market failures. So I guess the question I'd come at this with is, where's the market failure in housing affordability? And if we can't identify a market failure for housing affordability, if this is simply about the manifestation of rising income inequality, then what we should be talking about is income inequality and not housing. So I could just sit down now, or I could potentially articulate one market failure that I think is very important and that I really haven't heard much of us discuss today, which is about children. The market failure is that children do not determine their own outcomes. Their parents determine their outcomes. And so where I think the market failure is that parents make decisions for children that children, if they were fully informed and fully capable of making decisions with access to perfect credit markets, they might make different decisions. Well, think about the consumer side. Think about college. 18-year-olds have access to funds to go to college. May not be Stanford, but they can go to college. They have access to those funds, and children do not have access to neighborhoods. And so what I want to talk about is neighborhood access for children and why this is a market failure. So think about it. Parents may not always act in the best interest of children. They might locate in a bad neighborhood because it's cheap. So why is this a market failure? Well, why would we correct this? Suppose parents receive a voucher to move to a pricier housing unit, presumably in a nicer neighborhood. What happens to children? They might directly benefit through better schools, better peers, less exposure to crime, and all of that translates to higher adult wages. So if children could borrow to move to a nice neighborhood away from their parents, they might do it. They might do it, and they have no way of doing that right now. I don't want to make light of a potentially terrible situation that many families find themselves in. This is a real problem. So the question is, if we're going to have a voucher program, we want a reason for its justification. One reason would be take children, move them to better areas, and then as a result, they'll have better outcomes as adults. And that whole sequence is not capable of being provided by current market arrangements. Okay, so let's think more about children. This is where it all breaks down into math and technical stuff. But okay, there's an equation there. Let's just work through it. There's something that says P, there's something that says B, and then there's something that says V. Okay, what is P? P is the probability that if you hand somebody a voucher, they'll move to a nice neighborhood. What is B? B is the benefit to children from moving to that neighborhood. And what is V? V is the cost of the voucher. So the left-hand side of that equation, P times B, is the benefit to children when parents move to a nice neighborhood. What's the right-hand side of that equation? The right-hand side is the cost to society of providing that voucher. So what I want to talk to you today is, we have an identifiable market failure. Children do not have access to good neighborhoods. We have a program, a voucher program to move children to nice neighborhoods. And we have a social surplus, which is the left-hand side, P times B, the benefits, minus the right-hand side, P times V, the costs. With this framework, we can talk about an optimal voucher program, assuming we can measure P and B. We know what V is. V is the voucher amount. We just need to measure B, the benefits to children, and P, the probability that people move. So what my co-authors and I do is we try to do this. Try being the operative word. You know, ask anyone that does real research. If you want to, you can poke 1,000 holes in the paper. So go ahead, you know, do that. We're trying to take a step in the right direction. First thing we have to do is let's figure out, let's use patterns that we already observe in the data to observe which neighborhoods are people moving to currently and which ones are they not moving to currently. Maybe there are some neighborhoods out there that people are moving to currently that are good neighborhoods or are in a set of good neighborhoods or are close to good neighborhoods, such that potentially a voucher to move them to a good neighborhood doesn't have to be that costly because they're already inclined to move there. So the first thing we have to do is infer this P. So what do? We have panel data on, I don't know, some enormous number of people from the New York Consumer Credit Panel / Equifax data set. And what we can do is we can look at where people move, people that don't have vouchers move. And we're considering only renters, and we're considering only tracts in Los Angeles. So we're limiting this study to Los Angeles renters. And then I just want to show you what different people do in Los Angeles. I wish I could have found Stewart in there, but I didn't. So there's nothing about Stewart in here. But okay, how do you interpret this map? I'm going to go way over time, I'm sorry. Just cut me off and then I'll sit down. How do you interpret this map? The light blue area are all the census tracts in Los Angeles where the poverty rate's less than 10%. The tan tracts are where the poverty rate is greater than 10%. And then what this particular graph shows you, there's a type of person in our sample that's black with a low credit score. And what this shows you is if you look at the dark blue areas, that's where this type of person tends to move. And if you look at the dark, and they tend to move, and the poverty rate is low. And if you look at the dark black areas, that's where this type of person tends to move, and the poverty rate is high. You can see that for this type of person, most of the movement is clustered in, I guess that's called South Central. So now compare this to another type of person in our sample, Hispanic, with not a terrible credit score, but certainly a below median credit score. Again, the same colors of the map. They don't move, but their choices, the dark blue and the black, represent their choices. They live in a totally different set of neighborhoods. So you can imagine that a voucher program that's designed to get this type of people to move might target a totally different set of neighborhoods than a voucher program designed to get this type of person to move. Either way, the thought is you need to understand what people's preferences over neighborhoods are before you can design a voucher program to incentivize them to move to a different neighborhood. Okay, step 2, infer the benefits of neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Well, you know, Los Angeles is a wonderful place. It's apparently never rains. If you believe Richard Green, it's always sunny and there's never any traffic. And I'm sorry Richard isn't here. He'd appreciate that joke. Anyway, but there are differences within neighborhoods inside Los Angeles. So let me show you. There's a test score. There's a test that you can give to kids, and it's called the Woodcock-Johnson. And it's a bunch of questions. Anyway, then what you do is you take all these questions and then you norm it, and then the question is, does this test score tell you anything? And to the best of our knowledge, a 1 standard deviation improvement in the Woodcock-Johnson test score translates to $4,000 per year of increased adult earnings. So if you could move to a neighborhood and that neighborhood could give you 1 standard deviation for somehow better schools, better peers, less crime, whatever the reasons, better transportation, that neighborhood could increase your Woodcock-Johnson by 1 standard deviation, which is a big number, $4,000 a year per life for your entire working life. How much would you pay for that? I mean, a lot. That's what we're going to do that calculation. Okay, so how do we figure out which neighborhoods are the good neighborhoods? Which neighborhoods there is evidence where we improve the Woodcock-Johnson test score? There's a new data set out there called LA Fans. I can't remember what that stands for. Anyway, what it does is it samples households at the census tract level, and there's 2 waves of data, and it asks lots of questions. The most important thing is that this Woodcock-Johnson test, this LA Fans enables us to measure how neighborhoods potentially directly affect this Woodcock-Johnson test score, and therefore indirectly affect adult wages. The key takeaway is that neighborhoods vary substantially in how they impact this Woodcock-Johnson test score. And as a result, there may be significant benefits from moving children from bad neighborhoods to good ones. So here is an example. On the x-axis plots the poverty rate of these census tracts, and on the y-axis plots the average improvement in the Woodcock-Johnson test score yearly. Now, it's an average, so there's tremendous variation at each poverty rate, but on average, you can see that tracts with really low poverty rates have correlated high benefits to the Woodcock-Johnson test score, and therefore potentially big increases in wages when these children are adult. This, I think, was the implicit reasoning behind the MTO experiment. The MTO experiment was a voucher program designed to move households with children, 5 minutes, from high poverty areas to low poverty areas. And I guess what people had in mind was a graph that looked like this. What people didn't realize was that at each tract poverty rate, there is a tremendous distribution of value added. So the MTO did not perform as expected because people tended to select, for whatever reason, into lower performing tracts. The other thing that you need to know, and I'm running out of time, is that at all poverty rates, tracts that provide higher value added are more expensive. So if you get a set of people that are poor and you ask them to spend more money on rent so that their children can do better in school and then in life, it might be a lot more money in rent. So that any voucher program has to take that into consideration. Okay, so let me summarize the evidence so far. Some neighborhoods impact test scores. What we estimate is that 18 years of exposure to the top 5% of neighborhoods can change the Woodcock-Johnson test score by 1.3 standard deviations. And what does that mean? That means $5,300 per year per child. People that receive vouchers on average have 2.5 children. So that I have to squint a little bit, but if I'm reading that right, I wrote the slides, I just can't remember the number. If I'm reading that right, that means $13,250 per year boost to adult wages from moving people to these moving a household to these top neighborhoods. That's on their children, and that's because there's 2.5 children per household. So, so the potential benefits are huge. On average, the best neighborhoods are more expensive, but households have strong preferences over where to live and how price sensitive they are. So a smart voucher program should consider both what households care about, how this varies by type of household, and which neighborhoods provide the best impact on child outcomes. So this, I think, is my last slide. It is. And this is our preliminary step as to trying to figure out what an optimal voucher program looks like. How expensive is it? What neighborhoods do we target? There's too many numbers in this graph for me to go over, but if you were to take all of the people in our sample that are eligible for public assistance, that's the wrong word, take the poorest people in our sample, the ones that are most likely to live in public housing, and you were to ask them and you were to figure out what is the optimal voucher amount for them. Optimal meaning it maximizes the social surplus between the benefits to children and the cost to society. That number is $300 a month. And the thing is, that masks so far tremendous variation among subgroups, among blacks and Hispanics. So, for example, 47% of the black households in our sample would move to a top neighborhood if they were only offered $200 a month. And 22% of Hispanic households would move to a top neighborhood if they were offered $500 a month. So as I said, this is preliminary. What we have to do now is we have to find neighborhoods that Hispanic people are more likely to move into and include that in the set, and then maybe the optimal voucher amount would fall some. So I would say this is work in progress, but you at least understand the framework. So what's the takeaway? The takeaway is, Steve, what's the takeaway? I'm just joking. The takeaway is we have a market failure. The market failure is that children might make different decisions for themselves than parents make for them. There's a surplus function we can identify. And once we know preferences over neighborhoods and benefits, we can identify what an optimal voucher program looks like. Thank you very much.
And continuing with the education theme is Karen. Karen Mertens Horn. I do not mean to confine myself to one name.
So I guess that the organizers of the conference also think that this market failure of kids is important for choosing two of us thinking about outcomes for children. Children are very highly served by the voucher program. About half the vouchers go to families with children, so I think this is very important. Not to say that there aren't a lot of other functions that I think Ingrid did a really good job going through of what makes the voucher program so important. So I think both Ingrid and Morris did a really good job of introducing and motivating this paper. So I should probably just jump in. This is a paper that I co-authored with Ingrid and Amy, and it's already published, so we've convinced some people that we've tried to identify this, and we've looked very similar to the question that Morris poses, is we've looked to see why voucher holders don't, on average, live near better schools, particularly voucher holders with children. Okay, so what is our motivation? As we talked about a lot today, the voucher program is a really big program. We spend a lot of money on the program, and it was created in part to encourage mobility, right? As opposed to our history in the US of providing place-based housing policies, this is now a mobile housing policy, and one of the intentions was, maybe not explicitly stated, but to help families move to neighborhoods with better schools. And yet, unfortunately, but based on primarily on research also that I've done with Ingrid, if you look nationally, and the evidence is disappointing, we don't see that voucher holders are living near better schools. So this paper says, well, why? Can we identify some reasons why this may be the case? So I'm not going to talk at all about the background of the voucher program. I'm just highlighting a few features that Ingrid described that are important for our research. Most importantly, the voucher program targets very low-income households, so even though households are eligible if they earn below 50%, oh, closer to the mic? I'm not loud enough? Okay. Even though voucher holders are required to earn below 50% of area median income, every housing authority is required to hold 75% of their vouchers for households below 30% of AMI. So it's serving a very low-income population. There are very long wait lists for vouchers. And a tenant is also given a short amount of time, at least initially, to lease up. And finally, this is a very large subsidy. So I know, as Ed has argued, perhaps we should rejigger it and give more people less subsidy. But currently, the way we've designed it is we're giving less people a very big subsidy. Okay, so on average, I think Ingrid also did a great job talking about this, so I'll go through quickly. What do we know about the neighborhoods voucher holders live in? They're living to neighborhoods that look very similar to other poor households in their metropolitan areas. They're less disadvantaged, primarily based on poverty rates, than households living in public housing, but more disadvantaged than the neighborhoods where tenants of tax credit housing live. So focusing particularly just on schools, we know that voucher holders live near lower performing schools than both, I missed my laser pointer. Then both households, we've created 2 comparison groups. We've looked at other households, other renter households in the same metropolitan areas. We see that they live near worse performing schools than this group, but renters, of course, include high-income households as well. So we've also looked at poor households in the same metro areas, and we also see that voucher holders live near lower performing schools than other poor households in their metro areas. So between these 2 counterfactuals, that's, I guess, a very disappointing outcome. So we've tried to say, we spent a lot of time in this paper thinking about, well, why is this the case? So we have present a few theories. So voucher holders are very low-income households, as I've mentioned, so perhaps when they get the voucher, they're not prioritizing schools, as Morris suggested, right? We find there's good evidence that they're moving to less overcrowded housing, they're reducing their rent burdens, perhaps they're moving to higher quality units, and they're also thinking about crime in their neighborhood. So they have a lot of things to think about when they at least initially receive their voucher. Also, a large chunk of the voucher holders don't have children, so we may not expect that they care at all about schools. And then the other piece is that, as we mentioned, voucher holders are on long wait lists, right? So it may be a lot of years until you get your voucher. So by the time you have your voucher, your child may be 8 or 9, and as a rational parent, that's not necessarily the best time to move your child to a different school. The costs of the adjustment may outweigh the potential benefits, even for a rational decision maker. So thinking about the age of the children is important. And second of all, constraints are real, right? So even though the housing voucher is a big subsidy, it is not, it can't overcome every constraint. So in addition to the limited time search, we also, in high-cost metro areas, the voucher doesn't buy you or doesn't pay the rent in a lot of the neighborhoods. And also in a lot of the areas that voucher holders can afford, there are not necessarily good schools nearby. So we're going to try and specifically look at these 2 constraints, the tight housing markets and the schools. Okay, so we present a few hypotheses. So given the short time period, the 30 to 60 days that voucher holders are given to find a unit, we hypothesize that that first move may be a stability move, right? So they may initially use that voucher to lease in place or lease near where they are, and that over time, voucher holders may move towards better school when they're in the program. We also hypothesize that voucher holders will be more likely to make these moves when schools become most relevant for that family. Right? So our identification here is going to be looking at households with children where their oldest child is about the same age and one child is eligible for school and the other isn't. So we're using kindergarten cutoff dates. And also in neighborhoods, in metropolitan areas and in neighborhoods where they face lower constraints, they're going to be able to make better residential choices, better according to school quality. So what do we collect to conduct this analysis? We have a really large data set. We have the confidential HUD data set where we have the exact location of every voucher holder. And we clean this for a 10-year panel for 15 states that we also were able to get school data for. So we match this and we include, and our overall sample includes over half of the voucher households in the United States. And we're able to follow them for 10 years. Okay, this is the summary statistics of all the households. I think the most important characteristics to look at are the very low income. Our primary sample is that third column. We see households earn less than $10,000. Over 75% are poor. Majority minority, majority female-headed households. All of them, of the people that we focus on, have children. And the mobility rate is relatively high, right? So for this group with the young children, we see that the mobility rate is 16%. So households within the voucher program are moving, okay? And that's what we're focusing on. So our school data, we also collect from a bunch of sources. The Common Core provides us the district and the address of the school. We merge that to the proficiency, and then we get the kindergarten start date from each state specifically. Okay, and then we merge, then we have to do this magic process where we merge households to schools. This is not, this is an art maybe more than a science. We would love to know exactly which school each voucher holder attends. In the country, it's not realistic, so we do as the crow flies distance, and we tried to test this for 13 metro areas where we have attendance zones in addition to distance. We found that for 65% of the cases, that's a good match. And in the rest of the cases, we looked at the quality of the schools that we matched them to, and we find that substantively these schools look very similar. Okay, and so now we're going to try and make a case that households do move towards better schools when schools are most relevant for their family. So we don't want to compare all families, right? Families with young children may be overwhelmed by the prospect of moving with very young children, right? And it may get easier as time goes by. And households with older children may be already settled in school. So that may be one of the reasons that mobility changes. So what we're trying to do is create really compelling counterfactuals, looking at households that have an oldest child of the same age. Right? So we're going to compare families that just met the cutoff to those that didn't. And then we're going to test whether or not, once you made the cutoff, do we see a bump up in moves towards better schools? And that's going to hopefully convince you that we're isolating this impact of move toward better school for these low-income families. And our large data set with millions of voucher holders allows us to conduct this kind of a test. Okay, so here's our raw data. What happened? What did I do? Skipped. Okay, so here's our raw data. And so this is just a look at what our data looks like, and looks like there's a jump there, right? So we've arrayed by days from eligibility cutoff. So here are the kids, to the left is the kids that are just a few days younger than and not eligible for kindergarten, and the kids on the right are the ones that are just eligible for kindergarten. So it looks like even in the raw data with no controls, there's this jump. It's about a 0.3 percentage point increase in move towards better schools. Right, so we're only looking at those moves, right? So moves towards better schools, we see more likely if kindergarten is relevant to your family. I see concerns. I don't see any minutes yet. Should I explain that? 5 minutes left? Okay, I'm doing fine. I'll come back to it if there's questions at the end. Okay, so to formalize this, just to talk this through really quickly, to formalize the regression discontinuity with controls, we add a dummy variable. I missed the first variable. We identify bivariate, are you moving towards a better school? We control for, our key variable here is, did you meet the eligibility cutoff? Dummy, are you eligible for kindergarten or not? Our running variable, that variable that I showed along the bottom, is days to the eligibility cutoff, and then we interact the two to allow the slopes to be different on both sides. Right? So we're looking at that eligibility cutoff dummy. That's what identifies our effect, and we include a set of household controls. Okay? Then we also wanted to test the relevance of constraints. The two primary constraints we test for in this essay in our paper are the school system. So do you have better schools nearby? We look at the 3 schools nearest to your house, and are the 2 farthest from the nearest better than the one closest to you? Right, so that's a better school nearby. We've also experimented with much better nearby. So do you have good options very close to home? And then we've looked at housing, to look at the housing market. We've also experimented with a lot of different measures. The ones we include today are whether we identify a metro area as a high opportunity or high opportunity for metro area if over 75% of, if you're in the 75th percentile in terms of the share of FMR units renting near good schools, right? So are you, the top quarter metro areas get a 1 for this, right? So in the top quarter metro areas in our sample, you get a 1 if you are a high availability, if there's good housing available near good schools. We've also experimented with doing that in a lot of ways. And so what we find here, this is our key coefficient of interest. We find that when you are eligible for school and you have good schools nearby, you are between 1 and 2 percentage points more likely to make a move towards better schools. And the same goes for when we look at much better schools. Right? So when we are able to isolate and identify this, when options are available to you and schools matter, these households do make moves towards better schools. And we played a lot with the FMR and the vacancy rates. We weren't able to find very good evidence that this matters so much, or marginally more than the access to better schools, right? So this regression now adding this interaction with the high FMR, we find about the same results, that you're a 1 to 2 percentage points more likely to make this kind of opportunity move in these metro areas. So some of the other things we looked at were vacancy rates, just looking at FMR and top half instead of top quarter. And so those are our, I think I'm pretty good on timing. Perfect. Okay, so that's overall what we find in the study. So hopefully what I've presented are a compelling case that even though voucher holders on average are not using the voucher to live near better schools than potentially comparable households, when we are able to isolate the moves, when when schools are most relevant, we are able to identify causal evidence that voucher holders are making moves towards better schools when schools matter to their family. So I think that this research goes along well with the arguments that Raj Chetty's making about, getting vouchers to households when their children are younger. When they have the voucher when their children are younger, they're going to make better decisions for their children. So that families are moved towards better schools when school quality matters most to them, when there are good schools nearby, and when a large share of vouchers of rent are affordable to those households. So I think some of the policy options that we haven't yet talked about, we've talked a lot about policy options. I think Ingrid actually touched on this one. One of the things that our research suggests is that information is really important, right? Knowing about good schools. So one of the things that's happening with the, I think it's the Moving to Work housing authorities, as they're partnering with great schools to provide information to families about local schools to see if that kind of just access to that information is improving the ability of low-income households to move to neighborhoods with better schools. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks to all our speakers. One of the great things about having a seminar like this at a think tank is we don't have to discuss methodology. I hope that's okay. We're going to get to policy here. Strikes me the following. There's a consensus here in the group that the voucher program does one thing really, really well. It reduces rental expenses for those who are fortunate enough to be in the voucher program. And then everything else, trying to make it do this other thing, right? To get people into different kinds of neighborhoods, to get them close to schools. Well, that turns out to be really complicated, really complicated. The administrative apparatus is not tailored to that. It's on a first-come, first-served basis. One, the preferences of the families, and we're making some assumptions about their children, but as far as we know, the express preferences of the families lean towards staying in their own communities many, many times. In fact, you'd have to pay Hispanic families, according to Morris's work, $500, and only 22% of them would move. So they have a strong resistance to doing what the panel seems to think is good for them and their children. We'd have to torque this program in extremely complicated ways. And you could almost infer that we would have one program for blacks and one program for Hispanics. That's a little hard to imagine on a practical basis for a federal government program. So here's where I'm going with this. Why are we giving up on the idea that all schools can be good and that these families have to flee their neighborhoods when only a minority are going to get the vouchers, and we're going to have to make this incredibly complicated new program? Aren't we really talking about an education market failure? So, you're not the most conservative one at AI.
Right, really, exactly. Okay.
And, here we go.
All right, so here we go. And I should say, Howard hired me for one of my first jobs, so we have a long history, so I can respectfully disagree with him. I would just want to sort of just back up for a second. I think maybe as Morris and Karen can talk specifically to the education part, but I just want to say, I think you made some assertions that I just want to qualify a little bit about the voucher program. I think one of the major benefits is that it reduces rent payments, but I also think a major benefit that we have seen from this good experimental evidence that it also enhances the stability of families and reduces homelessness, and that can have benefits, long-run benefits for the kids, no matter what neighborhood they live in. It can have long-run benefits and cost savings for society because you are saving money. I mean, you're spending money on the voucher program, but then you're spending less money in a whole variety of other social services. Second of all, I don't think we can say necessarily, and I don't think Morris would disagree with this, that necessarily that the outcomes, the neighborhood outcomes of where families end up necessarily reflect their preferences. There are a whole, there are a whole variety of constraints that voucher holders face when they're looking for units. So I don't think just because many voucher holders don't end up in neighborhoods with good schools necessarily means that that's the neighborhood that they optimally prefer to be in. They may have limited information, they face discrimination, they have limited search time, et cetera. So I just want to qualify that. And I don't think that, and I don't think necessarily also, certainly, I'm not talking about completely throwing away the existing voucher program and replacing it with a location-restricted voucher. I think there are many things that you can do to help sort of break down the barriers that voucher holders face to really allow the voucher program to reach the potential of really enabling families to choose where they want to live. I don't think that's necessary. That's not giving up on the school system.
I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of people, a plurality or a majority, who are still going to be in the neighborhoods left behind, or should we worry about those? Okay, whoever wants to hit me next, that's fine.
Turn this on. So I think that this fits really nicely with the point Gary brought up at the very beginning of the presentation. So you set us up well for this question. Just the fact that it is more expensive to educate a low-income child in a neighborhood of concentrated poverty, right? So I think that maybe one of the answers is that there is a market failure also in concentrating poverty, in concentrating disadvantage, and that we see that it's much cheaper and easier to educate low-income children in more mixed-income environments. So I think that that's potentially one answer, one
and it may be true, answer. And then there's the practical complications, which is what Morris's paper, I think, started.
And I also want to say that I don't think, I have not given up on public education working for everyone, so I don't think that, and I don't think that many people do. I think that a lot of what has been talked about today is, an both-and approach, right? So this is not one or the other, but it's not, if our housing policies do not provide people with opportunities to move when they want to, that's a problem. If we're forcing people to move to places they don't want to, that's a problem. But
Morris, you want to weigh in on this?
Very, very briefly. I just had 2 points. First is, it's not all about schools. There is, at the LA, there's measures of school value added produced by the LA Times. And those measures of school value added don't look anything like our estimates of school value added that we have from the LA Fans data. So it's not all about schools. For example, you could make a very strong case for peers mattering quite a bit, or access to transportation. So the other thing that's, I think, important that we don't talk about, but the thoughts are out there, is Raj Chetty and his co-authors have this paper about MTO. And they said, MTO, there was no improvement in child test scores for the people that move, for the children that move to the low poverty tract areas. But yet they still experienced an increase in adult wages. So there was obviously something else going on in those low poverty areas that's not captured by schools, or at least not captured by the Woodcock-Johnson. So there is probably massive school failure. I wouldn't know the first thing about that. But in terms of fixing the schools as a step, that's a step, but it's probably not the only one.
Right, and I think Raj Chetty's data showed those kind of gains for children who move, as per Karen's paper, at the salient age.
That's the right age.
Right, and so, again, you get to the practicality. Can you torque a federal program to be targeted to those who need it the most? But let's leave all that alone. Ingrid dropped a very tantalizing tidbit at the end of her talk, and she kind of mumbled about it a little bit because she knew I was going to seize on it, right? And I call it time limits. She calls it short-term assistance. When you have so many people who are eligible who are not being served, and I believe the median time in a housing choice voucher household now is about 9 years, between 8 and 9. 6, okay. 6, which is still longer than cash welfare, right? Let me just ask in a more open-ended way. Why are you moving in that direction, Ingrid? Expand on what you said in your former remarks.
I don't think I'm moving in that direction, but I think that it's something that I'd like to learn more about. And I think that there is, I will say that there was, and Kathy and others, there are lots of people from PD&R who will correct me and know more about the family option study, but the recent, I guess that the longer term results were just released, and they showed somewhat, and this is a program that basically randomly assigned homeless families to 3 different kinds of treatment. 1 was long-term vouchers, basically 2 was short-term vouchers, 3 was sort of usual care. And they found that, and the short-term vouchers had disappointing results. I mean, the short-term, the sort of rapid rehousing. And it really didn't do much. Those families ended up coming back to shelters. That being said, I think that that's one study. It's one particular population.
How short term?
These were 6 months. Is that right? Wasn't it 6 months? 9 months? Oh, 9. Okay.
Right. So in the moving to work programs, I think they're longer than that.
Yeah, no, often, no, I'm saying, look, there can be, you know, you can have 2 years of assistance, 5 years of assistance. I think politically, what, as you know, what we found in New York, right, it's difficult when you get to that point to end the voucher for the families that have it. I do think that we need to learn more about this, and I do think that, like I said, I mean, I think the biggest disappointment or the biggest concern about the voucher program is similarly its limited reach, and so I think we do need to. I would like to see more experimentation and study of shorter term, shallower vouchers, or either shallower or time limited vouchers in order to try to stretch those resources toward to enable the program to reach more households. I mean, again, I also personally would like to see more resources spent on the voucher program, but I also think that we need to experiment with ways to use those existing dollars more effectively. And I think there surely are some set of households that could benefit from short-term assistance and really help them to stabilize their lives. I think that the challenge is finding those households and finding the households for whom a time-limited voucher really can work.
And so you in the spirit of experimentation, then expanding the moving to work program would be okay?
Well, I mean, expanding the moving to work program isn't just about time limits.
Oh, no. But it is about experimentation.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. There are other aspects.
Yes. I mean, we should experiment more, certainly, but we also should study those experiments to learn from them.
Right, and I'm sure we have some agreement on that, right? There are certain terms that come with having a voucher in terms of how you use the support. One is you pay 30% of your income in rent, which means, the way I count, the more your income goes up, the higher your rent becomes. Most people sign a lease, and that's their fixed rate lease. I'm thinking about what Ed DeMarco said about transition to home ownership. The George W. Bush administration at one point talked about somehow using Section 8 funds as down payments on home ownership. That seems not sure that worked out too well. But what about the idea that you could fix rents, allow the savings that people realize to go into some sort of an asset building account, and start to do what Ed was talking about? And Ed, feel free to jump in. I don't want to make this all about Ingrid, but
oh yeah, I was going to say it exists, the Family Self-Sufficiency Program.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that is, right.
Yeah, so I don't know how many cities, Kathy knows how many cities have them? Small. FSS.
It's a limited number, and there's some dollars with it, but the evaluation is going on right now.
Yeah.
Well, let me say, Adrian's not my one. Is this the house?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let's get the microphone, and we'll begin this. We might as well begin this.
I just wanted to I was going to sit here quietly and listen to this. That's the wrong thing to do. But the Family Self-Sufficiency Program is one that works very well in terms of putting families' incomes into escrow. So we basically flat rent them, and any additional incomes they earn, we carve it out. We don't increase their rent. We take the amount that they would normally pay and put it into an escrow, and then those funds go into down payment or education. I think if there's anything to tweak there is making it mandatory about what the escrow funds are used for. And that's something that we are doing here in DC, is making a little bit more nuance about what the funds can be used for. But the programmatic system already exists to put those funds into escrow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's national. Yeah.
Mark Schroeder, here.
Familiar with.
Well, you've got it. Okay, good.
So the FSS program has flexibilities, family self-sufficiency, and exists across the country, but it's limited. And so there are small details on how things are shaped, but there is an evaluation going on currently. There's also an evaluation of the type of rent reforms that you're talking about, and I think 5, or did one drop out? We're down to 3, no, 4 public housing authorities who have similarity, and what they've done is they've agreed to a set of the type of rent reforms that are being talked about so that they can be studied. And oh, you're one of those also. That's great. And then just on the expansion of the moving to work, Congress mandated the expansion of 100 additional MTW sites over the next 7 years, where each entering cohort must adopt one common innovation that HUD must study. And so they've been through they're at the early stages of that now, but so there'll be concrete learning on exactly these types of pieces, and certainly time limits is part of the public discussion.
Also,
Ed Olson, University of Virginia. I was just actually going to add some information. One of the reasons so few housing authorities do family self-sufficiency is it's very administrative intensive, has a large administrative cost. That's my perception of it. I just wanted to comment on several of things that Ingrid said. I mean, she gave an excellent summary of the voucher, the evidence on the voucher program. And I just wanted to actually just add to several. So one of the things she mentioned was a study, an excellent study Mike Erickson and Amanda Ross published quite recently on the effects of the voucher program on the rents faced by unsubsidized people.
Right.
And one of the findings was that the prices facing unsubsidized people in the middle of the rental market went up, and that's correct. It wasn't a large increase, as I remember it, 2 to 3%. And the reason for that is that the program really incentivizes renting in that range because the price of better housing is 0 up to the payment standard, and the payment standard's in the middle of the market. A lesser known one of Mike's results, but an important one, is the voucher program also reduces demand at of the lowest quality units. Those people who are getting vouchers are moving away from the worst quality units, and you would expect that rents would go down, and they did. So one of the consequences of the housing voucher program is the rents facing the poorest unsubsidized people are lower, also by a modest and similar amount. The other thing,
was that good? That was good news, right?
Yes, I would regard that as good.
I'm just trying to keep it straight.
Some people pay higher rents, and some people.
So the
pay
worst
lower
housing
rents.
was abandoned, and those guys have to get their act together. So that's good news. Okay.
And the other thing, Ingrid correctly reported from a study from 2000 that, at that time, about 30% of people offered vouchers did not use them. It's important to realize, one, that many people who are offered vouchers of a very modest amount. The highest income people are offered vouchers of a modest amount. And furthermore, there's a limited time to find a unit. So you do need to take those things into account. But the other important thing to know about it is that housing authorities operate like college admissions offices. they realize that a certain fraction of the people they offer vouchers to will not use them, and they are allowed to overissue, allowed to and do overissue vouchers to take account of that, so that as many of the vouchers as possible are used. And the voucher utilization rate, the fraction of all vouchers that are utilized, has typically been over 90%. It depends, the penalties that authorities have suffered for overutilizing, going too far, have changed over time. So it does change from time to time, but it's important to distinguish between the voucher success rate and the voucher utilization.
Those are great contributions, and taken together, we're reminded that local housing authorities are managing this federal program, and there are 3,000 local housing authorities? Yeah.
So
across the United States. Yeah. And so administrative capacity is going to vary tremendously, and we found out that these promising experimental programs are confined to just a handful. So there's
one of the
work to be done.
things.
I have a question directly for you, Morris, but you can weigh in first.
I wanted to weigh in on something. I'm obviously in a sea full of experts, so I just want to present a thought that I haven't heard much of, and for people to think about. It deals with housing supply, and I know that we keep talking about housing supply, but nobody's mentioned it in the context of vouchers. So here's a thought for you. Suppose the total number of units in a metro area is fixed. Both the total number of units and unit quality is fixed, which is probably not a terrible assumption for Los Angeles right now. When you issue vouchers to one segment of the population for them to trade up, the only thing you're doing is shuffling. Average housing quality doesn't change. You're just pushing people that were in some places into a different part of the housing distribution, or else all rents go up.
Assuming full occupancy previously.
I said, if the number of housing units is fixed, then with some small vacancy rate, then all you're doing is just shuffling along the housing distribution. So,
okay, well,
hold on. I said assume the following.
I'm going to keep control here.
I said assume the following.
So that's an argument for encouraging new production.
I just think for vouchers to do what we want them to do, there should also be a supply-side equivalent response to encourage things.
In tight markets, that was on my last slide. You missed it.
Right.
Yeah.
Howard, if I can ask.
And since we're at AEI, the question would arise, would that have to be a subsidized supply shift or not? But let me ask you directly, Morris. Would you focus maybe specifically and only new vouchers on families with a salient decision, to use Karen's term, whose children are at the age at which they could benefit from? And I'll ask Karen the same question.
Okay. So at the risk of creating a room full of enemies, if I haven't already done so, we just have to ask, what's the market failure? Is the market failure income inequality? Because if it's income inequality, then we should talk about income inequality. Is the market failure low quality housing? That's not a market failure. Poor people consume less of everything, including housing. So the articulated market failure that's compelling to me is the fact that parents make decisions for children that if children were of adult age, they would make different decisions. So if that's the market failure that we can agree on, then that's what the government policy should focus on. If there are other
even
market
if those
failures,
are the ones who benefit the most, whatever the backdrop of it is. And
so at the risk of being the bad guy, I would say we should focus on families with kids and get kids from out of bad neighborhoods and into good neighborhoods.
So reorient the rules to focus. Karen, are you on board with that?
I don't know. I don't necessarily feel qualified to make those policy recommendations, but I did want to say that this is, Raj Chetty does make that policy recommendation, and he doesn't. Oh, he's working with, no, you're giving me a no. A broader set that includes like some set-asides for families with young children. But there is a group of academics currently working with a set of housing authorities under this rubric called moving to opportunity, or creating moves to opportunity, thank you, where they're working on a set of feasible, with Chetty on the team, it's a team of 7 or 8 researchers, something like that, to create feasible, practical, equitable recommendations and experiment with them. And that is not the only, that's one on the menu. But
so
Can I just say one thing?
Let's get Ingrid in on this.
I would just say, I mean, I'm very sympathetic to focusing resources on families with young children, and I also might make a distinction between, among the voucher holders that go to families, we might want to target those to families with young children, and certainly we want to target our efforts to enable moves to higher opportunity neighborhoods to families with young children. But I think that the voucher, forget that a lot of voucher holders are also older adults, disabled, who need supportive services. That's what a lot of vouchers are used for. And so those are families that would be, individuals, in many cases, who would be, we would be paying very high amounts to serve them in institutional facilities if they weren't.
Howard?
Might we take?
No, but
I know my name. Wait a minute.
Okay, then let me add one thing to it.
Might we create classes of vouchers for targeted populations?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I think that certainly.
In other words,
like
a third, or something like that.
Yeah. There are priorities. So, but like I said, I think that we
maybe.
So,
all right, Bruce.
okay.
Make it a question.
So one of the things that we're doing, one of the things that we're doing with some of the housing authorities is we're doing what's called the HOT PHA, Home Ownership Through Public Housing Assistance. So one of the really exciting things is that we're taking the no down payment, closing cost mortgage, the NACA mortgage, and we're using that. And so if you take that 30-year mortgage and you use 70% of the payment, and you apply that to the PITI, to the mortgage payment, you take 30% and you apply it to the principal. That means with a 30-year mortgage, you're able to pay that off in 14 years and 11 months, and you have enough of a purchase price for Section 8 tenants to become homeowners and own at the end of that. For example, in Worcester, they'll have equity wealth of $130,000 in 14 years. And we've had workshops. We're putting people through that program. We've had hundreds of people come, and that's an existing HUD program, an existing Section 8 program that has not worked, because for a 30-year mortgage, they'll only pay for 15 years. So why would a Section 8 tenant want to give up their Section 8 for life when after 15 years they have to make the mortgage payment? But with what we call the HOT PHA, Home Ownership Through Public Housing Assistance, they generate wealth, they become homeowners, and that voucher becomes available in 14 years for someone else to use. And we got a great response out there. It's requiring less government subsidies. It's using the private sector, private mortgages to end the cycle of poverty and the cycle of dependency to put them into homeowners. And most importantly, for what people are talking about here, generating significant wealth. And remember, they have to be full-time workers to do that program.
All right. Did you have a question?
You were talking about models that are out there that you want to generate wealth. That is probably the most effective model that's doing that.
All right, gentlemen in the back.
Thank you. And this is great, lively discussion to keep us all awake in the afternoon, so I appreciate that.
Working on it.
So I just want to come back, Ingrid, one of your points on your slide, and we've referred to it, but I think it's worth talking about a bit more, is small area FMRs. So Howard, you started out by saying that the complexity of trying to get more mobility in the voucher program is really hard. But I think the work from Dallas suggests that with a change in the rent structure incentives, you can actually get a fair amount of difference in mobility outcomes, although there are issues and concerns about moving to that system. So I'd be interested in Ingrid and maybe others and your take on what's the opportunity and challenges of small area FMRs.
That's a great question for Ingrid, and especially in the context of a relatively fixed pie overall.
Yeah.
in terms of dollars.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the research evidence from Dallas is very promising. It showed that basically just that tweak in how rents were set actually enabled many more families to get to higher opportunity neighborhoods at no cost, no additional cost.
Would you just quickly summarize what
small area?
Yeah.
So basically the idea is that instead of setting, right now, the standard and the standard voucher program, the rent cap is set at the 40th percentile of the metropolitan area distribution, which means that the subsidy basically will subsidize up to that 40th percentile. And those units that are rent at that low level tend to be concentrated in a limited set of neighborhoods. And so the idea with the small area FMR is to set those rent caps at a zip code level so that the units that are affordable to voucher holders are dispersed across a broader array of neighborhoods in a metropolitan area. And the idea is you're increasing the subsidy in the high opportunity neighborhoods, at the same time you're reducing subsidy in the lower opportunity neighborhoods. And so on net, at least in Dallas, it was found that was fiscally neutral. There is an evaluation. I mean, I think one of my students actually worked on that paper, so of course it's brilliant, it's perfect. But it is just Dallas, so I think there is I know there is an evaluation currently looking at what happened in the 5 additional demonstration sites where HUD implemented small area FMRs, and that let me just say that shows a lot of variation in how that approach works. But I think we definitely need to learn more. I think it's a very promising approach, but I think we need to learn more about how that's going to work in different market contexts. Yeah.
Right, and maybe Dallas housing is lower cost overall. Yes, over here. Hi. This might be the last question.
Marion Steele, University of Guelph. I can suggest another market failure to Morris, and that is that it's not just the household that chooses the unit, it's the landlord that chooses the household as well. And there are a number of studies that I think I referred to previously. And one interesting thing is that those studies are based on Craigslist. Well, the landlords who advertise in Craigslist are small, or landlords of small properties, not the bigger buildings, so that they, to the extent that you have a lot of small properties that won't be part of the voucher program, and they discriminate, they choose only a limited number of people, you are helping those discriminated people by offering them vouchers where they might be in a tax credit building, for instance. Okay.
Right, so the response to that, of course, has been so-called source of income discrimination legislation to make it not legal in certain jurisdictions to not accept a Section 8 tenant.
And may I also say...
That's a complex social policy, too. Let's just say that.
May I add one other thing? This may sound right.
This guy's giving me a sign back there, so I'm going to say I'm sorry. But our panel will be available afterwards. Fascinating discussion. I go back to my initial reaction, which was a successful program that this group is trying to make more successful in a way that turns out to be pretty complicated, but I would say there's agreement among the panel that it's worth trying. So thank all of you for your participation, and thank our panel.
All right, folks, we're going to get started. Everything okay? Good afternoon, everyone. Last panel before the happy hour and the cocktails, so we'll try to get you there as soon as possible. My name is Scott Hookman. I'm with Enterprise Community Partners, which is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to create opportunity for low and moderate income families through affordable housing in diverse, thriving communities. And we work nationally to build and finance affordable housing development and drive innovation in the community development field. And I'm honored to be here this afternoon here at AEI at this conference. AEI has a long history of leading important discussions on critical policy issues, and from my perspective, affordable housing is certainly one such issue. And especially as Congress and the administration are taking up tax reform, this discussion of the low-income housing tax credit could not be more timely. As many of you know, the housing credit was signed into law by President Reagan as part of the last major tax reform that was done in 1986. And as you may also know, the tax credit is a public-private partnership that uses private investors who are then incentivized to do something they wouldn't ordinarily do, and an activity which would ordinarily be fundamentally uneconomic for them to do, which is to invest in affordable housing development. And this is a supply-side production program, which I think we'll be getting into the discussion of that. So I come to this discussion from the perspective of a practitioner, not a researcher. I've been working directly with the housing credit for 23 years, raising and deploying capital into communities through the housing credit. Enterprises raised and invested about $11.5 billion over the course of the program. So again, my perspective is that I see every day what's happening on the ground in communities, in urban, suburban, and rural markets. I see the huge and growing need of low-income families, seniors, the disabled, those experiencing homelessness. I see their lack of affordable housing choices. And I see the impact of what the housing credit has done, both to dramatically improve the stability of tenants living in those properties, as well as helping to transform many distressed communities. And I also see firsthand how the housing credit works as a public-private partnership, how shifting the risk for delivering a social good to the private sector investors results in a level of oversight and discipline that I don't think we've seen in any previous housing production program. And I think this is a hallmark of the program and something that could be emulated in other areas. So one of the topics that I know our panelists will discuss today is the relative benefits of the housing credit and housing choice vouchers, which we were discussing on the last panel. And as you heard on the last panel, only 1 in 4 families that's eligible for a voucher receives one, and it looks like the likelihood of dramatically increasing that program is remote at best, with HUD's budget under a lot of pressure currently, and has been for a long time. In addition, my perspective is that vouchers alone can address several challenges for affordable rental housing, including, very importantly, recapitalizing and extending the useful life of aging and really irreplaceable affordable housing that was developed under previous production programs, revitalizing low-income communities, expanding the supply in tight markets, producing housing that targets those with special needs, and building housing near areas experiencing employment growth. So at Enterprise, we believe and advocate for expanding both the housing credit and the housing choice voucher substantially. Another topic I know we'll discuss is where affordable housing should be developed. Should it be used primarily to revitalize low-income neighborhoods? Should it be used to give people opportunity to move to higher-income neighborhoods? We were discussing that in the last panel as well. And at Enterprise, we argue for both really a both-and approach. As I think many of you know, the housing credit is used in all those different ways, as well as I said, to preserve existing affordable housing. So part of the backdrop here also is that there's bipartisan legislation that's been introduced in both the House and the Senate to increase and improve and enhance the housing credit program. We're strong advocates for that legislation and lead a coalition that's advocating for it. So with that, as a setup and an introduction, let me introduce our panelists. Michael Erickson is Assistant Professor of Real Estate at the University of Cincinnati. He's going to go first. He'll be followed by Rebecca Diamond, who's an Assistant Professor of Economics at Stanford Graduate School of Business. And then third up will be Ed Olson, who's a Professor of Economics at the University of Virginia and a Professor of Public Policy at the Frank Batten School of Leadership and Public Policy, also at UVA. So go ahead.
So the very first thing I just want to say is I'm really excited to be here. We're having this conversation. I've been really interested in affordability for about 15 years now, and I'm just excited that we're having this conversation. I think is very timely as far as tax reform, as we heard. So this is part of an overview paper, which I believe is just available on a website. This is co-authored with Bree Lang, who's at UC Riverside. So just to give you some context of the program, if you're unfamiliar with it, the basic idea is we're going to allocate a subsidy to developers that in exchange for placing some sort of rent controls, particularly maximum tenant incomes, maximum tenant rents on units, we're going to give them a subsidy as a percent of their non-land development costs, and applying for those restrictions are 15 to like the 30 years. The program was started in the Tax Reform Act of 1986. Since then, we've sublicated about 2.8 million units. Now, this sounds like a large, number, but really this is only about 6% of rental housing in the United States. So I think when you really hear about this program being a success in terms of the numbers, realize really the majority of affordable housing in this country does not have a subsidy. The Joint Committee on Taxation estimates in 2015, this program cost us, as far as lost tax revenue, about $7.6 billion. By 2018, if we do nothing, it will be about $8.5 billion. So, as Scott said, there's currently two bills like the pending, one in the House and the Senate. Bipartisan support, good chance to be rolled into the tax reform that we'll hear about in the next couple of weeks. Both bills will aim to increase the generosity of the subsidy and also the incomes of the tenants which can live in the subsidized units. The Senate bill also includes a 50% increase in allocations over the next 5 years. So the goals for today, talk a little bit more about the program, then talk, if Morris is here, just more about the motivations of the program from kind of economics like perspective, really what are we trying to do, and then talk about really just this pending, like legislation. And then I just want to offer up 3 alternative reforms where we could actually increase the number of subsidized units through the program without increasing the allocations. So most people, when we talk about the program, we think about really one program. There's really 2 different mechanisms through which developers could apply. The first is really kind of a non-competitive process. The idea is the developer receives 10-year annuity tax credits, which are non-refundable, equal to about 30 to 39% of their non-land like development costs. In exchange for this, they agree to make sure that the tenants earn less than 60% of the area median income, and no rents greater than 18% of the area median income. So for Washington, D.C. area, a 3-person household would have to earn less than $58,680 per year, and the most their rents could be is $1,467 per month. So, just in exchange for this, they could also use, and in fact they almost always do, is just use the tax-exempt bonds just to finance the projects as well. Now, in addition to this program, there's competitive like a subsidy, and this program really awards developers a much more generous subsidy, up to 106% of the present value of their non-land development costs, but states are constrained in how much tax they can actually allocate to the developers within their states. The states are limited based purely upon their state population, and some states, virtually all states are constrained. Some states, they're just extremely constrained by this. So because of this, while they could charge rents as high as 18% of the AMI, they voluntarily make concessions just to lower those rents. Just on the screen in Figure 1, we see the number of units completed through the program from 1994 through 2014. Kathy and others at PDR have really helped with this data. There's about 2.6 million units just altogether. The black represents the competitive, and the red represents the non-competitive. So at the program's height, we constructed about 140,000 units through both programs a year. Just in recent years, those have declined. In last year, it was about 40,000 units just altogether, really through 2013, the last year reliable data. On the flip side, our allocations for the competitive program have increased since 2005, one through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, but for the most part, what you find is, even if we look at increases as far as construction costs, that really only explains about 40% of the decrease in units that we see, and kind of holding the allocations constant. So to help understand more about the projects and really how this affects the properties, I think it's best to just calculate really, it's a property-specific internal rate of return, just for these projects. So this is a project inside Washington, D.C. Costs about $5 million just to develop on that land. And the units will be developed on that land at roughly $200,000 per piece. We're going to build 100 two-bedroom units. So kind of with this idea, we're going to say, let's assume some reasonable kind of underwriting assumptions as far as 5% vacancy rates, 50% kind of operating expenses, also some capital expenditures, and let's calculate to see, well, how would this affect, with the subsidy, which is an important caveat, which I just want to return to, how does it actually affect the cash flows? So what we see, which is most part, is as far as these assumptions, if we would, the maximum rent's $1,467 per month. If a developer would supply this unit kind of under these terms, they would earn about a 0.5% internal rate of return on investment. So what that tells you is, if these are correct for the DC metro area, right, it's really not profitable. No developer is going to accept 0.5% as far as development costs. Just at that kind of 18% of the AMI threshold. On the flip side, let's say we would charge the median, right? That's where we get the 0.5, which is about 1,673. Anybody rent a two-bedroom unit in DC? Anybody? So it's about $2,800 if you go to apartment, a nice kind of luxury apartment. If we would do that, we would suddenly get this property-specific internal rate of return really unsubsidized, roughly about 9%. Just to kind of give you the idea, right? So just at the kind of the median rents, it's not profitable. They start to earn kind of an unlevered property-specific return, approaching probably what the market is once they start charging, kind of again what you see for a new unit apartment, really, which is what these units actually are. So what you see is with the subsidy, and particularly a competitive subsidy, the developers receive $2.34 million in tax credits per year for 10 years in exchange for agreeing to the rent restrictions. Now, inside of Washington, D.C., more credits are just requested. So let's assume now that the developer bids down to 30% of the area median income. So the most, the highest income tenant for a three-person family would be right around $30,000 per year, and the highest rent they could charge is $734 per month. So if we would do this, kind of do this calculation, we would see that they would earn about 5.05% And again, this is somewhat more like conservative. If we assume that the rents, expire at year 15, or the terminal cap rates go down probably closer to 6, we would quickly see this approach like double digits. So kind of give you an idea of kind of where we're at. At the margin, for each additional dollar of development costs, so let's say the project, did cost, $200,000 per unit, and now it's $200,001, it's the developer receive $1.17 in additional tax credits. So at the margin, right, we're subsidizing capital, right, we're kind of holding land constant. Now, the non-competitive program is far less like the generous. The developer under this program would only receive $836,000 per year for 10 years. Their internal rate of return would be 2.66%, which is quite a bit lower, but also they could use the federal tax-exempt bonds kind of as additional like a subsidy to help kind of, I'll just leverage up that return. So as far as the recent research of the program, increasing amounts really been done. Karen Mertens-Horns, who we heard from earlier, she recently wrote a review article. There's about 16 articles just altogether that have really looked at basically this idea of kind of some sort of externalities which come. Now, that's one of the market failures, which as far as kind of, Morris might look to. I think the bigger picture, particularly which Ed Olson will talk about, is really this idea of if our goal is to increase housing consumption in certain households, and let's say we're somewhat indifferent on where they consume, I think we've heard some evidence maybe how we shouldn't be, but let's just say that we are and supply is sufficiently elastic, kind of the opposite of Morris's assumption, which you heard a second ago. If we kind of make these assumptions right, it should really be about which program is most cost effective in just applying, basically increasing this, like these units. Ed Olson has really shown, I think, just repeatedly, that for the most part, housing vouchers will almost always just be preferred, right? There's vacant housing units in the majority of metro areas in the United States. If we could truly target those vacant units, put voucher holders in there, right, that would be more cost effective. It's another area which kind of adds to the leakage of the program as far as cost effectiveness is that we incentivize, as far as the developers, on the margin to construct really nice apartments. Right? So it's somewhat more like dated, but I've shown it's about 22% more expensive per square foot in California than unsubsidized like units. Daniel Garcia Diaz, who's in the audience, is currently working with the GAO to really kind of update those numbers, and I'm really excited about it. I think the big picture is, I think we can find a lot of ways to explain why they're more expensive. But the question is, I think from Ed's point, is cost effectiveness, which is the cheapest way to increase the consumption, right? It's not about LEED carpet or green roofs, but how do we actually put roofs over people's heads? So as far as the externalities as well, we've seen a lot about the positive sides inside of low-income areas. Really the best studies really are right about the 30th% of the income distribution. We're going to hear from Rebecca Diamond, really what I think is really, I think, maybe the bigger picture of this program. Roughly 2/3 of tax rate units are actually not in low-income areas, but kind of Morris's point, these are in higher-income areas, right? We want to ask what actually happens kind of in equilibrium when we locate the households in those neighborhoods, right? What's the effects on schools and particularly, like property values as well. So, yeah. So this is from a recent study which I've done as well that says, look, kind of Ed's world, right? Supply is sufficiently elastic. It shouldn't matter. Kind of my world, I say maybe there's some instances where we really want to see the tax rate like construction, right? Particularly maybe San Francisco. We would want to see more tax rate construction per capita. And that's very much what this screen shows, is how much tax rate construction was built in San Francisco as compared to Orlando, or as compared to like Des Moines, Iowa, from 1993 through 2013, right? Really as a function of affordability of those metro areas. So you see San Francisco over there. This is affordability gap, where it would basically take about $4,000 to basically fill in the gap between someone's kind of income-based contribution towards housing, the 30%, and what actually the 40th percentile rents are. On the flip side, where it's negative, this basically says that they were contributing too much, right? So if it's kind of left at zero for somebody earning the 60% of the AMI standard, right, housing's too affordable. And what we see is there's almost no correlation from where we find tax rate units constructed and where housing was unaffordable. And I think this is actually kind of a troubling graph when we start thinking about this program as far as expansion, because again, when we're talking about expanding the program by 50%, it's not going to be targeted to San Francisco. It's not going to be targeted to New York, right? We're going to it's really where it's going to come up is we're going to build more units inside of Orlando. We're going to build more units in Des Moines, Iowa. And I think, again, a lot of the burden of the proof is explaining why we need as much construction in Orlando as we do in San Francisco, Los Angeles. I think these are important conversations to have. So as far as the pending legislation, one of the first proposals both the House and Senate have is we're now going to allow some households up to 80% of the AMI. So to give you an idea, inside Washington, D.C., these are households earning about $78,240 to live in subsidized housing. Now, on the surface, this might sound like a great idea, except there are a lot of households that earn substantially less than that can't live in affordable housing as well. So we need to ask ourselves, who do we want to target? Some people might say, we really want to mix incomes of these units. I just don't think the evidence is there that says mixing somebody who's, a little, more of a moderate income with a poor income, that we're going to see that positive externality, which we really hope to see. So the next one they're going to do is increase the generosity. And particularly for projects located in really, or really targeted to the lowest income households, they're going to increase their subsidy by 50%. And I'll kind of walk you through the math, just here in a second. And at the same time, for the non-competitive tax credits, we're going to increase these about 26%. Now, again, we could chat about should we increase the margin, Des Moines versus San Francisco. What's really, I think, problematic is the Senate version increases a 50% increase in allocation. The House bill does not. What this means is if we increase the generosity of the subsidy, but do not increase the allocations, this program will result in fewer tax credit units next year than just kind of outside this program. So at minimum, if these bills pass, we need to think about basically what's going to be happening kind of at the margin once we hold these, as far as these subsidy constraints constant. So what we can see as well is how this would effectively, just affect the units. We would go up to 2.7 million instead of 2.34 for the competitive. There would be about 13% more generous subsidy in the cost per unit. We would also give for an additional $1, about $1.45 in tax credits for each dollar of expenses. For the non-competitive developers, we actually see it, we see the generosity increase, including the incomes as well. So what are these three alternative reforms? The first and foremost, we should really be thinking about really where do we want to build these. Currently, we give a 30% increase if the neighborhood is sufficiently low income or sufficiently high income. So we need to be thinking, kind of taking a step back, of where do we want these units. And previously, we increased the generosity of the subsidy, when perhaps we should just be increasing the allocations in those areas as well, right? Again, if we increase the subsidy but not the allocations, you actually get fewer units in those metro areas. The second reform just addressed really the cost issues just directly. So in this case, we've really seen an increase in the cost of the program in the last about 10 years. And one of the things which I think, to kind of get back to the point earlier raised, is we need to encourage developers to really just innovate on how to reduce costs. Currently on the margin, if they find a way to increase costs in some way, now this is subject to state oversight, but they're going to get 17 cents more, $1.17 more in tax credits for every $1 they spent. Not surprisingly, this has led to more expensive units. So if we would place a cap, let's say on the maximum subsidy per unit, or let's say we even try to just reward developers for these cost-reducing, like innovations, which then could spill out and just diffuse into the wider other 94% of affordable, right? We should be encouraging this at the margin. But the last reform really just relates to the subsidy. The delivery mechanism itself. Currently, when we give this subsidy, it's a 10-year annuity of non-refundable tax credits. This is essentially worthless to the developer themselves, so they sell these to a C corporation with sufficient tax liability. I call one of these companies up. It's about $1 million is the minimum tax liability just to invest, such as kind of enterprise. You need that to invest in this market. One of the things that we could do is really look to reduce the risk that investors face by investing basically in these tax credit projects. The easiest one is make the tax credits refundable. Currently, you need a non-refundable, you need the refundable, tax liability. If you do that, more value is going to come to these projects overnight. The last one we could do is, instead of allocating over 10 years, do it over 5 years or 1 year as well. So just kind of as a simulation, right, we could just say, okay, well, let's hold the property-specific IRR constant at 5.05. We could give a more generous subsidy over 5 years or even 1 year and really hold developers, just indifferent, but actually, reduce costs, just of the program. Where these costs have come from, we can basically borrow cheaper as a country than actually the investors themselves. So what is the summary? The tax credit program is incredibly important. We're going to hear about, we should hear about it more in the next couple of weeks as far as tax reform. Really the burden of proof, I think, is on advocates to say why we need more units in, just like Des Moines, Iowa. If we are going to do kind of a non-targeted increase, pending legislation could actually, though, reduce the number of units subsidized to this program. We should reward developers for cost-reducing innovations. And the last one is really think hard about how to reduce the debt, how to reduce the risk for the underlying low-income housing tax credit investor. Thank you very much.
Great, so it's great to be here and to learn all about these different aspects of housing affordability. I am going to focus today, as we just heard about, the low-income housing tax credit, but I'm going to be looking at a slightly different perspective of housing policy that hasn't really been the focus today, which is its effect on the neighborhood that receives that development. So we know many governments, both the federal level and local level, are increasingly considering what's the right type of affordable housing policies to have. And if you're in the business of developing affordable housing, so vouchers don't actually build affordable housing, and there are lots of policy questions to think about the voucher program. But one key difference in the Light Tech program is we're actually building physical structure, we're increasing supply, and we have to decide where to build this affordable housing. So I'm going to focus on that somewhat narrower question of, given that we're in the business of building affordable housing, how should we think about targeting those new properties or revitalized properties to different types of neighborhoods? And if you look at the types of policies we have out there, we have extreme heterogeneity in what different types of areas are trying to do. So if you look at some of the local affordable housing policies, such as inclusionary zoning, which we see in increasingly many cities, such as San Jose, San Francisco, New York, those types of policies will incentivize developers to put 15 to 20% of their development as affordable in the same building or very, very nearby as a new market rate development. So we want to commingle affordable housing with usually very, very expensive new market rate housing. So that's targeting these at the same geographic area. And is that good or is that bad? Who does this help? Who does this hurt? Given that we don't actually know the answers to those questions, it's reflective in the fact that we have other policy, the low-income housing tax credit, which actually gives larger subsidies to target buildings in the poorest areas. So we're saying we should give more money to incentivize developers to build in poor areas. So those are almost opposite types of targeting. Which one should we think is better for cities, better for society, or maybe better for low-income or high-income people? Who is this helping? Who is this hurting? And I'm not going to focus on the benefits for the tenants themselves. We've heard a lot about MTO and other programs studying what happens to people that receive access to affordable housing and they themselves live in the building. I'm going to focus on what happens to the people that live nearby, new sites that get developed. How are they helped? How are they hurt? And how does that differ across different types of neighborhoods? So I'm just focused on this place-based effect of affordable housing, which is sort of a substantially different question. And to do an overall policy analysis, you need to sort of combine those two effects, benefits to tenants and benefits to neighborhoods. And who's helped and who's hurt depends on which of those are bigger and for whom. So I don't need to tell you that much about the low-income housing tax credit because we just heard a lot of information about it, but I'm just going to be using it as sort of a lab to study affordable housing development in different types of communities. So it's a federal program, which is great, which means more or less it has the same rules-ish everywhere. So I have a big, big data set with lots of affordable housing development to study its effects on local communities across the country. Now, you're probably wondering, well, how am I going to separate out the fact that low-income housing development isn't just randomly assigned to communities? Certain areas are systematically targeted by developers to build these programs, and those neighborhoods may be systematically different than a random neighborhood in that city. That's a very, very hard question to deal with. The way I'm going to deal with that is use the fact that I have very, very geographically detailed data on when and where developments are built, and geographically and time detailed data on housing price transactions, on crime, on migration. So I can look very, very spatially and look at how do things change right next to this site, right 1 year before the development, 1 year after the development, 2, 3, 4, and then sort of keep on radiating outward. How do things change slightly further away, relative to slightly further away, relative to slightly further away, which is really going to zoom in on the fact that I just dropped this shock of a new development exactly at this location, and how does that ripple out over time? So I still have some problems with sort of separating out causation from correlation, but now it's a much harder story to tell, to say that it wasn't this development that got built that suddenly caused this house price appreciation very, very close by, exactly in the year of the development, relative to slightly further away. Maybe that would have happened anyway absent the development, but I'll show you some graphs that suggest it would be surprising to see such dramatic effects exactly in that location, exactly when it's developed. So that's the sort of way I'm going to be identifying these types of effects. And I'm going to look at these, heterogeneity across different types of neighborhoods. What happens when we see these types of buildings developed in relatively high-income areas, quite low-income areas, high minority areas, low minority areas? Are the effects the same everywhere? Where are they different? So just to give you a sort of summary of the results, we find dramatically different effects based on whether these developments are built in relatively high or low income areas. So I'm defining a neighborhood income based on its census tract as of 1990. So before development, I sort of classify neighborhoods as high income or low income. I sort of separate them into 4 quartiles. And we find actually in the lowest income areas, substantial house price appreciation. So these developments, on average, increase house prices by about 6.5% within about a 0.2 mile radius after 10 years. A lot of that happens right away, sort of showing that this is a positive revitalizing effect to the area. In contrast, when you look in higher income, low minority areas, so when I say higher income, this is the top 25% richest areas that get LIHTC developments, but these are still not very high income areas. These are sort of around the median income of the country overall and slightly above. So I'm not studying like Santa Monica type areas receiving these projects. Those places we do find a small house price decline of about 2.5%, very close by, and we find sort of it radiates out a little bit, but it decays after about half a mile. So we do find small declines, but they're not nearly in magnitude as big as the positive effects in the low-income areas. One thing to note is I do not find this depreciation effect in high minority, high-income areas. So it only shows up in low minority, high-income areas. So in the paper, I'm not going to bore you with our model, but we have a model studying location choice and actually looking at the migration patterns of different types of households around these new developments. And that allows me to sort of translate these price effects into willingness to pay effects. So how much are people willing to pay to have a LIHTC site developed in their community, and allowing people to sort of resort in equilibrium. And we find that these low-income areas, the average household is willing, that benefit, so average household in that sort of half-mile radius area that's impacted, each household on average benefits about $8,800. So the equivalent utility value they get is a one-time sort of $9,000 transfer. But when you sum that up across all those households that live nearby, these areas tend to be very dense, and there are a lot of people there, so $8,800 per household times a lot of households leads to a pretty big aggregate welfare benefit to that area of about $116 million. So that says the average LIHTC site in these poor areas benefits the community by about $116 million, which is dramatically more than the typical cost of one of these developments. On the flip side, when you look in these high-income, low-minority areas, average household loses about $3,200, aggregate loss to society about $12 million. So negative, but not nearly as negative as the positive effects in the low-income areas. Okay, I'm going to tell you very briefly about some data. We're going to use data from DataQuick, which is going to give us very detailed house price transaction data back to the 80s. It sort of comes from assessors and deeds offices, things like that. Ideally, we would do this for the whole country, but DataQuick's data goes back further for some counties than other counties, so we're going to restrict to counties where I actually have data back to the mid-90s. We've linked that to public use Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data. That's going to give us the race and the income of the home purchasers, so we're actually going to look at who wants to live in these areas nearby. And then the LIHTC data comes from this public use HUD database, which tells us where and when all of these sites were developed. So I told you it's a nationwide study. Here is my whole nation of counties that I'm going to be using. The reason it's restricted is because I just don't have high quality house price transaction data for every county. So the blue counties are where I'm studying. I already told you a little bit about this. We're using this highly local price change strategy. How do house prices change very close to the site versus further away versus further away versus further away? You know, 1 year after development, 2 years after development, 3 years after development, to sort of tease out this impulse effect of dropping this site exactly at this location, exactly at this time. And here are the sort of graphs that we can produce from that. So I won't bore you with the non-parametric estimator, but this sort of allows us to show on the sort of horizontal axis, you can see years up to development. So year 0 here is the year the development is built, and then on the sort of depth axis is miles from the site. So you can see house prices are relatively flat, approaching the time of development, and in the year and sort of year after development, you see this dramatic increase. This is for low-income areas in house prices that increases the closer and closer you get, and then it kind of slowly trickles up over time. After about 10 years, you get to about 6.5% close to the site. So this is sort of showing this dramatic positive house price effect in low-income areas. If you do moderate income areas, so now we're looking at the second quartile of the neighborhood distribution, you basically get a 0. It doesn't go up, doesn't go down, nothing changes. Starting to go to the third quartile, this is now sort of 38K median income to 55K median income. We see a modest house price decline right away, and it kind of trickles down over time and radiates outward. So we have over 10 years about a 3 percentage point decline in house prices very close to the site. But once you're about half a mile away from the site, it's basically a 0. And we find similar effects in these highest income areas. So now we're looking at the census tracts that had at least $55,000 of median income, similar effects. So you can see you can sort of order these effects. You get positive effects when you build this type of new construction in a low-income area, modest negative effects when you build them in a high-income area. If we condition on also being in a high minority area, so this is looking at the bottom half of the income distribution, but also have high minority, the effects look almost identical to the low minority. So if you're a low income area, you get a positive effect. Minority share doesn't seem to really matter for its effect. But in the higher income areas that are in the top half of our census tract income distribution, if you're a high minority share, above 50%, then we find a 0 effect basically on house prices. That decline really only comes from low minority, higher income areas. In the paper, we look at a whole bunch of other outcomes. So I have, using the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act data, I can actually look at the incomes of the people moving into all those houses nearby. And we find that consistent with the house price effect, the LIHTC development in the low income areas attracts about 5% higher income home buyers to the area, so it's sort of creating a more income diverse population that traditionally was just a very, very poor area. And on the flip side, in the higher income, low minority areas, you find about a 1.2% decline in home buyer income. So you're attracting slightly lower income people to the community. We find similar types of effects when we look at minority share changes. So if you had a high minority share before the development, after development, we find about a 3 percentage point decrease in the black share. We can't really see Hispanic very well in the data, so it's leading to less racial segregation. And for some cities, we actually have very geographically detailed property crime data, and violent crime data, and we see pretty dramatic decreases in property and violent crime in low-income areas, which sort of substantiates that these really are improving the quality of the community. But we actually see no increases in property or violent crime in the high-income areas. So I can't find a tangible amenity that says, all right, these places got worse. What the amenity or disamenity is in these high-income areas is, at least it's not crime in the subset of data where I can see crime. If anything, crime goes down slightly in those areas. So it's definitely not driving up crime in high-income communities. So then I said in the paper, we feed all this into a model, which I won't bore you with, and enables us to sort of decompose the welfare effects into homeowners, renters, And landlords, we have to make some assumptions about the renters because we don't directly see rent data separately, so we're going to have to sort of assume that house prices are the present discounted value of rents so that I can use my house price data to say something about renters. Once we do that, I can then tell you that the utility value or the welfare benefit of building one LIHTC site in a low-income community, so the left column here shows the average homeowner benefit in the top row for a LIHTC site developed in a low-income community. So the average homeowner that is impacted by this benefits the equivalent of paying him $23,000. So each homeowner on average that has any impact at all is equivalent to just giving him $23K. The average renter, he gets about $6,500. So the reason it's not quite as big, right, is he has to pay slightly higher rent, which is why the landlord also gets about $6,000. But he gets some utility value out of actually being in a better community with lower crime. So the landlord and renters look like they sort of split the share. When you look at the development in the high-income area, you see decline for the homeowner. So the homeowner is about $4,000 worse off, most of that coming through the fact that his house is worth slightly less. The renter's basically indifferent because he sort of pays slightly lower rents, and the community's slightly worse, but he's sort of happy either way. And then the landlords are worse off because they have slightly lower rents. When we do this again for now we aggregate this up to the overall aggregate benefits to society. So this was the benefit. There we go. This was the average benefit per person. Now we just multiply how many homeowners do we typically have near one of these sites? How many renters do we typically have near one of these sites? And then we end up getting some really, really big positive welfare benefits. So one typical development gives $116 million of value to the community in the low-income areas, where the high-income areas lose the equivalent of about $12 million. So obviously the key question here is, well, the low-income community is doing a lot better, and these are often the types of people targeted by affordable housing in the first place. To really argue that you should build more affordable housing in low-income areas, we need to trade this off with, well, how much better off are the tenants when you develop the property in a high-income area? So they could be very, 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 very much better off, and that could offset this effect of sort of helping a lot of people a little bit in the low-income community. So that's a number that's very, very hard to estimate. The best I can do is take this number from the Chetty, Hedren, and Katz paper we've been talking about, which looks at MTO. He finds that the treatment effect of MTO of moving to these low poverty areas, which is not the exact same neighborhood definitions I'm using, is the equivalent of about $99,000 of present value per child. So you can just sort of do a back of the envelope calculation, which says that at the average LIHTC building, the wage benefits of kids of developing that building in the high income area versus the low income area is about $26 million. Now clearly that's a lower bound of the utility benefit of living in that high income area. This is just the benefit on kids' wages, right? We know from MTO that there are a lot of health benefits, there's psychological benefits, there are other benefits, so I'm not capturing those. But you'd have to argue that all of those other unobserved benefits would have to be about, 7, 8 times as big as the wage benefit to be able to argue that this $116 million that the low-income community would get from the development would, make it worth building the development in the high-income area, because you're going to benefit a few low-income people that live in the building by a lot versus many, many low-income people that live nearby, each by a little bit. So it's a hard calculation to do, but this work at least suggests that we have tangible evidence that low-income communities really do get a lot better when you build these in poor areas. So just to conclude, this suggests that some of these inclusionary zoning policies, which are really incentivizing commingling market rate and low-income housing, could have a large opportunity cost of not improving low-income communities, even if you're saying, I don't care about the fact that maybe it hurts high-income people's welfare. If you don't put any weight on that $116 million of benefit is predominantly going to low-income people that you're trying to help. So thanks very much.
Since I'm a senior citizen and haven't had my afternoon nap, I'm going to take this sitting down. I'm going to talk about whether housing affordability argues for subsidizing the construction of tax credit projects. So, as has already been pointed out, the low-income housing tax credit is the largest and fastest growing low-income housing program. It subsidizes the construction and renovation of more units each year than all other programs combined. The tax credits themselves involve new commitments of about $7.5 billion in 2015. However, these projects receive additional development subsidies, largely from state and local governments, usually funded through federal intergovernmental grants, accounting for about a third of development subsidies. Therefore, the total development subsidies associated with these new commitments is about $11 billion. Furthermore, many tax credit projects involve substantial renovations of older HUD and USDA housing projects that continue to provide deep subsidies on behalf of the tenants. And many tax credit units are occupied by households with tenant-based housing vouchers that provide owners with additional revenue. Owners of tax credit projects receive subsidies in the form of project-based or tenant-based rental assistance on behalf of about 40% of their tenants. To the best of my knowledge, the magnitude of these subsidies has never been calculated. If their per-unit cost was equal to the per-unit cost of the tenant-based housing vouchers, that would have added about $7.5 billion a year to the cost of tax credit projects. A program of this magnitude merits much more critical scrutiny than it's received, and so I'm delighted to see papers like Diamond's being produced. Slide behind. So proposed legislation in the Senate would greatly expand the tax credit program, indeed increase the number of units built and renovated each year by about 50%. This is billed as a solution to a housing affordability problem described in terms of the many households that devote a large fraction of their income to housing. It's also argued that its expansion is necessary to house the homeless. Neither of these arguments holds water. Building new projects is a very expensive solution to the housing affordability problem described. We don't need to build new housing projects to help households that spend a large fraction of their income on housing. They are already housed. If we think that their housing is unaffordable, the cheapest solution is for the government to pay a part of the rent. The HUD's housing voucher program does just that at a much lower cost than the tax credit program. Furthermore, it's neither necessary nor desirable to construct new units to house the homeless. The number of homeless people is far less than the number of vacant units. Indeed, it's far less than the number of vacant units renting for less than the median rent. In the entire country, there are only about 600,000 homeless people on a single night, and there are more than 3 million vacant units available for rent. Even if all of the homeless people were single, and they aren't, they could be easily accommodated in vacant existing units, and that would be much less expensive than building new housing for them. The reason that they are homeless is that they do not have the money to pay the rent for these vacant units. A housing voucher would solve that problem. A major HUD-funded random assignment experiment called the Family Option Study compared the cost and effectiveness of housing vouchers and subsidized housing projects for serving the homeless. Transitional housing projects were less effective, though only trivially so, and much more expensive than short-term housing vouchers. So the evidence indicates that tenant-based housing voucher, that the tenant-based housing voucher program is by far the most cost-effective approach to delivering housing assistance. The best study of HUD's largest program that subsidized the construction of privately owned projects indicated that the total cost of providing housing under this program was at least 44% greater than the total cost of providing equally good housing under the housing voucher program. This translated into an excess taxpayer cost of at least 72% for the same outcome. It implies that housing vouchers could have served all of the people served by this program equally well, that is, equally good housing for the same rent, and served at least 72% more people with the same characteristics without any increase in public spending. We don't have a cost-effectiveness study of this quality for the tax credit program. The best evidence suggests that the tax credit projects cost 16% more to provide housing similar to that occupied by voucher recipients. This is almost surely an underestimate because it omits some of the public subsidies to developers of tax credit projects, such as land sold to them by local governments at below market prices, local property tax abatements received by some developers, and later subsidies for renovating projects. Some of the tax credit projects today are actually renovations of previously built tax credit projects. The best evidence available indicates that occupants of tax credit projects capture a small fraction of the subsidies provided to developments. The evidence indicates that the present value of the rent savings to tenants, that is the difference between the market rents and the rents that tenants pay, is only 35% of the present value of the tax credits provided to developers. Combining this result with the evidence that tax credits account for only 2/3 of development subsidies for tax credit projects leads to the conclusion that tenants capture at most 24% of the development subsidies. Clearly, Congress should not authorize the expansion of the tax credit program unless this evidence on its cost effectiveness is far from the mark. If members of Congress want to serve additional households, they should expand the much more cost-effective housing voucher program. Furthermore, given the large subsidies, large public spending for additional tax credit projects each year, Congress should insist on and appropriate the money for independent analyses of the highest quality that compare the cost effectiveness of housing vouchers with various types of tax credit projects, including ones that renovate public and private housing projects built under HUD and USDA programs. And these cost effectiveness studies should be operated in markets of very different types, with different vacancy rates and different types, so that we resolve this issue of whether one type is more cost-effective in certain circumstances. The cost of these studies would be trivial compared with 1 year's spending on the tax credit program. It's often argued that the large expense of subsidizing the construction of new tax credit projects is justified by low vacancy rates that prevent potential recipients from using housing vouchers. The next slide shows that the location of new tax credit projects is inconsistent with this justification. It's just another number similar to the ones that Mike presented. The construction of tax credit projects is not, in fact, focused on metro areas with low vacancy rates. Over the past decade, the majority of tax credit units were built in metro areas with vacancy rates in excess of 8%. Almost 40% of all tax credit projects were built in metro areas with vacancy rates in excess of 10%. The location of tax credit projects indicates that market tightness is not a serious argument for the tax credit program. Furthermore, there are good reasons to expect that subsidized construction will work poorly in tight housing markets because it will crowd out unsubsidized construction to a considerable extent. When vacancy rates are low in a market, rents will be high. This is when unsubsidized construction is most profitable. In the absence of subsidized construction, unsubsidized construction in these markets would be high. Unemployment among construction workers and equipment would be low. Subsidized construction would simply divert workers and equipment from unsubsidized construction. The evidence indicates that subsidized construction crowds out the unsubsidized housing stock to a considerable extent. The slide mentions some of the best studies. In tight markets, it mainly crowds out unsubsidized construction. In markets with high vacancy rate, it mainly results in the withdrawal of existing units from the housing stock. It's reasonable to believe that all subsidized housing programs lead to some increase in the number of dwelling units by increasing the number of the demand for distinct units. The offer of housing assistance of any type induces some individuals and families living with others to live on their own. One study indicated that about 26% of families on the housing voucher waiting list were living with friends and relatives at the time, and 2% were living in a homeless shelter or transitional housing. And voucher usage resulted in corresponding decreases in these numbers. Since doubling up and homelessness are more common among the poorest households, programs that serve the poorest households will have the greatest net effect on the number of housing units. The voucher program serves slightly poorer households than public housing and much poorer households than privately owned subsidized projects. Consistent with this explanation, Sinai and Walfogel find that tenant-based vouchers lead to a larger increase in the housing stock than construction programs, contrary to the conventional wisdom. This phenomenon also explains Erickson and Rosenthal's finding of almost complete crowd-out for the tax credit program. This program serves families with much higher incomes than the other programs considered. So finally, and contrary to popular perceptions, housing vouchers work reasonably well in tight housing markets. The question is, well, how could that be? The answer is that many families offered vouchers already occupy apartments meeting the program standards. We don't need vacant apartments for these families. They can participate in the program without moving. Other families offered vouchers live in housing that doesn't meet the program's minimum housing standards, but their landlords are willing to fix them up to meet these standards. And vacant apartments that don't initially meet the program's standards can be upgraded to meet them. It turns out to be the case that about a half of all units occupied by voucher recipients were repaired to meet the program's minimum standards. That is, when they were first inspected, they did not meet the standards. Their landlords fixed them up to meet the standards. So the tenant-based voucher program substantially increases the supply of apartments meeting minimum housing standards without building new units for the households involved. So my conclusion is that housing affordability does not argue for subsidizing the construction of tax credit projects.
All right. So lots to talk about here. So I guess starting with the question of vouchers. So in the last panel, we heard that an average of 3 in 10 households kind of bring their vouchers back to the housing authority. They can't find a suitable apartment to rent in, and I heard that in tight markets it's 4 in 10. So I guess I don't know how we square that with you know, what was just being said about that the vouchers increase the supply of affordable housing, that they increase in quality and so forth. If that were all the case, then it would seem that this phenomenon of folks not able to find a suitable apartment or that they can afford, or that their landlord will take the voucher, that phenomenon wouldn't exist if all this is true. And to me, that says something, that there's something going on with the supply. So would you guys care to comment on that further?
So first, you're correct. There, in studies of the success rates, there have been studies of the success rates in the voucher program, and one of the variables that is relevant for explaining the so-called success rate in the voucher program. Remember, the success rate is the fraction of people offered vouchers who use it. And it is the case that in tight housing markets, the success rate is lower. That's correct. Everyone in those markets has a harder time finding housing. It's not just people with vouchers. To me, the more relevant question is, what was the utilization rate in tight housing markets? Because, as I said, housing authorities overissue vouchers, taking account of the fact that not all units will be used, and they do it based on their recent experience with success rates. So if success rates were low, they overissue to a greater extent. So I think the more relevant question is, how does the utilization rate vary with market tightness? And to the best of my knowledge, well, I've seen no evidence on that. But I would like to see some evidence on that.
Yeah, well, again, I'm on the ground working in markets, and people are bringing they're going out into the market with a voucher, trying to find an apartment, trying to find a landlord who would take the voucher, and they're bringing it back. And
Others are using it, though. Other people are using it. That's what I'm telling you.
Well,
the voucher utilization rate has been over 90%. So it may vary with the one study. I did a simple analysis using some data actually that Mark Schroeder gave to me, which but it was just a simple correlation. Is it the case that the voucher utilization rate, what fraction of all the vouchers the housing authority has that are used, is the voucher utilization correlated with the vacancy rate? And the answer was no.
Right.
I still have that data, but I mean, it was a simple correlation. We really should have something much better.
Right. I mean, I think just to reconcile that thought, so one of the things that I think we found for the voucher utilization is often there were voucher available units in those metro areas. They just didn't want to rent those units, right? So we run into an issue. I think Kennedy did a study 2003, if I remember correctly, but basically looking at this idea, again, I think while the tax credit program is important, I think to kind of reconcile what's that saying is there's a search process, and I think one of the things that I find really hard about the tax credit program with vouchers are, okay, so we want to build a unit, so we were talking about this 30% AMI, we were able to charge, that tax credit unit is able to charge all the way up to the fair market rent, not the restricted rent. So what, to kind of Morris's point, I think what Morris would say was we just need to pay that household more to be able to search and afford housing in those eligible markets. Versus, I think, to reconcile Ed's point of we don't want to build new units in those markets because that's costly.
So one other thing that I was curious to hear a little bit more about is this notion of crowding out. So one of the studies that was cited from the 2010 in this list looked at the last one, Erickson Rosenthal. It's my understanding that when you go out to the metropolitan level, that crowding out effect drops to near zero. But even beside of that, so crowding out of unsubsidized or market rate housing, I'm wondering why that's really relevant. Because, okay, so you say, I have a site here that's a piece of vacant land and I build affordable housing on that site, so then therefore market rate housing won't be built on that site. Granted, that's obviously true. But if we're trying to create more affordable housing, a new construction, unsubsidized property will not be affordable to families of low income. So I'm just not sure why the crowding out argument is relevant.
As the author of that 2010 study, so as the author of that study, I would say almost the exact opposite. I think I've seen people cite that paper wrong. So eventually, as you go further, I think really from Michael Murray's perspective is, right, he uses national aggregate data. I think kind of Malpezzi, like Vandal, they use state level data. I now actually look micro kind of and at the metro level, but one of the challenges I think to really think about this is, and to raise really what Sinai and Rodrigo said is, how many occupied units are we actually creating? So unless we're decoupling households, that household would have rented somewhere else in that metro area. Now, they might have paid a higher rent, it might have been a lower quality unit, it might have been elsewhere in that metro area, but generally said, I think 80% is probably actually a pretty fair thing. Now, if we would say that in, let's say, Cincinnati, where I'm at, right, more people aren't moving to the area. So we're kind of fixing the number of our households that would rent in the private market. If I were looking at equilibrium, I think what this does is it maybe increases rents. I'm not convinced of this, at least in Cincinnati, but definitely increases the housing consumption of moderate income households. So this is where.
So what about affordability? I don't.
So I mean, I think if you just look, I have a study which is coming out in RSUE. If you actually look at the fair market rents, in I think 50% of the metro areas, the 18% of the AMI exceeds the fair market rent, right? So Cincinnati is one of these metro areas where, again, the tax credit rents are not binding. And I think this is, unless we bid down lower through competition. If we increase the subsidy, we're going to decrease that competition.
I mean, fundamentally, there are two different approaches we can and do take to providing more units meeting minimum standards for an affordable rent. One of them is we build housing projects and then we charge a rent that is affordable. That's one way to do it, and that's how the low-income housing tax credit does it. The other way we can do it is simply to fix up the inadequate units, existing units that we have. That's the primary mechanism by which the voucher program does it. And I'm just saying that that second mechanism is a much more cost-effective approach to the final goal.
So I wanted to talk about the Dr. Diamond's study around the effects of the housing credit on the neighborhood around it. I was just curious, so you talked about I think what you called them welfare effects or tenant welfare impact of being in a housing credit property. And so that could take the form of, low-income families having more stability, better educational outcomes, better health outcomes, and I think there's been some research on all of those factors, health, upward mobility. And you mentioned that that wasn't taken into consideration, so I think we would want to look beyond just home prices. But I was also curious about these sort of larger societal effects. So healthier people use less healthcare services. There's, I think in one of the papers there was a discussion about, it was from the first panel this morning talking about costs like traffic congestion from people having to commute from way outside to get to jobs, and that causing more traffic consumption. And we see that here. My kids are in Montgomery County Public Schools here in Maryland, and teachers are driving to school, from Hagerstown, Maryland, which is like an hour and a half over the mountain, hour and a half to 2 hours away over the mountains. I don't really want my child to be taught by a teacher who had to get up at 4 in the morning to drive to school. But there's a cost to that as well. And does the lack of affordable housing limit economic growth in a particular market? I think that one of the things we hear in markets around the country, including some that aren't just the high-cost coastal cities, is that the lack of affordable housing availability is limiting the ability to bring jobs and economic growth into the market. What would you say in terms of incorporating those kinds of effects into the research?
So these sort of broad citywide effects are very hard to quantify, just because sort of the size of the development relative to sort of a small diffuse effect across the whole city is often just very hard in the data to pick up. But I'm sympathetic that there could be lots of indirect effects of these types of developments that could be very first order. I mean, housing vouchers have this problem too. So we can't put every low-income household in a rich neighborhood because it won't be a rich neighborhood anymore. So there's sort of an equilibrium aspect that goes beyond the equilibrium effects on a local neighborhood, which is sort of what maybe you'd call a general equilibrium effect on the overall resorting of the whole city, or maybe even of the state to some modest effect. And those effects without substantial modeling assumptions or data access that has sort of been really hard to quantify. But you're right that you could have indirect effects on traffic, on where you could tell a story that if I revitalize this low-income community, what that does is attract good people to that area, and those good people left their old neighborhood, and those older neighborhoods get worse. So these are really hard questions to solve, the sort of general equilibrium problem of what's optimal allocation when you account for the fact that not just the tenants are moving from this program, and not just the fact that we change the neighborhood inhabitants of this local neighborhood, but maybe we have some broad reshifting that sort of percolates through the whole community. And those are just very hard problems to study.
I mean, if I can add just one thing, I mean, I think there definitely are externalities of these programs which are really tough to quantify. I think the point is some of these externalities have to be very large to quantify additional tax rate units in Des Moines, Iowa, right? So, I mean, we can argue about San Francisco, New York, we need more affordable housing there. But remember, for every unit we build in San Francisco, we probably build 1.1 in Des Moines, Iowa, because construction costs are less there. So I think whenever we defend this program, I would just be curious.
Yeah,
from
but
the
it's
chair.
allocated by per capita, so it's not, there's not an equal number of tax credits allocated to Iowa as there is to California.
But from a per capita basis, it is. So it's not based on affordable housing or the housing metro markets. I can't think of a good reason that those externalities would ever overcome basically kind of, you know, is this just a political waste? Do we just accept that we're going to throw away 50% of these allocations because we need senators' votes? And that's, I think that's important to ask.
Yeah, and the other thing to realize is that housing vouchers make rental housing of average quality affordable to any recipient. So that can solve the problem, but I don't know that that's going to necessarily induce the teacher that you're talking about to teach near the school. If the schools think that a teacher who lives not nearby is a better teacher, I guess they would have to pay that teacher more to live close by.
I think we're sort of bundling together affordability in the sense of we want people to either consume more housing or we just want to financially make housing costs less burdensome, with a somewhat separate question, which is very commingled with all these programs, which is where do we want people to live? And the voucher program, we had papers focused on both of those aspects. And if we think people are either not consuming enough housing, you know, or they're, for some reason we think that we should subsidize their housing costs just per se, the market failure on just paying people to consume more housing is a harder story to tell than something about their externalities and their location choices or their you know, credit constraints, so you can't borrow against your kid's future income to live in the good neighborhood. So in my mind, I'm more worried about affordable housing in the right area as opposed to just saying, per se, let's just make some kind of housing affordable. So the locations of where these people end up living, I think is very, very first order for thinking about what the right policy is. But it is a somewhat distinct question of let's just make housing per se cheaper. And I think we have to be careful of which of those questions we're trying to answer.
All right.
Yeah, maybe I should just add that, of course, we can have both. As it's already been talked about, the nice thing about the voucher program is its flexibility, small area fair market rent. So we can both do this in a cost-effective way and change outcomes in terms of where people live. And so I think we can have both.
So before we go to questions, and we will next, I just want to, and maybe that's outside the scope of this conference or discussion, but you know, the Bipartisan Policy Center had a housing commission, issued a report in 2013, called for a 50% increase in the housing credit, by the way, but also talked about targeting the housing credit to only extremely low-income folks, but also then to make an entitlement for those folks. As we've talked about, only 1 in 4 households gets it today, so it's sort of like winning the lottery. The cost of that would basically double the cost of the program from about $19–20 billion now. They estimated in 2013 it would cost $22.5 billion to do that. So the political reality is this. You've got a proposed $6.6 billion cut to the HUD budget. You would be adding probably in today's dollars, $24–25 billion to that budget. And then you have to appropriate that every single year, increasing for inflation from there on out. So I think there's a political reality here that we can talk about the discussion of vouchers and housing credit and the relative merits of those all afternoon. But you know, the fact of the matter is, I don't see any evidence that the housing voucher program is ever going to be expanded. I would like to see it happen, but you know, that's the reality. And so I just think it needs to be part of the discussion. If you're going to just say, well, let's just do more vouchers, you would have to then appropriate money for more vouchers. Stating the obvious. Questions?
You're never going to get this, Morris. This bears on Scott's question early on about you know, the utilization of vouchers or the take-up rate. You know, they're related; they're not the same thing. I wonder if anybody has any comment on. There have been changes in HUD rules that have made it easier as a landlord to participate in the program and presumably increase these
rates. For example, there used to be a take one, take all rule that if you took one voucher or Section 8 certificate tenant, you had to take any that came in. When that was relaxed, at least on the margin, some landlords were more willing to participate. I haven't looked lately, but HUD leases used to be more complicated than standard leases in pretty much any state I know, so that if you, with more options for automatic renewal and tenure security, which from a landlord's perspective, you're not that interested in doing. Housing quality standards, you don't want people living above a benzene factory, perhaps. You've got to have some standards. But at least in the past, I know some of the standards have been really complex. I guess the question is, are there any things that you can think of that might simplify and improve the utilization of the voucher program?
Yeah, I just don't hear a lot of discussion about that, and I certainly haven't seen any research about it. But the moving to work, I'm sorry, the rental assistance. No, moving to work. Moving to work, which is going to have a lot of experiments, could and probably should study such things. I mean, a simple change in the voucher program that might increase the success rate is simply to give people more time to find a unit. If we had an entitlement program, then they could take as much time as they want. As when they found a unit, they'd get the subsidy. That's what I favor for the poorest people.
I have a question for Rebecca, and I hope it encourages dialogue between Rebecca and Ed. So Rebecca, you didn't, perhaps I missed it, but you didn't talk about what the source of the benefits were for the community in those communities when a project was built and the neighborhood prices went up. What is the source? Because in Ed's analysis of vouchers, he doesn't allow for spillover effects. And what you're talking about, the benefits all come from spillover effects. So what is the source of the spillover effects? And could those benefits be replicated by other programs, or do we need these big projects to get them?
So that's a great question. So I can tell you a few things, and I can speculate on a few things. So when you build one of these new developments, you're doing a lot of things at once. You're building new construction, which in low-income areas tends to be by far the nicest thing on the block. You are potentially changing the income mix of the tenants in the neighborhood just directly, because if you have the nicest rental apartments on the block, you're probably going to attract slightly different tenants to want to live there than whatever is down the street. And then the question is the reason the neighborhood nearby seems to be valuing that initial investment, is it that the cleaning up the street effect, that this new construction per se has positive spillovers to make the area more desirable, because these areas haven't had any new investment in construction in a long time? I can't separate these things out, because every time I see a LIHTC development, it's a LIHTC development that includes new construction or revitalization and the tenants that go with it, so I can't decouple those. Or is it the fact that the tenants are somehow better, and when I have better tenants in my community, somehow that has positive spillovers, and it's not the building itself, it's just that I changed who my neighbors are. And I'm super, super interested in knowing which one of those is the main effect. Or maybe it's just a density effect. Maybe it's just now I have more people in my community, because these things usually tend to be a little bit denser than whatever was like right next, whatever used to be there, because older stuff in the past is usually just slightly less dense. I can tell you that the indirect mechanisms, so the initial shock is just you build the building, you get those people that move in there, and then there are all these indirect effects which cause the overall neighborhood to get better. So I can show you that crime goes down. So that's like a tangible, the neighborhood crime has fallen. So even if you want to move into that community, maybe you have no idea that there was a new development of LIHTC, but you're like, oh, the crime is not so bad here. This looks like a good community for me. So even if you as a migrant into that area is unaware that the reason the crime is not so bad there is because of the development, you're going to value that development by showing me in the data that you're willing to pay a slightly higher price than you used to be willing to pay to want to live in that community. So the house price effect sort of is this nice summary statistic that in a model sense can sort of incorporate all of these indirect mechanisms that I don't necessarily have to observe, which allows me to put a dollar value on how much you value that community. but then I can sort of substantiate that and say it's not just magic house prices that are changing, they're actually real substantial changes. Like crime is falling, that's a real concrete change. The mix of the population is changing, slightly higher income people want to live there, racial diversity is increasing. Those are all sort of, regardless of how you price those things, real observable concrete neighborhood changes.
Let me just follow up on that. I mean, the amount of money the amount of subsidy involved with these tax credit projects is very substantial. I think you would want to ask the question, just thinking along your lines of what yields these benefits, you might ask yourself, well, if we took that same amount of money, what else could we do to make the neighborhood a nicer place? Just as an example, tear down that terrible building that was torn down to build a tax credit project and put a nice park there. That would probably be a heck of a lot cheaper. It would make the neighborhood a nicer place. Whether it would have this, how large an effect it would have relative to the tax credit project is an open issue. But I do think you really want to talk about other ways of spending the money to make neighborhoods nicer places.
I think even one last point, I completely agree. If we could decouple this development effect into all of its underlying effects and then pick out the ones that are really creating the big spillovers, that's like exactly what we want to do. Data-wise, it's very hard to actually separate those things out and figure out which is the lever you want to pull. But in some sense, regardless of which the lever is, the fact that we're finding quite substantial externalities that a developer wouldn't be able to internalize unless he also happened to own all the land nearby ex ante suggests that there is underinvestment in these properties, that we should be subsidizing them. And then the question is, why are these subsidized potentially being crowded out? What's the right way to increase supply? Because we think that the optimal supply is probably too low if there are these positive externalities.
And all of the, just in terms of how the financing of these properties work, the amount of tax credits and the additional subsidies that go in are all to create greater affordability, and that's just simply how it works. It's how the calculations work. And so, you know, what you're getting is not only all these other effects, but you're getting affordable places for people to live because you don't want them to live in that park. Next.
Hello, my name is Barbara Dello. I wanted to talk on the issue of location and start with a very, very, very quick little story. My grandparents all came from Europe, and one of my grandparents moved into a very diverse neighborhood, and one of my grandparents moved into a neighborhood with a lot of people from their community who had all come over from Europe together. And they had a much happier experience because there was so much comfort. There was a church in their language. There was they were with people. They baked the goods they liked and everything like this. And there's little Italies and Chinatowns and Hasidic communities where I live, and Haitian communities where I live, and an Irish community near where I live, but not in the same town. They all have different areas. So my question is, what is the government role in these programs? Is it simply funding? Is it incentivized transformation of communities? Does it work hand in hand with the philosophy of the Kelo decision, where governments are allowed to make partnerships or work with land use decisions and takeovers with the goal of improving communities and making more planned communities, and so governments can no longer take land for just reservoirs and roads, but also for private developments, and if that benefits the community with the idea of fitting in with the planned community model of diverse socially and economically diverse communities as an ideal.
So I don't think most of the developments or most at all are thinking about these place-based effects. A little bit they are. But I would say most of the, we've heard about these new proposals have been much more about house the homeless and affordability, but it looks like actually when you do the sort of back of the envelope calculation, these are really big place-based effects. And then you're right that now that we sort of quantify that the place-based effect can be really big, and I'm sort of just separating the neighborhoods based on high and low income, high and low minority, but you're exactly right. There's a ton more dimensions of heterogeneity out there that you could think about, ethnicity, background, or other characteristics of communities. In theory, you could look at all of these and try to think about how are these sort of spillovers different in different types of areas, and that might help us learn what are the characteristics that really look like people value in these spillovers if you could sort of separate this out in even more detail. Data-wise, it just gets tricky. You start just getting small samples when you start cutting really thin. I think it is suggestive a little bit on mechanisms, the results that I have, which I can't say is for sure the mechanism, but the fact that this house price decline in high-income areas is only in the low minority communities suggests it's something about people's preferences of who their neighbors are. It's probably different. That difference is probably not about preferences for observing a new construction building, but I can't prove that. That's just consistent with that theory.
I guess my question was trying to get at, is a more diverse community necessarily a happier community for the people that live there?
That's a very, I don't know the answer to that question.
Hi, I'm Mark Schroeder. My question has to do with the use of the success rate that you all were discussing. There is surely an equivalent for project-based housing. That's the percent of housing in the community that is searching for occupants and doesn't find it, which is what the crowd out question is all about. Now, it is well known that, I think it's well known that the largely vacant stock of public housing in Detroit is in fact in pretty good shape. It is boarded up because they don't want people breaking in and doing things to it, but a lot of it's in pretty good shape. There just weren't people who wanted to live there. So I don't know how much of the tax credit property actually goes to waste, but I also don't know how much of the non-subsidized housing in a community goes to waste after the tax credit property is built, which is what the problem was always considered to be with project-based subsidy.
I'm unsure of the question.
What percent of the affordable housing goes to waste?
So, I mean, one thing we know from the tax credit program is there's this rule, right? There's a clawback that and who knows if it's enforced, but roughly 90, you need an occupancy rate that exceeds 90%, or if not, you have to pay 1/3 of the things. With that said, anecdotally, I've seen several projects that have below 90%, and these projects overwhelmingly have vouchers. So what happens is they need to justify a higher fair market rent, the housing standard, so they're rather to have 10% of the units vacant, right, and charge the fair market rent than actually not have vouchers, instead of meeting that market standard, which is actually lower than the fair market rent in that low-income neighborhood where the units are located. So again, for my argument, I think maybe it should be a higher percent, but that's at least one way to look at it.
Well, I disagree with that. That's not what we see across the 125,000 units in our portfolio of housing credit investments. And the occupancy is basically these properties are full. The vacancy that they have is basically turn vacancy, when someone leaves and you're getting the unit ready for someone else to come in. Extremely high demand for them, so and they're required to be affordable for 30 years minimum. Some states have increased the length of time to, in California, it's 55 years. There's a very, very low, less than 1% incidence of failure of any of these properties. And so basically virtually none of it is going to waste.
So I mean, how I think of this as an economist, right? We're subsidizing on the margin, giving $1.17 to developers for each developer of development costs. So
yeah, well, that's the maximum. Nobody gets anywhere close to that in terms of how states actually allocate credits.
So what this means, though, is we build really nice units initially. We charge below market rents, and then we optimally let them depreciate over 15 years. So they get
30.
closer, or it's debatable. But at 15 years, they are no longer penalized for reneging on these obligations. So this prompts foreclosure. This prompts, more importantly, a reapplication. These are called at-risk properties at year 15 by developers. So why are we essentially at year 15? We're applying a new round of tax credits because these properties were undercapitalized over the 15 years. In this case, we're taking the most affordable housing in the metro area and paying to make it really nice again, which is always kind of at least troubling me.
That's a very small minority of properties, and you know when a lot of these were first done, they were sort of doing the minimum product develop, minimum rehab, and so there's probably less than 10% that have had to go in and kind of redo them because they weren't done well. We've learned a lot through this program. When you talk about something really being nice and really being expensive, then you're creating that better product. So, new construction of any housing, has a cost to it. And so, per the Section 42 law, 30 years is the minimum. There is oversight during that period of time, and so that's the bargain you're getting. You could argue it should be longer, but that's
what
the
happens
way
at year
Congress
15 if they don't adhere to those compliance restrictions?
Well, you're right. The recapture period is over. What has happened is that owners will get sued and they won't get any additional credits, from if they want to get another allocation. And so, there's not recap. The way the law is designed, there's not recapture beyond year 15. 2 minutes, it says. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Jim Vittorella from GAO. I've heard that the Senate legislation has some mixed income housing eligibility changes, I think up to 80% or something like that of AMI. So I asked you a question about how can I say it, the benefits of mixed income housing in both high opportunity areas in order to make them more acceptable to the folks that live in those lower poverty areas, and at the same time also helping higher poverty areas by bringing in higher income, obviously moderate income, not rich people, but moderate income people in those housing developments, and therefore lowering the poverty rate there as well. Do you see benefits in that? And by the way, Ed, I think you know that PHAs have the authority to set aside, I think, up to 20% of their vouchers for project-based Section 8 as well. And so maybe that provision could also be coupled with this mixed income housing thing, so you could maybe have the best of both worlds. You could have some voucher holders for the low-income folks and then have higher income, moderate income people in there as well. I personally am a big believer in mixed income housing. I've seen some real great results over the years, but it's definitely not embedded in the tax credit program now.
One more. There you go.
Okay. So there was a nice survey article. I believe it was in Cityscape. Maybe Mark can remind me. It was done within the last 4 or 5 years by someone at the Urban Institute, a woman at the Urban Institute, and several others, just surveying the evidence about what is the benefit of mixing people within the same building. And it was pretty negative. Mark, do you remember who did that? Woman, Urban Cityscape? Okay. I can get back to you about that, but I don't remember her name. But I think that's the sort of thing we want to consider. Well, what does the evidence really show about the benefits of mixing people with various incomes in the same building? That's a bit different from in the same neighborhood.
Well, go ahead.
So, in the results that I've studied, we're finding sort of exactly what you're describing, not in this one, I can't look in the same building, but sort of as you described, when you build these developments in low-income areas, you're sort of importing relatively higher income people just because it's the nicest stuff around, probably the tenants that they're going to attract. You're going to get sort of better, in some sense, more people that wouldn't have wanted to live there absent that development. And then we find that that sort of, snowballs a little bit. Then when I look at the types of people that move in nearby, sort of by choice after the development, they're slightly higher income than the initial mix ex ante. So you are sort of, through the resorting and the equilibrium, you are creating a more mixed income area. And we're finding that on the high end too, right? The high end, relatively high end neighborhood, build the development. These tenants are relatively poorer than the people nearby. And in equilibrium, you also find this resorting effect of you're attracting slightly lower income people to that area. So you are getting the sort of mixed income effect, but it's through the resorting as opposed to the direct regulation. It's hard to study in the same building exactly what's going on.
And I think just to bring it back, I mean, we're talking up to 80% AMI is roughly $78,000 in Washington, D.C. That is pretty high. That person probably would have rented an apartment inside D.C. in the absence. So we might be moving them across the border. We might be moving them over some barrier. I'm not convinced that that's a new unit, right? That's not a new tenant in D.C. So we're at least having aggregate demand stock on the unsubsidized households, right?
Yeah, and we'll obviously have to, if this provision were enacted, we'd have to study the effect. I just want to point out two things. One is that it is 80%, which is still below the federal definition of low income. So we're not talking about, higher income folks, that we're still talking about low income folks. And then secondly, in order to go up above the 60, you're going to have units that are below 60 because you have to hit a 60 average. But that piece of it, I just want to note that the way the program works these days, it's so competitive to get credits that most of these properties have units that are targeted at 50, 40, and 30% of AMI from the get-go, which means that they have to, even if you say, Rebecca, that it may be folks, there's a lot of desirability of these units, but they still have to be restricted at the targeting that they've agreed to in order to get the credits. And that's usually well below the maximum that's allowed under the program.
They still get their pick.
So the maximum is the 60%, but in actual effect, it's so competitive that you end up having to subsidize or to target much lower than that.
But again, the thing I just want to call attention to, but you still get to charge up to the fair market rent. So although we target a lower
if you have a voucher,
right? If they have a voucher,
not if you're just charging to someone who's unsubsidized.
Right. So if you're at 30%, why wouldn't you only rent to voucher recipients because they pay you
right.
more
well,
than what
and under the legislation, if you do this, then if you do this income averaging, then you can only charge. Even if you have a voucher, you're only going to get the restricted amount of rent, and it addresses that very issue.
The one thing which I want to call is this is really complicated. Right? There's a lot of smart people that spend a lot of years of education trying to figure out this program, and I think that's costly, right? I mean, if we did something that was far less complicated, right, we would not be having this conversation. We might be doing depreciation allowances, things that we really look bad about 1986, but the compliance costs of this program are really expensive to verify people's incomes, right? When, as we heard, earlier today, we just need to build units, right? We don't need to verify incomes.
Well, we need more resources because if we had the resources to solve the affordability crisis, we wouldn't even be having this conversation either. So on that note, I think we're wrapping up. Happy hour is that way.